Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 12-hour live stream. This is everybody's favorite session of Wakelet Community Week. Do you know why? It's because we go coast to coast. For the next 12 hours, we are going to go across time zones, across so many different countries, and learn how all of the incredible educators from across the world are using Wakelet to impact their learning communities and make life a little bit easier for themselves and their colleagues. So we have had a slight change in schedule just because we're waiting for some people to get some internet connectivity issues sorted. But we have an incredible first speaker for you, joining you all the way from Malaysia. I'm going to bring in Kay. Hey, Kay, how's it going?
Hello, Miss Ba. Yeah, I'm fine.
Thank you so much for joining us. We've got so many people in the chat already, in the comments. Everybody introduce yourselves. Let us know where you're from. Say hi to Kay. What's the weather like in Malaysia, Kay? And what time is it over there?
All right. So my name is Teacher K. My full name is Kamaria binti Awan, just like a Twitter in the X. Sorry, in the X. So now it's 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Still hot because around 35 Celsius, and I'm just arrived at home because about a few hours I just got an amazing sharing Wakelet with my district in Marang, Terengganu.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Oh, that's really
Yeah.
good to hear, Kay. And thank you so much for joining us. It is 11 a.m. here in the UK, so big time difference, but that's the beauty of the 12-hour live stream. We get to go across the world.
Yes.
I am so excited to hear your session. We're going to kick it off just because we're slightly delayed. But as I understand, you're going to be talking about your best practices in teaching and learning and something called PENYU. I'm really excited to hear about it. So I'm going to bring your presentation on and we're going to kick it off.
All right. Thank you, Miss Ba.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So hello, guys. I'm so excited actually to meet all of you around the world. Okay, we are still evening here, but then as Miss Ba said that still in the morning there. Okay, so I hope everyone is just wake up, and also me with my friends in Malaysia. So please be strong because we are a teacher, we are an educator. So we have to be always full of energy. Okay, so thank you so much. I just want to hear some comments from YouTube. I just want to know, how about my voice? Is it clear or not?
You sound absolutely perfect, Kay. The quality is fantastic. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to share. Okay, this is my topic: creating interactive learning experience with Wakelet. So, okay, I'm opening my slide first. All right. All right. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so this is me, Kamaria Hawang. Okay, you can call me, everyone, you can call me K. You just call me K without teacher. Teacher is for my students. Okay, so I'm teaching primary school. All right. Okay, I'm going to show you. All right. Okay. So this is my topic: creating interactive learning experiences with Wakelet. Okay, but before that, okay, I'm with Wakelet since 2020. All right. So actually, this is my fourth year during participate this Wakelet Community Week, and I'm so excited and I'm so grateful because today and this year I'm going to present. Okay, so thank you so much, Wakelet. Okay, so anyone want to communicate with me, to DM me? Okay, this is my QR code for Wakelet, and also this is my X profile, Kamaria _ AWG. All right. So first of all, All right. So that was my kids, okay? My lovely kids, okay? So these are my friends, my Wakelet ambassador from Malaysia. I learned from there so much. So thank you so much for our yes, my friends, of course, Cikgu Yu, Cikgu Azrul, Kak Umay, and everyone, Cikgu Rizwan, Ustaz Hafiz, Cikgu Ruben, okay. I'm so sorry if I'm not naming all of you. But then, thank you so much, Nat, Fazli Ishak, Cikgu Go, Cikgu Shikin, Cikgu Azrin, Cikgu Adenin. Okay, I'm trying to speak, to say your name, Cikgu Shi. Cikgu Havery and Cikgu Kong, and what else? So many of you. Okay, I love you all because I learned so much from you all. Okay, so even though our country is just a little bit from others, but we are so together we can go higher. All right, and so this is my lovely colleagues, okay, from SK Gombalai, Marang Terengganu. That one is my headmaster, and then assistant senior for curriculums and also co-curriculum for student affair. And this is my hero and also the ladies and gentlemen. All right. So thank you guys. I know you are watching right now, supporting me. Okay. Thank you so much for giving me and also support me in any ways. All right. In each part of I'm taking part in any program or any event. So they're always with me. So thank you so much, everyone. All right, for supporting me and pray for me too, because I'm so afraid if I didn't present very well today, but I try my best. Okay. All right. So we use Wakelet, yes, in classroom, in extra class, in co-curriculum, and also school event. All right. I just want to get some previous to last night. I'm watching the session. Even though when you think, oh my God, what is Wakelet? So you have to start from zero. Yes, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Even though some other people is going to high, is going to so many work to do, so many things to do, so many collection they are created. But then it's okay for me. We learn from zero. Yes, of course, me too. And I also giving my what we call I'm always say to my friends, to my my colleagues, and also district, and also when I'm sharing with the teachers around the state and also the district, I'm saying that it's fine, it's okay. When you say what Wakelet, how to spell Wakelet, how to say it, how to write, how to spell, then it's okay. You can go to my channel, YouTube channel or TikTok channel. I'm always telling you about Wakelet. All right. Thank you so much, Cikgu. Okay. All right. So, okay. So this is me. All right. So, and I'm also want to share with everyone. Okay, this is my what we call the spark, or maybe the grateful moment. It's from here because I got the prize. So this is the prize. Thank you, Wakelet. Okay, this is my lovely iPad. I bring every time with me during class, during travel, and thank you so much. Okay, this is from Wakelet. I put the engrave here from Wakelet. Wakelet Community Week 2020. All right, so this is my lovely grand prize, I think. Okay, thank you so much. All right. Okay, take a look.
Hi, Kay. Unfortunately, the sound for the videos isn't coming through, so maybe you can talk over them as they're going through to just explain what's happening.
Okay. It's okay, Miss Ma?
Yes, that's fine.
It's okay now? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for telling me. All right. Okay. So I'm going to show you some my collections with my friends or what this PENYU. So actually, PENYU is penyu in our language. Penyu means turtle. All right. Because what turtle? Because turtle for my state in Malaysia, we call it Terengganu. Terengganu is a turtle conservation. All right, we have so many conservation center. All right, which is we are taking care of the turtles. All right, but then I'm not taking care of turtle now. I'm telling you the turtles, and then I translate it to Malay, which is penyu. All right, penyu. So penyu is it's about protect, and uh, we are taking care of our environment, of our beach, because my school is near to the beach. All right, so I'm going to show the. All right, so this is the. All right, okay, this is tech for good. All right, for penyu. Okay, this is our school in 2021. All right, so how it's begin. All right, so we just look for the our environment, and then we can take a look also the example near the school compound, and then what the problems happen. All right, I'm always look at, actually it's about the so many some they did not put the trash into the dustbin, and so much problem there. So I'm always ask for open question to my student, and then I help them to see in different way. All right, so this my just my flow. Okay, the student participate, and also what then the activities, and also the tools that I've been used. All right, so activities, and then the project, which is we are go to the district officer, and then we are go to the turtle conservation, and then we go to the beach. All right, and then we are uh, going to the innovation, and then okay, if you can see this which is in the officer. Okay, district officer, Marang district officer, which is they are explain to us about how to keep taking care of our environment. All right, and then this is my students. Okay, presenting in the competition, and then when the firefighter come to school, and then I asked my student to present what we did in our school, uh, in conjunction what we taking care school compound, and also at the beach. All right. Okay, this is my in the classroom. All right. Okay, this is my our KPPM, TKPPM. All right. And also our officer in KPM. And then, okay, this is me. All right. I'm going to show you. All right. For example, that one is for PENYU project. We are taking care all of the school environment and also school compound. And this one is about my during for my subject, for math subjects. Okay. For example, yes, of course, they didn't have so much gadget or any devices to key in. Yes, I know that because some teachers, some friends told me that how you did key, because yes, of course, our student did not have the what we call the gadget, the device, the handphone by their own self. So I'm just taking their picture and then put into this Wakelet. So these are my evidence, okay, to for them during a school, especially during COVID. So okay, so and also I put into YouTube. Okay, I'm teaching them during YouTube and so many more. Okay, this is my link and everything. Okay, everything in this collection. So guys, if you have any ideas or any what we call, if you have any idea with your student or project, you just make it real. All right, so our student so much love with this idea. All right, okay. Any else? Okay, this one is I'm doing sandwich with my students. All right. Okay, this one I am generate from AI. Okay. Okay, this one. All right. They love so much. Their parents too. Okay. Their parents love so much when I put their picture. All right. During activities. All right. I'm teaching mathematics and also English in my school. This one is 7 years old kids. All right. Okay. They are preparing. They are making sandwich and many more. All right. So if you can see this, Wakelet so much means to me. I love so much Wakelet because everything I put is Wakelet. For example, this was photography club. Okay, all right. So photography club. So I make all the meetings, what times. All right. So these are our activities. All right. They taking the picture and then they post. All right. Okay. This girl is some posing and just like model. Okay. This one is just looking. All right. With the cat. Everything. When I took the picture and then I snap and then I put, all right, and I share the link what in the WhatsApp group and so much more. All right. So, all right, let me continue with my presentation. Wait. Okay. Can you see? All right. Okay. Okay, I've already showed the topics. Okay, this one you can help me too. You can collaborate with me. You can put anything. Okay, anything you like. Okay, here. So you can scan and you can chat with me. Okay, you can add anything to me. All right. Even my picture right now. Okay, you can put it here. All right. Okay. Okay, so this is again. All right, I want to show. Okay, because I want to show this. Okay, this one is I'm sharing with Arabic teacher from our state, and then I'm giving them this lovely t-shirt, this lovely Wakelet t-shirt that I've got, then I give it to them. All right, I give it to him. All right, and so much. Okay, this one is requested by my colleague just now. Okay, this is fresh from oven. Okay, we are in Terengganu. We always say that fresh from oven, because this picture was taken 4 a.m. Sorry, 4 p.m. Okay, 4 petang tadi. 4 p.m. Okay, and then I come back from SK Bukit Gasing, and then I'm going home, and then now I presented to you. Okay, so this is my friend. So okay, guys. Okay, promise. Okay. All right. Okay. This is my collection too. Okay, the tickets, and also thank you. This one last year for featuring during live, Wakelet live. Okay, thank you so much, because we were there. And I think, okay, before I ended my session, yes, you can. This is my awesome friends. During 8th June, all right, 8th June with Cikgu Rizwan, Kak Umar, Cikgu Kong, and also Kak Chikin. So meet them on this coming Saturday, all right? So I think that's all for today, for today's sharing. I think I want to show you many more, okay? I'm so excited. Actually, I'm so excited meeting you, Miss Bah. Okay, I'm talking to you.
Oh no, I'm more excited to meet you, Kay, for sure. I absolutely love that presentation.
All right. So thank you so much. Okay, this is my last slide. Thank you.
Well, we'll remove the presentation, but Kay, that was absolutely fantastic. I love that you were taking the students' perspectives into account. I really love the sandwich activity as well. I would have loved to have done something like that when I was in school. Just really fun, engaging stuff. But I think also the fact that you're capturing that stuff for yourself and for the wider learning community using Wakelet is so incredible. So many of us, we go through our day and we do amazing work, but we never have anything to show for it afterwards. So the fact that you're recording those moments of their learning journey and of your teaching journey in a really amazing way on Wakelet, I think is absolutely fantastic. And I liked what you said about make it real. If you have an idea that you want to have with your students and something that you want to try, just go ahead and make it real. And also, I want to thank you so much for being such an incredible representation for the Malaysian Wakelet community. We've had such a engaged and passionate community in Malaysia for so long now. And when any of you from Malaysia come on, you bring this energy that's so infectious, and you have such beautiful smiles and beautiful energy. So thank you so much, Kay.
Okay.
Do you have any last things that you'd like to say to the people watching at home?
Watching at home, I love you so much, okay, because you are really supporting me, especially my colleague, my school, my kids, of course, because Wakelet made the real one. I got to present today, and I hope one day I can be in that building, the spaceship, and yes.
For sure. Whenever you happen to be in Manchester, Kay, we would welcome you with open arms to come and have some tea. And if I'm ever in Malaysia, of course, we would love to come and hang out as well. I'd like to try some nasi goreng, but from
nasi lemak. You should try nasi lemak.
I'm going to try that next time for sure. Yeah. Thank you so much, Kay. That was incredible. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Ba.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
Wow, what an awesome first session from Teacher Kay. Like I said before, the energy that she brings to the table is so remarkable, and we get that from our Malaysian community all the time. Okay, our next speaker is Agus, joining us from Indonesia. Now, we did have a few little slight connectivity issues with Agus, so everybody please be patient. We're going to give it a go and see whether or not it holds up. But without further ado, I would like to welcome Agus to the stage. Hello, Agus, how are you? How's things?
Hey, hello, Miss Ba. Is it my... Okay.
It's such a pleasure to have
Is
you
it
on.
clear
I know that there's a delay, but we're going to get through this.
for
Don't worry.
my connection?
It's
And
okay. We'll go because I
also
think that it's a delay. But if there are any
for my
issues, we'll
voice.
jump in and help. But everybody's going to be super patient. And I think if you have your presentation available, would you be able to share that now? Because once it's shared, we'll be able to add it to the main stage. Okay, yes, perfect. Great. So I guess we've got your presentation on stage. I know that there's a delay, so don't worry about replying to me. I'm going to head off and leave it up to you, but I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Miss Bai. So, well, hello everyone. Exactly, I currently feel like I'm in incredibly nervous mood for today. So maybe some what your name is and where you're from. So let's discuss what sharing is. And today we should sharing about the role we can play in building a learning journey by placing Wakelet as track and wise choice. So previously, let me introduce myself. My name is Agus Andira, and you may call me Andira. So my activities, I'm a digital trainer and practice education and business. So specifically, I dedicate myself uh, the Indonesian Ministry of Communication and Information. So also at the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, and also and the digital literacy business community. And this family, I have ambassador. So feel free to approach me for collaborations, media at Andira Manaf. So before entering about our topic today and what should we discuss for the Wakelet one choice for crafting an effective learning journey. I think we have some perception and also some ideas that uh, an effective and also about the how to build a well as what strategies and approaches we can use as option related to arranging a learning. I will invite us to view an opportunity and challenge in development of current digital era, which is a basic value in mapping in terms of character in general and in terms of educational character. This is important because today and in the future, uh, talking specifically about teaching and learning activity system, the development of digital technology has a big influence on the world of education itself. So, and I believe all of us here have the same perception and opinion, and we agree on this. So, when we look what the characteristic of digital society and also about the digital characteristic of education, in the of digital, we always be faced with a diverse character, like tend to dislike binding rules of being regulated due the ability of several options, and also a human accustomed to learning not from instruction but by searching, preferring to find the desired content or information, and also uh, the human like or interact on social media, share and do fun activities together. This about the characteristic of digital society and how uh, and why it is important for us to understand about this. For mapping our education, and of course here we are in a position to quickly and precisely adapt, balance, and improve our own competence. So let's look at the education side. The current era has sharp and skillful concept and goal. Not only touch the cognitive and affective dimension, but also has a strong character, which is a value that must be achieved. As educator, we cannot be in a position to survive in the old ways and styles of teaching, because when we versus in this position become educator who are less. So what are the characteristics and focus of the education model in this era compared to previous era? The era Society 5.0 focus on 21st century skill development. Maybe you're not familiar with critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, communication, creativity and innovation, emotional intelligence and empathy. So the second is about the digital literacy competency development. The specific dimension of increasing digital literacy competency doesn't not only touch on the concept of how to build a sense of security and survive in the digital space through digital platform and media. Here it is important to try and improve cognitive dimension, cognitive skill, through- such as a filtering information, increasing the ability to detect the level of security of link, privacy management, ethic of use, and also how the culture values of each country become a strong fortress in the development of the current and future digital era. Uh, in Indonesia, we have a digital literacy curriculum that focuses on strengthening cognitive, affective, and also cognitive dimension, drug for pillar of digital literacy, focus on the values of skill, safety, culture, and ethics. So the next is about the adaptive learning platform, artificial intelligence power to train ER and VR integration, and also the characteristic of education. Yeah, educator shift from knowledge transmitter to facilitator, not a teacher center. So about the assessment method, encompass a wider range of skill, including critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and all. The question now is, where is the Wakelet position and role in the learning journey and learning activities? A precious understanding of the characteristic of digital society, Wakelet is the right and wise choice to play an active role in the learning activities carry out. The rule of the learning journey dimension and also the rule of the learning activity domain. I think hopefully this graphics and position of the worklet here, and we will define it further down at the next slide. So everyone, when we talk about the learning journey, I think we can, in one perception of understanding of the learning journey, process of good and effective learning activities cannot be separated from the right concept and strategies. So why the importance of a well-structured learning journey is more important. From the from the structured learning journey, we can identify learning goals and objectives. So also we can classify learning into manageable chunks, and also we can create a timeline and schedule for each stage of the journey or for this step. So uh, what are the basic concept of the learning from we identify learner need until we evaluate the effectiveness of the learning journey. Wakelet has a good position and also has played a good position in here. I will div it in this slide. When we talk about defining, so in identify learner needs, goals, and preference, I think you can take advantages of the short and the exfol feature in the Wakelet to strengthen the mapping of learning goals and achievement. So for the step about the refining learning objective, I think about set, clear, measurable, and achievable learning goals. I think the be a solution and to strengthen the mapping of learning goals and achievement. So they classify into small goals and monitor progress regularly to stay on target. It is we can use an item feature from the mapping that has been done. So next, for the creating engineering learning content, it is interesting when we talk about this. For here, you can use the search and explore feature to find reference for content format and delivery methods for students from other educator. And the important point here is to format and delivery method to suit the needs and learning style of current student. Like you can use you can design Canva and you can choose and a GIF or photo on from Answer Plus. So uh, and now has been released an AI image generator. So make sure that the difference of material you load is attractive from the cover image, background image, and also about the layout. So incorporate interactive element to it. Well, here the use of space future is, I think, definitively a direct choice. By involving student in learning drawing his future, it will try and touch on increasing critical thinking and also about communication, collaboration, creativity, and innovation competences. So let's how about the incorporating assessment and feedback? Now, assessment and feedback are essential to a successful learning journey. So as a mean of helping to identify strength, weakness, level of understanding, and reflection on material of or retention. I think you can use the space future regarding the feedback and evaluation activities that will be carried out. Is it in written form or includes a link to enrich learning material or yes. And last is about the evaluating the effectiveness of the learning journey. I think you can make the appropriate adjustment from your learning journey. Well, the basic concept of Wakelet has step to step from stage to stage, and interestingly, the future included training and touching on competencies so far. I will bring you the three steps to measuring the level of learning activities. That uh, first is we talk about mapping, and the second is about the strategy, and the last is about impact. So it is most important before going to make before going to craft an effective learning journey. Learning dimension, cognitive, affective, and also cognitive. So about the engagement and retention level, because everyone has a different memorizing about something. So when you take an activity like reading, it just make 10% retention level. So I think the best choice for make an awesome activity learning and also about the activity in your class. It is you must take it role playing, doing simulation, and doing real things because this action or this activity will give we will dive in the next slide. Yeah, we talk about the AD and side. So in fact it is most important that for measuring of the level learning of learning effectiveness. So here is about the basic concept and talk in designing and building an effective learning journey should be an option by combining the learning model developed by Racer and Molanda in uh, 1965 67 with the bullseye strategy created by Gabriel Lundberg. And interesting combination and mix that together as option and choice we'll have in structuring a learning journey and measuring the level of effectiveness of the learning carry on. Now, first, you must do analyze. You must do identify performance gaps in student abilities and journey. Now, the second, you enter to design staff a learning plan. Here, I will tell that the bullseye strategy comes from brainstorming to ranking and prioritize. So, a simple understanding of brainstorming involves determining the learning models that will be used, the learning method, the system of interaction and involvement of students, the flow will be used, the evaluation model, and other activities. Write as much as possible to map specifically to the rank step. After the rank step, and determine what are the of all activities that have been written in the brainstorming step before. Finally, go to the priority step, which determine one main activity from each activity that has been arranged or mapped. I will give an example from interaction activity side. In the brainstorming step, you choose the Mentimeter or Padlet and Wakelet and Lumio platform to be used. You sort the platform so that they are in a sequence like this: Wakelet, Padlet, Mentimeter, and Lumio. And in the priority step, you determine one platform that will use or we will involve as the main media in this interaction. So maybe you choose a Wakelet. So this is a simple of after that you go to the development step, create all material and media that will support learning. So enter the implementation step that you carry a process and about the bullseye step is about the test when uh, and the last you go to the evaluation step. Evaluate the entire learning process. When you get that your learning journey is best and uh, in a good scoring for your class, you must you enter for the step about the bullseye focus, and you can do it for your next activity in the learning. Uh, Here's is about the some. It is an example about learning journey canvas that you will be used. Take it in one example, maybe for about the about this one. I take for about topic the role of social media against cyberbullying. So the Wakelet question here, you can put it activity system. So and also you can put the Wakelet equipment. So this you can use, and I think it will help. So this is my presentation, and last I will tell that technology and digital media has a positive role and the potential various cross sector activities about now and the future. Specific to education, drug appropriate and wise use. This will make good contribution to learning journey and learning activities that are personal line in improving the foundation of various line of activity now and in the future. It is important to and not teacher and human self-service. They should be used to complement, not replace. Hopefully, this is useful and bright to us to continue dedicated and moving to a part of the progress of the work of education.
Think we thank you, Agus. It looks like you've muted, so I'm going to assume that that's the end. There were just a few connectivity issues there, but the presentation that you shared was absolutely brilliant. We could see from the chat people were appreciating it. I really enjoyed it as well. I like the idea of having a really well-structured learning journey, and I think that that's something that people can apply, not only educators but also students as well. That forward planning, that idea of planning each stage of that learning journey, and the way that you broke it down was magnificent. So although there were a few connectivity issues, we will be sharing all of those resources in the chat. But yes, I really appreciate your time, Agus. Thank you so much. I know that you've put on a really good show. I will give you just 30 seconds if you have any final words that you'd like to say to this community before we move on to Radwa.
Okay, maybe I will say thank you for this amazing. So thank you, Misbah, and the team of Wakelet community, Amy, and also James Davis. See you the next time, and hope it's useful and be benefit for you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agus. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being patient there. Obviously, we all have connectivity issues, right? Just yesterday, the whole Wakelet office lost connectivity during a really big session. So everybody, I appreciate your patience with that. Okay, so next up, we have a teacher who is joining us from Egypt called Radwa Hamza. Radwa, I'm going to bring you into the chat now. Salam, Radwa. How are you? How are you doing?
Hi. How are you? Fine,
I'm
thanks.
good. What's the weather like in Egypt this time of year?
Yeah, it's hot and sunny.
I can imagine, yeah. It's very dry, isn't it, in North Africa? Hot, sunny, and dry.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm so thankful that you could join us today. We've got so many people joining us from all over the world. It looks like more people are joining the chat. This is one of the best sessions of Wakelet Community Week, so please share where you're from, share your thoughts and feedback during the session. And Radwa, I believe that you are going to do a very exciting session where you're going to be app smashing Lumio with Wakelet.
Yes, sure.
Incredible. So I am going to go ahead and bring your... If you could share your screen, Radwa, then I'll be able to bring it into the chat.
Right now?
The stage, yeah, share it now, yeah.
Yes.
And we'll find it. Okay, perfect. Could you go to your presentation before I share it? There we go. Amazing.
Yes.
So Radwa, thank you so much and take it away. We're excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Should I start? Is the music okay?
Yes, your time is now. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello everyone. This is Radwa Abdelhamid Hamza. I am an English teacher for preparatory stage. I am also a supervisor for primary and preparatory language school in Egypt. I am a Lumio ambassador and Lumio certified trainer. I'm a Wakelet certified also, and my vision today is to connect these both platforms together in teaching English. I'm happy to do this today. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, Radwa. It's looking great.
Yes, thank you. So here I can show you my collection for Wakelet and Lumio. So first I put for you the link of my Twitter if you click on it, we will send you the collection in the chat. So you can contact me through Twitter if you have any questions after the session. So how can we connect Wakelet and Lumio in teaching English? So I'm very happy to show you this today. So I choose Wakelet collection to show you the steps of how to teach an English lesson. Of course, I choose a lesson from an English curriculum, which is Connect for first term. This is for grade 4. The title of the lesson today is Unit 1, Food and Drink. So, what are the objectives of this lesson? You can make this collection for students and send them this to understand what will they going to learn in this lesson. So you can show them the objectives at the end of the lesson. They will be able to listen and talk about their favorite food and drinks. So I advise all teachers to prepare their lesson plan in this in Weeklet as a collection, so they will be organized from the very beginning of the lesson. So before I start my lesson, I just make something uh, as a warm up for my lesson. To I use Lumio now to see how do my students feel today. So I will interact with my teachers here as learners, and I ask you to go to Lumio and be as students to know how can you connect Lumio and Weeklet in the same time. So I need to know how do my students feel today. So I can give them the link of Lumio or the QR code or the link to scan and get into Lumio and interact with me. So if we go to Lumio, I can send, as a teacher, send the link to my students from here, or they can scan the QR code. I hope you can join me and share in this Lumio lesson, please. Scan your QR code or enter your class ID on hellosmart.com. My class ID is 234504. Great, so I have one student now. So you can know who is logging in. So wow, I have a Mary Tranyut. She's a Lumbio ambassador. I'm happy for you to be here with me. So here, after my students enter my session, I share for them my slide to tell me how do they feel today. So this is the workspace for them. So every student can go and choose how he is feeling. So they can move the pointer to the picture. For me, I feel great today because I joined this weekly event. Thank you for giving me this chance. So every student can drag this pointer in Lumio and show you how you are feeling today. Thanks a lot. So this is a very good warm up for your lesson and as an English teacher to make students interact with you through their mobile phone, tablet, or laptop or computer. So I start my lesson with this. Then, after the warm up of my lesson, I can give my students an order here to watch the video to choose their favorite food. I write this for my students, and then I put the link of the YouTube of the song that I need them to listen in weekly collection, so it will be ready for them all the time whenever they want to log Wakelet and watch the video. So I like this choice in Wakelet that you can put the link of the YouTube video that you want and the students play it in the in Lumio without going in Wakelet without going anywhere in YouTube. Also, in Lumio, you have the same feature that you can add a YouTube link for students here, like this one, and they can play it here and they can watch the video without any ad. So this is a good feature in Lumio, that you didn't have any ad while watching the video. So it's your lesson is very interesting. If you have any videos for students, especially in primary school, this is for grade 4, so they will be very amazing and interactive to start their lesson with a video like this. So after I encourage my students to enter my lesson, so my objective is to make them talk about their favorite food and drinks. So I choose this exercise in Lumio. uh, it's a ready-made resource in Lumio, and I can change in it. I edit it and write whatever I like. So I write in the weekly collection that now my students, let's play super sort in Lumio. So in Lumio you have a lot of amazing games-based activities. One of them is play sort super sort. So in here you are in the practice stage in your lesson as a teacher. So you need to know if the students can sort the food and the drinks in here or not. So I also put the link of this is the link of the PDF. You can put it in Lumio for the students for to know the new vocab. This is be available for them anytime. Also, I put an image of my lesson, and let's go to here to Lumio again to make the super sort with my students. So again, my students can join me here from my QR code. So every time you can add this window for the students, because there are some students are not good at entering this session, so you can help them every time. So I have 7 students right now. Thank you for joining me. So I will start the activity for my students here to give them a chance to sort the food here and the drinks here. For example, I'll show a model for my students like rice. Rice is food or drinks. So from their laptops or tablets, they can drag rice in food, so it disappear. It's disappear. Wow, I like this feature in Libio. It's very nice. So if I ask them, is cola food? So let's drag it and see what will happen. No, it's refused. So I give the students a chance to drag the food and the drinks in the right way. So if I want in Lumio to see my progress of my students, I can click here in view progress. I can see 3 students who are in progress and they completed the activity. Wow, thanks a lot for joining me in Lumio. And there is 4 students who not started yet, and there is no one in progress. So in the class overview, wow, there is one in progress. So here you can monitor from this window your students and see if they are interacting with you or not. Through student progress here, you can choose students progress and say their numbers if they are right or not. So for Ehtiram, it's a 10 out of 10. Thank you. For Merit, she has 10 out of 10. Excellent. So here you can encourage your students and read their score and praise them and give them good words. Thanks a lot for joining me. So Super Sort is a nice activity. And Lumio, you have a lot of activities ready made in Lumio, like this one. Let me show you. This is Lumio library, As English teachers, we can search for all grades, and we can search for art, English and arts, and you can see ready-made activities here in Lumio library. You can use them, or you can begin uh, your uh, your lesson from scratch as you like. So I return to my library again. So here I, after practice, and I see the progress of my students during if they know the food vocab or drinks vocab, I go to give them the PDF. I like this feature in Wakelet so much because you can give them a PDF of any words, and they can download it and keep it to memorize it any time. So again, this is a picture of my lesson with my students, and the same lesson here. I asked them to listen and read the dialogue between mom and Maggot. So here in in YouTube link, I give them the same dialogue, so they can click and listen to the dialogue and practice. So this is amazing. Again, you can watch the video whatever you need. So after practice the dialogue with my students in my book, at the end of the lesson, I like to assess my students through games that we are in Lumio. My favorite feature or game in Lumio is monster game. I love it a lot, and my students also love it. So I write for them, now play with monster game and Lumio. Ready, steady, go. So I also put the link of the monster quiz here in Wakelet collection for them to go and sign in and play with me the lesson. So go back again for Lumio, and I tell my students, now you will play the monster game about our lesson, food and drink. Get ready. So when I start for the class, this is a team game. It's played in games. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 students. So I will divide them into teams as you like. So I divide them into 2 teams. So here you can find the names of your students put in a random way, but you can move Hannah here to this group if they need. As your students need, you can ask them. A nice feature here in Lumio, again in Monster Game, you have sound. If I click to the audio here, you can have music. I don't know if you listen to the music or not, but I will click it on it to stop it to hear my voice. So now my students are waiting for my game to start. So if I click to start a quiz, and I'm sure that everyone is ready, so I start the quiz. 3, 2, 1, go. So now I'm waiting for my students to finish the quiz. They have already questions about their food and favorite food and the drinks according to my lesson for today. So I can see the students, they are answering, and after they finish, the winner, you will see his monster. So now we are mating. I think the case creatures group is doing well, very nice. So the monster is going to appear right now. Wow, amazing. So after this finish, you can show the questions with the students and show them the answers together. I'm waiting for you to finish. Who is the winner? I'm waiting. So I don't know why they stop answering. Okay, so if now I can end the quiz. After I ending my quiz, you can see the winner. Wow, nice monster. The winning team is Great Crushers. Thank you for everyone who shared with me. So here from the review, you can see from the class review the questions and see the answers of your students if they are doing well or not, like this one. So they have 4 questions. This is the team score board. Thanks a lot. So if you finish your English lesson with a team game like this, the monster quiz game, it will be so exciting and your students will love English, and they are waiting for the next time for more games like that. And of course, in Lumio, you can see a lot of games. There is not only monster game, you have a lot of games here. If you add new in Lumio, you can see game-based activities. So this part I like it at the end of my session or in during practice. You can use fill in the blanks activity. You can use game show at the end of the lesson. Match them up. I like it in practice vocab, monster quiz. So you can dive in this link and see more and explore these game-based activity, which I didn't find them anywhere except in Lumio. So it's wow, amazing activity.
That's so awesome, Radwa. That's incredible.
Thank you. So this is the end of my lesson. Here also I write in the weekly collection that you have already. I want you to look at this key LW form and fill the table. So here I find this ready-made resource in Lumio. I didn't made it for myself. I find it and I use it here. So I drag it from the ready resources, and the students can get out, log in this sorry in this Q the W. So here I need to know at the end of the lesson what they know and what they want to learn and what they have already learned. So the students can interact here and type here with their here you can have the A letter to type. So let me see if any of my students today is writing. No one interact, but it's okay. So here you can there are the handouts of my 2 students. We have Marit and Chang. You can click here on the student's paper and see what he had already typed. So I can see Chang. She's right, amazing here. She's trying to type. It's okay. So it's Lumio is a nice idea to interact with your students all the time through the first of your from the beginning of your lesson at the end of your lesson.
Radwa,
So
thank you so much. I'm so sorry we've gone over the allotted time by a little bit.
yeah,
So
I have finished.
you finished, you've got your goodbye there, I can see.
Yes. Thank you for giving me this choice today to be in the Weekly Community Week 2024. Thank you.
Radwa, that was so inspiring. Honestly, thank you so much. And thank you for representing the Egyptian community. I loved what you shared there, the ability that you've shown to bring Lumio and Wakelet together to really create those memorable learning experiences for your students. I think that Nicholas Ferroni said it best yesterday when he said that the things that students remember are those interactive moments of learning as opposed to just hearing things. So I think
that's
that
right.
everybody in the chat loved your session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, that was incredible. Another awesome session to add to the day. This has been such a good start to the live stream. Next up, we have Neru Mittal from India, who's going to be sharing how she introduced Wakelet into the curriculum for the entire state. So I'd love to hear from her. I'm going to bring you into the chat now, Neru. Hello, how are you?
Hi, hello, how are you? Thank you so much for having me here today. And I'm so proud to represent my country on this prestigious stage. Thank you.
No, it's an absolute pleasure, Neru. I think we're all very excited to see the work that you've done. I'm going to bring in your presentation now, and I will see you once you finish. Thank you so much, Neru.
Sure. Should I share again, or is it okay?
No, it's shared. It's perfect. We can see your screen.
Okay. Can you see the presenter view, or?
I can see the presenter view, yes.
Okay, so I should stop this and wait just a minute.
That's fine, yeah, that's no issue. I will remove it. So nobody can see your screen now. So if you go ahead and add, go to the...
I'll do it.
Yes.
Yeah, now I'll just do that. Stop sharing, and I'll just share once more. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so I have my entire screen. Okay, so I'm really excited to present today here and about this wonderful tool, which is called Wakelet. Let me just start by, I would like to share here that during the pandemic, when everything was, there was no learning taking place, there was no teaching taking place in some parts of rural India. And to be very specific, I'm talking about Uttarakhand, which is a rural hilly area of India, where internet connections are also, very dicey. So at that time, I'm a Wakelet ambassador. I've been using Wakelet since its inception, I remember. So I introduced Wakelet to some teachers over there, and after that we went on to the education officers over there, and they loved it. So that's how this started, and within a matter of maybe 7-8 months, we had covered the entire state, and the entire state's teachers and students knew what Wakelet is, and it was a norm for delivering curriculum at that time. So I would say Wakelet is the ultimate tool for effective curriculum delivery. And why do we use it? Of course, it's free. We know that. We can save videos, articles, tweets, and whatnot. So everything could be done at one place. Now let me just explain this. So when we talk about a lesson, when I want to teach my students something, all of us teachers, we agree, more or less, these are the different parts of a lesson. We have notes, we have exercises, we have examples, we can add videos, we can add games, we can add quizzes. These are different parts of a lesson. If I want to teach something, I want to teach a topic to my students, I would take help of all these, right? So if I'm doing something like this right now, we know that everything has gone online. In India, especially in India, we have times when we have to go online because of weather conditions, because of pollution, because of many other reasons. So we have to have a plan in place where our teaching learning should not stop. So when I talk of different parts of a lesson and how do we put this lesson forward to the students? In the classroom, it's quite easy. But what about students who are at home, or students who are homeschooling, or students who cannot attend school regularly, like the ones I'm talking about in the hilly areas of India or rural India? So if I want to teach them a lesson, for example, I would teach them photosynthesis, I would find out some notes, right? I would create my own notes, create a link for notes. So there would be a link for notes. There would be a link for exercises. There would be a link for examples. There would be a link for videos. So all these will make up my lesson, which I want to teach on photosynthesis. So what happens to the student? The student is confused. What to do first? What to do next? It doesn't make sense, because see, we are adults, we know how to teach, we know how students should be learning. But for a child, it is very difficult. It would become very difficult for the child to learn on his or her own. What to learn first, what to go to next, and so on. So what happened? All this notes, examples, videos, and exercises can be put onto one platform, and that is called Wakelet. We can simply organize the lesson plan into a single Wakelet and give the link of the Wakelet to the child. So the problem is solved. The entire lesson is there at the click of a button. So it becomes very easy for the child to learn because everything is there in the sequence. Let me show it to you. So if you look over here, this is, I teach secondary school, that is 11th and 12th graders. I teach Python, which is a very important language nowadays. So for me, it is very difficult for my students to grasp it all the time. They have to do a lot of work at home. So what I did is I created something called capsules. If you can see over here, I have Python list capsule. I have little collections for all the topics which I want my students to learn. So what I did is I put everything which I want in my lesson into a single Wakelet, and I named it a capsule, like a revision capsule, a list capsule, or whatever you want to name it. And what I did is I simply gave the link to my students, and they could do wonders and they could really learn a lot. So let me just tell you, we have lots of things to be added. For any teacher, a teacher can add whatever he or she wants in the lesson. See, it's up to the creativity of the teacher. Notes, bookmark, text, image, tweet, Flipgrid video, Google Drive, what all. You can add whatever you want to add onto the Wakelet and create your lesson plan. Make it as dynamic as possible. So let's just go and see how I usually do it in my Wakelet. So let me just go to my Wakelet here. I've already opened my Wakelet. So this is my account. Let me just go to the beginning. So the community week is coming here, right here. So these are my collections, which I really use for my students. I created collections on Python resources and I grouped them together, you can see, on something called spaces. This is my Wakelet, fine. This is my account. I have to log in using any of my accounts, any of my mail IDs. I have lots of collections. These are all my collections, which can be, which are not only, I would say, academic, but I have lots of other things, collections I use for Wakelet for. Then I have a space in which I have stored some resources for my students. So this is what I was talking to you about. If I want to deliver a chapter on dictionaries in Python, I have the entire chapter covered here. I click on dictionaries in Python, and you can see over here, I have dictionary methods, I have assignments, I have proper explanation, I have quizzes, I have programs. So what I simply do is I go to share and I share this link with my students. I can also create a QR code and ask them to scan and use it, or I can integrate it with Teams. Since in my school we use LMS, which is Teams, I can simply, share this on the Teams of my student, the Teams which I've created for my particular class, and the Wakelet goes to them. It reaches them. They can learn at their own pace, and they can do exercises. They can do quizzes. They can do assessments, and I can check them at the back end. So it becomes very simple for me to, do all this. So let's look at a specific example. For example, this is a Let's Python module. It contains all the material which is required for conditional statements in Python. Conditional statements is a very important topic in a programming language. So here you can see I have created a PDF. I did this earlier, and this PDF contains all the notes. which I want my students to go through, refer, or whatever they want. So I have all the PDFs here. Then after the PDF, the child knows, okay, fine, I have to go to flow of control first. Then I have to go to the if-else statement. Then I have to go to if-elif. And then I have to do the assignment, which our teacher has given us. So the assignment is done. Voila, good. And at the end, I also have a quiz. So the quiz is there and I have to attempt the quiz. So all this is there at one click of a button. I simply share it with my students on a WhatsApp group, on their mail IDs, and the best one, if you're using Teams, nothing like that, just use it on Teams. Or even if you're using Google Classrooms, you can simply share it in the Google Classroom. This is very simple to do. You sign it into your Teams, share the Wakelet with your students, and they're going to learn on it. So that's how we can deliver curriculum easily to our students. Let me just show you how we can create a collection of this sort. So if I go to create collection, I have my Python resources. Because I want to create a Python resource, I can create here. Or if I want to create a general collection, I can go to my collections. So I can just click on create collection. I think most of us know how to work on this, but I'll still tell you. Now, for example, I want to make a collection on AI introduction, or maybe there is a topic called linear regression. I teach AI to my high school students, so I am just going with this. So I give a title to my Wakelet. Now, after giving a title to my Wakelet, I want to add notes. I've already done my notes. I've already prepared my notes and they're saved on my desktop or my computer. The first thing I would like to do is I would like to add a PDF which contains these notes. So I'll just click on PDF and go to the place where I have these notes. So here I have regression and correlation, which I have already made, and I upload this onto my Wakelet. Here it is. Now I want to upload an assignment. I'll click on that. I have an assignment here, which is mixed correlation regression. I click on that. Voila, that's done. Okay, now I want to maybe, because it becomes very boring to just have an assignment and have a notes. So I'll just look for a video which will explain correlation and regression difference. Maybe I can, look for some video somewhere, some resource, and I can add the link to my Wakelet. I'll search for a video. This is one of the videos which I found very nice. I'll copy the link address, go to Wakelet, and simply click. So you can see I have clicked here. The video is here. Lastly, I want an assignment for the same topic. So I already have this on my website. I'll just copy it out and paste it again. So you can see over here, I have my lesson plan ready. Now, because I want regression and correlation to be done first, I can move this very easily. To move it even in a better way, I can go to the design part and change the view to compact. And now I can easily move. Maybe I want this to be the first thing. I want the PDF to be there. Then I want maybe the video to be there. Then I can simply put the video here. And I want the assignment to be here just before the quiz. I can do that. So I can, change the order. And now you can see the entire Wakelet is ready. The collection is ready. So here I have regression and correlation. I have the notes. I have the video. I have the assignment. And I have the quiz. So this entire topic which is actually a difficult topic, is there under one capsule, under one package, I would say. And that is the beauty of Wakelet. I don't have to go to different places to, go to other links. I don't have to be scattered. Everything is there in one place for my students. And I simply share it. Again, now sharing can be done. Either the students can view. If I click on can view, this link becomes viewable. Students can view. I can create a QR code or Teams or Google, whatever. But if I want a student to be able to add a resource, which is again a very good option, because it's always nowadays, like, we have this concept of learning by themselves. So I can always share this link also, in which students, when they get this link on their Teams ID or on their apps, they can add more resources to the resource which I've already shared. So it makes the curriculum delivery very, very simple if I talk in terms of using Wakelet. So this is what was done as I shared in my in the beginning. That's what we did. So how Wakelet transformed curriculum delivery in rural India? As I told you in the beginning, I went online. Like, I also visited the rural villages over there, and I went online and gave them classes through an NGO called Parivartan Social Foundation. I went online, taught them how to use Wakelet, and you can see that there are teachers who actually did them. They actually created Wakelets. I'm just going to show you some of the Wakelets which were there, which were created by the students, by the teachers. Chemistry in Everyday Life, short story for kids. See, these Wakelets are collections of different teachers. They are Wakelets in themselves. So you can see, this is a short story for children, which was done by one of the teachers over there. And the teacher shared this with her students, and it was really, really incredible. And that's how it was happening in rural India during the pandemic. After the pandemic, they're still using it. So you can see over here, this is a lesson in Hindi. This teacher in particular shared the chapter, YouTube videos, and images. And you can see such a lot of work was shared by this teacher, and it's still being used, by them in their daily curriculum delivery. Now, it doesn't stop here. Wakelet was included as an ICT tool at state level. In India, we have there is a body, a government body at state level. We also have a body at national level, which governs what is to be taught in the schools, what is to be taught to the teachers. It is basically concerned with teacher training. So at state level, we have something called SCRT, in which teachers are trained on what to teach. So Wakelet was included as a result of our efforts of my organization of other teachers. It was included in the curriculum, in the state book in which you were supposed to teach Wakelet. So this was done by one of the teachers whom we had taken up, whom I had trained, and it was included in the state level book. So you can see it was a huge, huge success, a huge impact. And we could impact 20,000 plus teachers and 1,000 plus schools, 1 million plus students. So this was the impact that we could make by using Wakelet in the curriculum. And this started during the pandemic and is still going on. So that's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Neru. That was, sorry, I removed you instead of your presentation. Thank you so much, Neru. That was absolutely fantastic. I loved the use of spaces as well. My microphone, everything's going wrong. Hold on. There we go. I love the use of spaces. I thought it was such a good demonstration of how important it is to kind of organize the different resources and materials that you have in one place. I loved how meticulous you were in going through how to actually build those collections out and how to create those learning environments for your students. So much appreciated. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have got someone joining us all the way from Indonesia. We've got Suyanti Witono joining us, who will be talking about holistic education through STEAM learning. Now, everybody in the chat, I want to thank you all so much. You're still here. We've still got plenty of time to go throughout the rest of the live stream, but please share your thoughts, share your ideas, share your feedback, and we will feature your comments on screen as Suyanti takes us through her presentation. So I'm going to invite Suyanti onto stage. Hi, Santi. How are you?
Hi, Miss Ba. I'm fine. I'm good. How about you?
I'm fantastic, thank you. It's been an incredible day so far. We've had some really, really good presentations. This will be the last presentation before we take a short break, but I'm so excited to hear about what you're going to be talking about.
Yeah, I'm so excited also to share maybe ideas or inspiration for all educators around the world.
I'm sure it will be inspiring. I'm going to bring your presentation on now, and I will join you once you're finished. Thank you so much, Santi. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ba. Yeah, so this is the title that I will be sharing today. Holistic education through STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics learning or approach. So I want to introduce myself first. My name is Suyanti Witono. I work in a private school in Jakarta, Indonesia, as a curriculum coordinator. Before I was the biology and science teacher in the school. Then I became the curriculum coordinator. I'm also a Wakelet ambassador and also a Google for Education certified trainer. So that's it. Let us start with this one question. I believe that nowadays we hear about this a lot. How do we prepare our kids for a future we cannot see? This sentence struck me actually, I think 2 or 3 months ago when I joined a webinar and when I joined a seminar from Google, and then it's talking about AI and stuff, the technology that we have right now, how fast it's changed like that, and it makes me think then when the question come from the presenter, from the speaker at the time, I also think about my own kids. Um, my daughter is 10 years old right now, still sit in the primary 4. When I asked her actually, what would you be in the future? Her answer is a bit different. Her answer is a bit different because the thing that came in my mind when I was asked the same question ways years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like that, when maybe my parents, maybe my teacher, maybe people around me ask me, what would you be? The thing that we answer as a kids, probably, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a businessman, and so on. But when I asked her, what do you want to be later on? She said she want to be a content creator. That profession, content creator or YouTuber, TikToker, whatever it is, didn't even exist, I think, 10 years ago. So it's real now become a trending, even is a trending job, is something that the kids want to be when they grow up. They want to be famous, they want to have a lot of followers, they want to impact, they want to do something like that. And even now, content creator is a real profession actually, real job that can earn money, a lot of money. However, for us, it is the future that we cannot predict 10 years ago even. It is the future that we cannot foresee actually. Then can we take a moment and think 10 years later after this, what will it be? How the world will be? Um, Now is a lot of AI everywhere. AI will become a hot topic everywhere. We are talking about that. Then can we foresee or can we predict 10 years from now what will it be? So that's why I think in our school we are decided to collaborate it. So STEM is not only for natural science and is in the science. So STEM, the science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics is not only talking about robotic, it's not only talking about coding, it's not only talking about technology, but we are also talking about real world problems and how a student can think of that. Uh, we cannot teach only knowledge right now because knowledge is developing. We can teach them, we can teach our students how to learn because the learning skill is needed for them to later on when they grow, when they become older, they still need to learn. Uh, student also need the ability to adapt to the new situation, which is the future that we cannot see or the future that we cannot predict actually. So for them also to understand later on their roles or their job in the future. Right now, I believe the concern of the world, the concern of all, all people in the world, like in the generation of AI, what job or what profession that our kids can do later on. What is the job that cannot be replaced by a robot? They cannot be replaced by a artificial intelligence. Most importantly, also, I believe students must understand how to analyze problems and how to solve them. Today's job, beside the content creator, the one that I told you before, like robotic engineers, video game designers, solar cells representative, biostatistician, and many more, hasn't even existed 10 years ago, like I mentioned before. So we construct this special period. Actually, we put a special time for our students to collaborate and to sit together uh, for the STEAM learning or for the STEAM approach. Maybe, I don't know, this before we try to do that, we try to embed it into several subjects like that, but it didn't work. Because all the subject tends to, I want to have the project, my project, science teacher mentioned that, economic teacher mentioned that, and many other subject teacher mentioned that. So the first challenge that we had actually is for our student to, for our teachers to sit together, to discuss together, and to work together, not only the students. If we see here the skill for success, the skill that we are needed, probably the one, what I will mention also, the things that we need right now is the data analysis. The student needs that one also. In the era of information, it's really easy to get a lot of information from anywhere, from any sources, even from ChatGPT, from Gemini, and so on. However, the student need to analyze which data is valid, which data is a good one, a good piece of data that they can work on, and so on. So data analysis, and then later on, problem solving, communication, emotional intelligence, and later on, and also lead to the decision making. I believe that that cycle, that skills are needed for them. So the one that we teach them is the skill. Um, so we don't really give them the problem, by the way. So we ask them to, at first in the lower secondary level, we ask the student to walk around the school area, find anything, any problem that they can see, that they can they feel like, oh, this has to be solved, or this has to be changed like that, and we ask them to list it down. Then they discuss with their friends and then try to kind of find a solution from a very abstract, perhaps a very abstract problem into then later on we are going to direct it. The teacher will help them to direct the problems, to direct the question into a more detailed one, so they can come up with a real solution. Yeah, these four things is the one that we assess in the STEAM. It is not being the assessment is the assessment for learning. So it's a formative assessment. So we ask, we give feedback, then the students ask question, we give feedback, and so on, like that. We don't really have a score for this in the report card or whatsoever, but the students build their own portfolio for this one. Yeah. In meanwhile, it will induce or it will trigger also their accessibility, their learning skill, especially for the sensory skill with discourse, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. We emphasize the design thinking method in the STEAM learning or in the STEAM approach in the class. So we start with empathize and then define idea, prototype, and test. And more specifically, actually, we are doing this one. It's also the same with the design thinking. However, it is created for student. I took it from John Spencer and AJ Giuliani, a design thinking framework book. So they use this terminology, launch, that stands for, actually, it is a abbreviation. So the L stands for look, listen, and learn. Is part of the emphasize, or we part of the students see the problems around us, the real world problem, and so many things others. And then they A for ask tons of questions. U for understand the process or the problem. This is where they define or they discuss about the problem and make it more detailed and more defined, like that. Then navigate navigate ideas. They start to have the design, or they start to think about possible solution, list all of them, and then start to eliminate one by one. And C stands for create a prototype, maybe a product or maybe a program, like that. And H is the highlight and fix. So how they will highlight, they will try to see the prototype and then evaluate and then fix it. If they are ready, they can launch it to the audience. First, the audience or the facilitator, the teacher, and then they also launch it in a STEAM fair or STEAM festival for all parents and guests from the outsider to come and to ask them question, to give feedback and so on. And then the circle is going back again to look, listen, and learn, probably for another problems or to develop the project or the program, like that. So number one, actually, the resources. Students collect their resources in Wakelet, of course. So I'm gonna show you a space. This is a space that I put for the Eureka Science Club. This is only one of the example about the STEAM in our school. So they collect all the ideas into the collection, or they made their own collection also based on what they are doing or what they have found. Especially in this at the time we have found about the plastic pollution, like that is a problem. So they put some of that, and then also the waste management, how to find a lot of resources. Then Wakelet is used also for the collecting the learning artifact, actually. So I just I just show you some of the documentation, actually, for the STEAM learning or STEAM education in our school. So we have this here, some of the student project. Yes, there is a link to the Google Drive, actually, a lot of things put here, and then these are during the STEAM fair or STEAM festival. And one of the highlight of our project this academic year is the solar panel. We are trying to build our own solar panel for the students are doing that one. They try to search how to build one solar panel, and we succeed in having the energy only for the turbine. And next academic year, we are going to develop this solar panel into a level that we are going to build a charging station for cell phone or for tablet and laptop like that, using solar energy. We are not asking, in this case, the students really only work together with the teacher, but we are not asking an expert. Actually, our teacher also learning during this whole project. Our teacher also like learning because students came up with a lot of ideas. So we need to learn also by ourselves. Like that. One things that, yeah, maybe I will show you this video. It's from Instagram, by the way, and I'm really, I want to show that we can also collect or we can also take Instagram into the Wakelet, by the way. So maybe an Instagram post that we can also put into our Wakelet, so we cannot like, oh, where the things is, where is this photo, where is this video, like that. Yeah, I will show you this one.
Because this is solar power, so basically sunlight goes in, and then it generates electricity, and the electricity will power the pump. And then the pump will take the water up to the pipes,
The hose, yeah.
and then from the hose, it takes pipes, and then goes down again, and then it distributes.
The key is this one.
Yes, this is the power.
So what is the name of this project?
So aquaponics and solar panel.
Aquaponics and solar panel. How the system works? Can you repeat it?
So this is the solar panel.
This is solar panel.
It takes in solar energy, and
Okay.
then it transfers it to electrical energy.
Mm-hmm.
It powers the pump, which then takes out the water, and then through the hose,
Okay.
and then through the pipe.
Oh, so basically the energy came from the sun.
Yes.
Wow, wonderful.
You have the long wire from electricity. It's all on in here.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Okay, hopefully you can hear that well. So the students was explaining about the system to a viewer, to a guest like that. This is the solar panel, the one that they built to run the water across that hose or the hole for the hydroponic plants later on. Those are still holes. We haven't put some plants on it yet because we want to test the solar panel. Then the water goes to a bucket, and then from that bucket it will go back again. So we rotate also the water, we rotate the energy also using a solar energy. So we hope that it will reduce, it will, yeah, give something to the society, and then perhaps give idea for the students later on, maybe also to use a green energy to reduce the effect of global warming, climate change, and so on like that. So these are one of the project of our students. Then the last one also, I use Wakelet for giving resources for our teacher. So I put links. If I found something about STEM, I put links of that in this collection, and they can access it, they can read it if it is articles like this, or if it is a website, they can also access that one and then try to check, try to see any latest resources that they can use in their class. Because like I said, the challenges, the first and foremost challenges coming from the teacher, because maybe we are used to teach only our subject. We are the one who need to collaborate also. We are the one, the teacher need to work together also. And student will come up with that thing. So basically, like the solar panel project, it is assessed by different teacher from physics, bio, chem, mathematics also, and English, because later on they need to present or they need to put their work into a report, into a scientific report like that. Full report. We are also trying to, we are also now collecting their report and want to send it to an international journal, for example, to be listed as the work of, yeah, the scientific journal, scientific work like that. So these are the collection that I shared for my teacher, that they can get the idea, or they can take uh, resources or maybe an activity from this website. Then another one, I have one more resources for my teacher. This is for air pollution. At that time, it is in Jakarta especially, we are very concerned, probably 3 to 4 months ago. It is has the highest pollution in the world, like that. It's really foggy and it's really polluted. It's very high, it's even red in the sensor. So I'm trying to find out some resources. We are sharing this with the students. And one of the students, I don't have yet their work, but they are doing the sensor for pollution. And in next academic year, because they are having their exam right now and blah blah blah like that. But in July, when they come back from the holiday, they are going to even develop that, improve their project. They want to add sensors for different particulate in the air. So there will be the sensor or the things that can detect more detail and more specific. Right now, they can only detect temperature and then the whether it is foggy or not, like that. But not later on, they are going to detect each of the pollutant or each of the elements in the air. Okay, uh, that's from me. Maybe
Hey, Santi, that was
my
awesome.
last one.
Oh, sorry, have you still got?
Yeah.
Do you still have more that you'd like to show?
A bit for the
Okay,
closing.
no problem. Okay, share it. We've still got a few minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, so the world actually works as a whole, and it's not semantic actually into different discipline, into different subjects. So uh, I think the purpose of education, we need to prepare our students to enter the society and face the real world problem and see from different perspective, not only from science, but also from the social science, from economics, from business point of view, and many other things. Maybe like deforestation is maybe something from science, it's a bad things, but maybe it is needed for economics, like that. So we need to train our students to gather the data, analyze the data, and come up with a decision like that. Back to you, Ms. Bah.
Oh no, thank you so much, Santi. Again, another really inspiring session from you. And I know that you've been on the live stream for a few years now. I think this is your second or third time that you've joined us.
Third
time. Yeah,
this is my
and you always bring the heat. Like, your sessions are always so incredible and inspiring. And I think that, again, what we're seeing more than ever is that focus on those soft skills, that focus on those 21st century skills. And just before we go, I'd like to just ask you a question. Out of those skills, which one do you think is the most important in helping students develop? Which one of those skills do you think?
I would say the critical thinking, perhaps. Yeah, because it's the thing that they need to see the problem and then see it as a whole, and then exercise their thinking also to make a good decision.
And I think that based on the fact that your students did created a solar panel, that they not only exercised critical thinking, but also problem solving and created a solution there.
Yep.
There's a lot of very impressed people in the chat right now thinking, wow, how did they make a solar panel? So clearly what you're working on and what you're doing is having a profound effect on your students. And I'm so thankful that you could take this opportunity to share that with everybody today.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Beth.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Santi. We'll see you again soon. Wow, another session closed off. We are just about to take a very short break, but please stay with us because we're not going to be too long. But in the meantime, use this opportunity to head to social media, head to Twitter, and share your feedback on these sessions, your ideas, the things that may have inspired you, the moments that you thought were really awesome. Share them with us on social media using the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, And of course, you'll be entered into our prize draw. We're giving away some amazing things this year, including a MetaQuest VR headset, lots of swag, and of course, daily prizes as well throughout the rest of the week. So make sure to share that feedback online. We are going to go and take a very, very short break, and then my wonderful friend Michael will be joining to host the next couple of hours. A big, big thank you to all of the presenters that joined us today from across the different time zones, and a huge thank you to everybody who's joined us so far. Stay with us. There are so many more exciting sessions to come, and we cannot wait to see you there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Wakelet Community Week 12-hour live stream. My name's Michael. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours or so, and I know that we've had some incredible speakers sharing wonderful ideas so far, and the next couple of hours will be no different. We have 4 wonderful speakers who will be sharing lots of innovative and creative ideas, so be sure to stick around. It's going to be incredible. But without further ado, I'll bring on our first guest for this session, Kripali. Welcome to the stage. Hey, Kripali, how are you?
Hi. Hi, how are you?
I'm very, very good. Thank you. Thank you for joining us
Am
today.
I audible?
Yeah, we can all hear you. And I know that you're going to be speaking about building a profile on Wakelet, which of course is such a valuable way of using the platform. So I'm really excited to see what you have to share. Are you ready to get started?
Yes, I'm excited to empower our community.
Awesome. Okay, over to you, Kripali.
Thank you so much. I'll just quickly share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like you to confirm once it is being shared. Yeah.
Of course.
I hope it's shared.
Yes, one moment. We'll just bring it onto the stage. Okay. Yep, you're all set.
Great. Namaste everyone. I'm Kripali Sangvi, MI expert and Master Fellow Wakelet Ambassador from India. I've been a TGT Computer Science since last 15 years, working with Udgam School for Children, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, India. I'm glad to present today in the Wakelet Community Week, and this would be for the, I think, consecutively 3rd year where I'll be presenting about the success stories of as a Wakelet Showcase School. So if you can see, yeah, obviously it's my introduction slide that we've already done. Now moving to the next one. Today we are going to talk about unveiling the impact of profile building. So when it comes to profile building, generally we think that, okay, profile building matters when it comes to, career, or it comes to internships, or maybe in the college time or the university education. But yes, today I'm going to share something very interesting where I would like to convey a message to the community that profile building is something really very important, which can start right from schooling onwards. So let's begin with today's conversation on effective profile building. As we can see that evolving with times, the pedagogy has changed. Earlier, the teachers used to teach via chalk and talk method, and now we have switched over digital learning methods. Even we have gone through the communication is happening through WhatsApp, MS Teams, or maybe Google Meet, etc. So when the pedagogy is changing, when the kind of learners are changing, when we are moving from a teacher-centric education to a learner-centric education system, I think we need to leverage technology, and one of the tools which I'm going to discuss today is how we are going to use portfolio for assessment. So we are going to talk today, basically the focus will lie on showcasing the effective profile building parameters, what checklist and content guidelines you should take into consideration while planning for a profile building. So today I'm going to talk about how I used Wakelet as a tool, as a digital tool or a medium for creating the impact of profile building. I've been using Wakelet for interactivity, assignment, assessments in my own classroom as a computer science educator. Even I have been using it for record keeping. The record keeping could be for your school, could be for the teachers' record keeping as a teacher's professional development portfolio. It could be a record of the training hours done by the teachers, and even we can use it for students' e-portfolio. The third thing what I use Wakelet for is building skills. Yes, there are art integrated learning projects to maintain such, there will be 300, 400 students per academic session. So how could we create a collection of all those 400 projects at one place? So there comes the Wakelet into the picture. Now let's talk about the session objectives. So the session objectives are impact of profile building. So when we talk about profile building, it's not only about portfolio, it's all about a collection of your work right from your education, like schooling and then college and university internships, your work experience, everything coming up together makes your profile. We are going to even talk about the key considerations for making it more effective. Profile building could be done in the form of a hard copy. It could be in a traditional way. You can create a file or a folder and you can punch all your papers inside it. But now we are going to switch over to the digital way and how to do it with an effective way. The third thing which I'm going to talk about is the types of portfolio. The fourth thing we are going to discuss and showcase some of my teachers' professional development portfolios as well as the student portfolios. So let's talk about what is a portfolio first and understand what is a portfolio. Now, basically, portfolio is nothing but it is a collection of a student's work exhibiting to the student, by the student, and actually nowadays, as I said, that it's a learner-centric education system. So what is the planning of portfolio is the portfolio should be made by the student. Once the student starts creating his or her portfolio, yesterday was an amazing session by the students when they have showcased their portfolio, and I was really amazed to see that Kennedy and Clark and Brianna has created her portfolio right from young age. They've started creating their art portfolio. They've created, they've merged, kept everything about the creativity, innovation at one place. So I think this is about exhibiting, not only exhibiting or showcasing your work over there, but it's also about getting the strength and identifying your weakness to move forward. So I think that's the best thing what portfolio gives us. It's a complex and comprehensive view of a student's performance. So I will not discuss much about the advantages because most of the sessions which we've talked about profile building has already mentioned that it helps for an educational impact, for a holistic learning, even it helps for as a customized teaching tool. So let's move forward for the kind of types of portfolio and let's have a view of how we could organize our portfolio in sub collections and present it whenever required. So the types of portfolios when we are talking, it could be a growth portfolio, it could be a showcase portfolio, it could be an evaluation portfolio. Growth portfolio is generally when we are thinking about, a portfolio of an investment in a share market, or when we are talking about a growth portfolio about a child's remedial progress. And when we are talking about showcase portfolio, it's all about our work, our achievement, our progress, our recognitions. We are laying down in one collection, and when we get a chance to showcase, we put it up over there via maybe a QR code or maybe a link. The third kind of portfolio I'm going to discuss is an evaluation portfolio, which I have used in my classrooms for the students to create their own blogs and submit their URLs via the evaluation portfolios. So yeah, I'm sure you all will be curious to learn and to be very creative after listening all this. So your three questions in your mind, which I can read here is, one is, what should be a content guideline? What should I keep in mind while I've started designing my portfolio creation? The second thing, what would be in your mind is, how could I start planning and when should I start planning? And your third question, which I could identify is, which is the tool which will help me to put up my portfolio or the collection. So it's not only about Wakelets, it's all about, you can use even Microsoft Word, a basic Microsoft Word resume template to create your resume or a biodata. You can use some of the tools like Canva and something for a graphics, or maybe a photo editing tool or a Clipchamp for a video making tool. After doing all that short bits and pieces of work, you can compile everything together in a collection in Wakelet spaces. So yeah, this is all what I have listed down for you. The first thing in a portfolio matters is your biodata or a resume, where you're listing down about your qualification, about your hobby in a textual form. Moving forward from the textual form to the evidence form, we are talking about the projects in academics. So when I say projects in academics, here I mean you might have done a very small science project or you've created a model for the exhibition. You might have created some essay, written an essay or a poetry on your own. You compiled a book, something a very short or sweet project or a poetry, anything, whatever you've done in your regional language, that also can be accumulated in your portfolio. The third thing is extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities, where your sports achievement, even something like a debate, dance, singing performance, or a school assembly or a class assembly performance could be there. The next thing is all your hobbies. Yes, everybody likes. Yesterday I was watching Brianna's presentation as well as Kennedy's presentation and realized that they beautifully compiled their hobby of drawing, painting, photography, videography, everything in the form of a collection in the portfolio. So yes, that could also be done. It could be either via your Instagram link, social media link, it could be a scanned image, or it could be a video talking about that particular project. Achievements in the form of, as I mentioned, academic, sports, karate, anything. Your testimonials. Yes, when I say you should start beginning your profile building right from the childhood, that means here comes the important factor, testimonials. After 5-6 years, if you go back to your school and ask for a testimonial from your mentor or a teacher or a faculty, I think it's too late to get the testimonial. So when you start beginning with your portfolio, or your students start getting with the portfolio right from a young age, I think they can start building that small, converting their email, appreciation email or a testimonial into a PDF. And obviously your academic score sheet of every year, you can put it up in your portfolio. So now when we were talking about resume, that can be done in Microsoft Word, photographs that could be captured with a picture, or some documents which could be scanned with Office 365 or an Adobe scanner. Your newspaper articles, anything published in the news media, you can immediately take it as a link if it is an online form or maybe in a clipping. The social media screen captures, obviously, when something has been published on any of the website. For example, today I'm taking a session and my video has been published on Wakelet Community Week Live. I can take the link of that video and put it up in my portfolio as a resource person. So this is how it works. So your PDF, everything. Now let's come back to the, so these are some of the processes which we were discussing, that in Microsoft Word, you can create your resume, you can create an immediate, there are a lot of resume templates, just customize it the way you want it and then save it as a PDF. The next thing is how to do it in a Wakelet. So I'm not going to show you the steps here. I'm going to show you the Wakelet collections which my students have done. And I'm glad to share that as Udgam School is the first batch of Wakelet Showcase School from India, we have been creating profile building in Wakelet since past 3 years, and almost every batch with 650 students passing by makes 650 portfolios in the collection. So it was a commendable job. This year also we've started the portfolio building activity, and students have been given summer break activities to design their portfolio. So I'll be showcasing few of them, and obviously sharing the portfolio becomes easier. I even tell my students that yeah, it becomes so easier that you can take the QR code of this particular portfolio collection, put it up in your mobile phone cover, and once it is behind your mobile phone cover, if you meet someone where you can feel that you can get a stage opportunity or performance, you can just ask the person to scan the QR code, take the portfolio link, and get to know about you. So that's the easier way. So yeah, I will take you to the Wakelet spaces. Let's quickly go to the Wakelet spaces. I hope my screen is visible, and if not yet, I'll stop share and I'll just get back again. So I'll just stop sharing my screen and we'll be getting back to the showcasing of the Wakelet portfolio. Okay, so there I go again. Okay, this time I would prefer to share the entire screen. Okay, so we are back here with the slide, and I'm going to take you to some examples of the portfolio. So for example, let's say I love to use spaces and organize my work over here. I hope the size of the font is visible. Michael, if you could just convey if the size is enough, or shall I increase the size? Okay, I think this would be visible. So these are my spaces. Suppose I'm as a resource person today, I want to communicate with you. So I've created a resource person space where I'm going to, check out with some of the effective profile building portfolio. So the same way I have created a separated space for my computer application class. So in my computer application class, there are a lot of collections of portfolios. You can see here, I have 105 items from grade 9 here. So when I click over here, all the students created their portfolio on Wakelet, and they've come back to me by sharing the link of their portfolios. And they have mentioned their brief introduction, result sheet, their projects, hobby crafts, MUN participations, inter-school participations, everything. So for example, let's see Anshika's portfolio. I'm just opening one of my students' portfolio. I've even instructed my students to put it up in an organized sub-collection way. So you can see here, she has kept her photograph, so it becomes very easier for me to identify. It's a brief introduction. Here when it comes that as an assignment, when you give your children an opportunity to express themselves, they will come to know about their weakness, strength. They will identify how to compare themselves or introduce themselves at a young age. When she was in 9th standard, she has introduced herself so well here, and then she has created a PDF of her all scanned trophies and medals, and all of her creations are here, and her mark sheet. So this is one of the portfolio. The similar one is one of the students. Based on her portfolio, she received the Global Sustainability Awards last year. So last to last year. So this was how she has profiled her work over here. She is a very proactive learner. She does a lot of community initiatives, and she kept all her initiatives at one place as a portfolio here. And I think this is how the children can communicate to teachers about their work which they do beyond the classroom. So this was one of the very effective portfolio which I came across. Now I'll take you back here. So a lot of portfolios are here. There's a child here. So this is all about the students' portfolio. So you can guide the students how they have to put up their profile picture. You can even guide them to have that short introduction which they've kept here. And then you can guide them about how to create this sub collection. For example, there was a musical collection performance in the school. So she has made a separate collection for that, and now on that she has embedded the YouTube. So this is our official school ID, Udgam School's ID, where she has presented. There was a video uploaded. She took the link from there and she has uploaded to her profile. Now what happens is after 5-10 years, if the child wants to get into this, obviously it becomes very difficult for the child to scroll up lot of videos on the school and then find out her own video. So this is how she has done all her certificates were scanned and she's put it properly. But yes, as a mentor, as a faculty, as a school management, we ensure that they are being guided properly to preserve their portfolio in a very nice way. So yeah, this was all about the spaces where I hold my students' portfolio. This is one of the spaces. I'll quickly take, because I have a very short time to present, I will quickly go back here and I'll just go to the computer application spaces again. So this was one of the portfolio one. You can see here, this is the book designing portfolio. This is a portfolio of 22-23, and this was the blog portfolio. This was the most loving project. Students actually love to create their own blogs. So what did I suggest that either they can create their blog in Wakelet or they can create it in Blogspot. After creating their blog, they can profile it properly in a collection like here. So this is almost 200, more than 200 students have created their blog in this academic year and they've submitted me. So assessment process is also becoming easier, that if I want to assess this child's creativity or maybe the right art, literature skills or anything, what I'll just have to do is I'll just have to go to her blog or his blog. I'll have to read what he has written, and I can comment here live on this blog, and I can ask the child to maybe format the background or the layout or maybe shorten the text or something. So it's an instant feedback. But to collect such data on a OneDrive or maybe on a Google Drive and to open one by one, it's really difficult. So this is a way you can quickly get your works, assignment, assessment done, even your portfolios at one place. So this was all about every year's work. So this was some of the GIF submissions where students have done. They were being asked to take the textbook, and from their textbooks they were asked to create GIF in PowerPoint. It was a very simple project, but then the problem was where to get their data so that it could be showcased as a gallery. So then I realized that I think if they do it here, you can see how beautifully it becomes a showcase portfolio for the children for all their hard work being reflected at one place. So these are the kind of portfolio. Moving quickly towards teachers' portfolio, and that would be the last section for me, where I'll be showcasing my portfolio idea, that how you can also create your portfolio for the professional development purpose. So this is my space, and you can see I have a lot of collections about everything. I have collection about 2021, the COVID times. I have a collection about all my community initiatives, all the news media, and there comes my main portfolio, which interlinks everything in one. So here comes the portfolio. The first thing which I said is you need to have your image, the cover image. It has to be very, very, very impressive, because if you value yourself, others will definitely value your portfolio. The second thing, a very good introduction about what you feel about yourself and what are the skills you have inculcated in the years. So that comes where the professional development portfolio comes into the picture. So this was all about me, where I have sat for days and find out what should I put it upon my portfolio. A very short introductory video with clip I have created to ensure that whatever I have done in the portfolio is being visible to the person who is watching my portfolio. Now this is how, where I have put, you can see here, I have got 2021, what I have done, I have kept in a separate collection. In the past year, whatever trainings I've done it in the Alakse collection mein kiya hai. And the next thing what I've done here is 2022 training and certificates. When somebody will click on 2022 collections and see that what Krupali ma'am has done in the trainings, they will be able to see all of the work year long, whatever I've done. So basically they will come to know that if I've got any achievements, if I have any recognitions or anything. So this is how you can also maintain all your certificates rather than putting it into one folder in your PC or a laptop. Just make it very handy. So by sharing one, you just click on share button, click the QR code and take a print and put it in your phone. And whenever you go somewhere, you ask someone to scan it. So I think I found it very nice. And due to this portfolio, I've received 3 more global awards. When I was able to apply, for the nominations. The process has become very quick for me. My everything, I've kept it in a proper place. So these are some of the innovative practices of mine. beyond teaching as a mentor, whatsoever I have done with my students. There are some of the awards and recognitions, badges and certifications. I think if I'll start sharing about my portfolio, it may take half an hour, but I'll quickly give you a glimpse of how it could be done. Suppose I'm also a resource person for NCERT, creating e-content for the state and nation. So those content creation work is there. Some of the community initiatives I've done is listed. The news media. Yeah, at times what happens is something comes in a newspaper, we don't preserve it. And later on we keep on fetching. So where is that newspaper where that article was there? So you can scan that newspaper article, put it up like this. So whenever it was come, maybe it was this news article, if you can say it was far back in 2012, but then I kept on preserving all those newspaper articles and compiled it as a collection. First of all, it was lying before Wakelet was into the picture. It was lying somewhere in my pen drives or maybe there. But then gradually I realized that no, I should keep it somewhere which is visible. So I prefer to have Wakelet. So these are some of the reviews. So as you can see, some of the review of recent reviews of 3rd May 2024. This is a review of 16th June, July. So likewise, I keep on putting all the reviews from the principal ma'am, supervisor ma'am, or maybe the trainees, the teachers who are coming for trainings. Everything you can get it compiled here, even your student testimonials. So this is completely a collection where students have shared about the class experiences. So I think there's a lot to share. Michael, do I have some time to continue, or do you want me to take a break? And so if you tell me, I can even shorten it, or if shall I continue? Please let me know.
We have a couple more minutes, Kripali, so feel free to share more.
So, yeah, I was like rushing with the presentation and all. I felt that I'll run short of time. Thank you so much. So yeah, I have even compiled this checklist. If you would like to take a screen clip of this, so how we can start. What did I do? It's my personal experience which I'm sharing with you. What I did was, first I identified my career and professional development goals. I'm a TGT computer science. I teach computer science to grade 9th and 10th. Beyond that, when I thought that I'm doing a lot of work, I'm doing Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert Program, I'm taking a lot of trainings, I've even given I've given sessions for GEG, Google India, Educator Lead programs. I've been giving so much work I was doing, but I never had plan that I could have compiled everything and put it up in a proper way. So first thing what you have to do is you have to identify the professional development goal. The second thing you have to identify is your work philosophy statement. Because for us as an educator, our learner comes at the top. After that, we can think about anything else. So my first goal was whatever I'm learning, whatever I'm getting myself trained for, I have to empower my learners. So I started doing that as my work philosophy statement, that if I am at a 100% training level on technology, my students should reach at 150 level of technology. So what I'm doing at an age of 35 to 40, I want my learners to do it at an age of 15 and 16. So that you have to identify. Then you have to list all your areas of expertise, and then you have to find out what I can do, what kind of activities I've done in the past, what I'm planning for the next. So this is what you have to start. Now what I did was I took out all the samples which were lying here and there in my laptop and put it up properly in the form of resume, in the form of transcript, letter of recommendation, something I needed to scan, I scanned it, somewhere I needed to click the pictures, I clicked those digital camera pictures and converted into a soft copy. So that's our second task. The third thing what we need to do is compile all your certificates one day and just start capturing the pictures, convert it into an image or maybe take all your letter of appreciation in a hard copy, convert to soft copy. If it's a soft copy, email, just save it or export it as a PDF and put it together. Course certificates, obviously you might be having hard copy as well as a soft copy, research papers or your internship collections. Now, when we say committee work, at time we do some group projects and something is in the form of a video. Yeah, definitely. Wakelet is a collection where you can even put videos. Community initiative photographs, you can make a collection. You can have your extracurricular activities record. So I know change takes time. It takes a lot of time. But I think if we start with it, I started building my portfolio in 2020. So now in 2024, if I could compile a lot of things in this particular portfolio, I think it's the right time to start with profile building. And not only as an educator for our professional development portfolio, I would request each one of you to ensure that we have to bring a change together. We have to empower ourselves and always believe that innovation begins from one's own classroom. This is what line I do follow in my life, and I want each one of you to understand that if we ignite the spark of innovation in our classroom, definitely not today, but after 3 years, 4 years, our children will understand the importance of portfolio. And I'm sure you all have that awesome factor. There's a small link which I've shared with Michael, and I'm sharing it in the YouTube also to connect with you all. And in case you need to connect with me for further guidance, you can click on it. And I want to show you that interactivity. So if you can please copy paste those link and enter something in that Wakelet collection which I've shared with you, or scan this QR code on the screen. I think I'll show you the live impact of having a collection of a particular work today. So this was all about my work and how do I started with profile building past 3 years back. And as of now, I would proudly say that as a Wakelet Showcase school and as a techno-savvy school, I'm grateful to my school management, my principal ma'am and the vice principal ma'am, all the colleagues, teachers, for all their support for making me, keeping me going, and asking me to again and again bring in innovation in the classroom. So today we have successfully completed with the collection of almost 300 teachers portfolio plus more than 300 students portfolio every year using Wakelet as of now. And somebody, in between, somebody asked me, what happens if Wakelet will not be there in future? Then I said, there's an easy method. You can go to file menu, export, and you can even export your collections and put it up in the PDF form or a printed form. So there's always another option. I hope the link is shared with the viewers, and I'll quickly share that review, the link where I would like everyone to come up to this collection and have an idea about how interactive it would be. So yeah, I can see you can even share something about the session today. You can connect with your social media handle over here or a Wakelet link. I've already shared my links over here to connect. So we can connect through this and we can have a live experience of how we can use this tool with the students in the classroom for assessment, interactivity, and productive. So that's all about me talking about impact of profile building in education, and I hope we will create that impact today. Thank you.
Kripali, that was really wonderful. Thank you so much for giving insight into how both students but also how teachers can use Wakelet for a portfolio tool. Lots of really brilliant examples there. And I just wanted
and even I just forgot to mention that we are a Microsoft Showcase school as I think since 2012, and there were a lot of work done so far. I never had a record of it, but when I found Wakelet and we became Wakelet school as well as Wakelet Showcase school, I realized that keeping the record of data visible to the community, I had it in my pen drives, but the teachers were not knowing it, the management was not knowing it. So when it came to a portfolio profile, it really was visible to each and everyone in the community. So I think visibility does matter. We might be having a lot of students in our classroom who are very proficient, but what matters here is how their work is being showcased creatively.
Absolutely. And we've worked with Kripali here at Wakelet for a number of years now, so we're very familiar with the wonderful work that you and your students are doing and how Wakelet is playing a part in that as well. Kripali, there was a question from Alex in the chat, and he was just asking, for anyone that might be new to Wakelet or is seeing portfolios on Wakelet for the first time, do you have any advice for them on how to get started?
Yeah. As I mentioned in the presentation, the first step is, let's forget about the digital tool. The first step is you list down. You start listing down your work, what you have, whether you have certificates with you, whether you have medals with you, trophies with you, you have anything in the form of a video, anything, first do that. After listing down, convert those things which you feel that, yes, I have got the list ready. Start fetching those data in the form of, files. And once your files are ready in a folder, then the third step comes, go to Wakelet, click on create collection, start adding. It's very easy. I was so happy to see that I don't have to wait for one image to get it uploaded. I just went to upload image, control A, select all, and upload. So all that 100 images of my certificates got uploaded all at once. So I think, Alex, it is really easy. The first step is planning. The second step is you just compile the things, and the third step is convert it into a digital portfolio. And the last step, the most important, if I want to share my portfolio, I don't have to wait for the right time. I just click on share button. from my phone, from my any of the devices, on the way, in the flight, click on the share, take the link, take the QR code, give it to someone. That's how it works.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I just want to mention that yesterday the whole Wakelet team was transfixed by Brianna's presentation.
Thank you so much.
On her portfolio. We were all
And
amazed by the work.
The great part was I was stuck with an annual quality conference at school, and I attended online her session. She's my daughter, to the ones who are listening. And she prepared her presentation on her own, and she was so much excited to present. And even I was not there. I watched on YouTube.
Yes, and I encourage everyone to do that as well. Everyone that's watching at home, if you haven't seen Brianna's presentation, go over to the Wakelet YouTube channel or go to our Community Week profile. You'll be able to find all the webinars and sessions that we've done so far, but I definitely recommend checking out Brianna's presentation. It was truly wonderful. But Kripali, I just want to say a massive thank you to you for jumping on to share your expertise and ideas. It was really wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And the message to the community is, let's empower our learners and educators, because after all, as I mentioned, innovation begins from one's classroom. Thank you, everyone. Namaste.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, that was a brilliant start to the second part of the 12-hour live stream here. And everyone at home, thank you so much for tuning in. If you've just joined, feel free to say hello in the chat and say where you're tuning in from. We have multiple countries from various continents around the world, so it's really inspiring for us here to see that and see everyone join. So thank you so much. So now I'm going to bring on our second guest of this installment of the 12-hour live stream. I'm going to bring Raja onto the stage now. Hey, Raja, how are you? Can you hear me, Raja?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Raja. Thank you so much for jumping on with us. It's great to have you here. So I know Raja is presenting on some really interesting topics around connecting global classrooms with Wakelet. So I'm particularly excited to see where this takes us. I know she'll be looking at topics like empowering students and building 21st century skills. So Raja, I'll hand it over to you if you're ready. I think there might be some connectivity issues here. Raja, are you able to hear me okay? There seems to be a delay. I'll just give it a moment just to see if we can get her on without any buffers. I appreciate everyone's patience here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Okay, I'll just give it a minute. In the meantime, I encourage everyone to share your highlights of this 12-hour live stream, but anything that you enjoy throughout the Wakelet Community Week, do feel free to share on Twitter and use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, and you'll be entered into a prize draw for some excellent prizes. So definitely don't forget to do that. I'm going to try Raja again here. Raja, are you able to hear me now? I don't hear you, Raja. Are you perhaps on mute? Seems to be difficult. Oh.
Yes, Michael, do you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes, we have you now, Raja. That's great. Yeah, well, I'm happy to hand it over to you, Raja, if you're ready to get going. It seems to be coming in and out a bit here. Just give it another moment. Okay. So I'm gonna see if we are ready to move on to the next one. I'm just gonna give it a second. Okay, Raja, we'll see if we can bring Raja back in a few minutes' time. Just give her a second to figure out her connectivity. And Andrea is the next speaker. And, you know, without wishing to throw her into the deep end early, I'm going to bring her onto the stage here. Hey, Andrea, how are you doing?
Hi, can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, we can see you perfectly. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
I'm doing really, really well. And when I saw the topic that you were going to be covering, I was really intrigued. You know, I'm a big music lover myself, so I'm really curious to see how you are using Wakelet to curate playlists of music for your music students. So if you're ready to get going, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, sounds well. So I will share my screen now, and I will share what I prepared for today. Can you see my slides? I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, awesome. So today's topic that I will be talking about is engaging music students through Wakelet playlists, although I will be adding some game aspect to it as well. So I also use some games, so you will see throughout the presentation. So first of all, who am I? I'm a music teacher, a general music teacher who has always dreamed about becoming one. And to pursue that dream, I went to the Academy of Arts in Novi Sad, Serbia. So that's where I'm located. And I earned my master's degree in solfege and music theory. And I'm also an all-time creative. I like to learn, but I also like to create things, and songwriting is also a passion of mine. And actually, like, having Wakelet is such a good thing for me because I can like showcase all the creativity. I also wanted to tell a little bit more about who my students are. So I teach middle school students from 5th to 8th grade in elementary school Sveti Sava in Kikinda. I also included a little photo of our location. So we are located in the north of Serbia. And I also teach first year students of I can say vocational high school, and there's the students are schooling to become nurses, and the school is called Miloš Crnjanski, and it's also located in Kikinda, Serbia. So those are my students. I'm gonna now talk a little bit about how I used Wakelet in my music lessons. So I included a few images, but I will also share the collections. So the first collection is for the older students, so the ones that attend high school. And so I will show you that collection right now. Can you see the collection? Is it visible?
Yeah, we can see it.
Awesome. So it says the first year and first grade music culture. So that's the official name of the subject here in Serbia. And I included, so that was for this collection was for the last few meetings that we had. So throughout the year, I met those students like for 5 times. And the last 2 meetings we had in May, like a few weeks ago, and I made a collection with various things and materials that students can use. So first of all, I included other collections as well, and those are basically the playlists that I was talking about. So first one is jazz and blues. So I will be translating because I mostly wrote in my native tongue, Serbian. The first one was about jazz and blues. So this is over here. And I gave them the assignment to listen to the music. So there are a few songs, and to recognize the instruments or whether like if there's singing, to recognize the type of the voice. So whether it's a female, male, like a deep voice, is it an alto or a basso or so, and to talk about the character. So this is actually what we did on the spot. So I didn't assign this anywhere online. So we actually did it in the classroom, and we listened to these different music songs, and we talked about all the things that I told them to pay attention to prior to listening. And I also included like different artists such as John Coltrane, Billie Holiday, and I also included some national artists, Jovan Majokovic, for example. And I also added in some like additional information for them about some other. So here we have a Wikipedia about the first woman of jazz music in Serbia, Nada Knežević. And the other part is about blues. So after Nada Knežević, we discussed about blues songs. And it was really, and also Zucchero, his music was based on blues. So we discussed about these different songs and their characteristics in like further detail. So those were actually the first two that I included here, first two pictures. And the third picture is how I used Wakelet actually in elementary school. So apart from teaching general music, so when I say general music, I say we learn singing, we learn playing on the recorder or on a metalphone, or we do music history, music theory, and etc. We also have another electional subject that is called choir and orchestra. So it's electional. Children can elect it at the end of the current academic year, and they can attend the classes the following year. And here is where I actually included the program that we are preparing. So these days we are preparing different showcases and end of school year celebrations. And I included different songs that we are working on. So here we have Singing All Together, and we have some Serbian songs that are really interesting and we're working on. And yeah, so I sent this to my students who attend the choir and told them to listen to the specific songs that we're working on. And also I uploaded a PDF, for example, of the lyrics of the songs that we're working on, so they can print them out for them, or I can print them out for them and give them in school, and so on. The other way that I also used, so that was a long distance class. It was about solo singing. It's something that we do in 8th grade, and we talk about the romantic period and composers and songs and how the songs sound and all that. So this is something that I did in the past, and I created. It's a really small collection. So here it is. I think it's actually the first collection that I have ever made on Wakelet. And I gave them some assignments over here to actually follow the assignments, to listen to the first song, and actually follow along. So here there's a really short PDF with one sentence that they had to rewrite this in their notebooks, because that was a time when there was the global pandemic, and we were actually like going to school in groups, and I was seeing one group one week, and then the other group came in the other week around, and so all of them needed to have something written in their notebooks. And yeah, that was a second assignment. And they also like had to listen. So this is the same song by Franz Schubert. I think the German name is Gretchen am Spinnrade. And I basically included two different aspects. So here they can follow along with the scores. And the last one in the collection is the live performance, so that they can experience that kind of engagement. And that's like pretty much it when it comes to the collections. One thing that I also wanted to point out, so the pros of using Wakelet in music lessons. So I can hardly find any flaws or cons. So I listed 4 main pros of using Wakelet in music lessons. So the first one is student engagement. So they're more engaged in their music lessons when they use some kind of digital aspect, for example, Wakelet here, and enhance motivation. So students are widely more motivated to participate in those lessons. And visual ease, that's really important. So when we categorize things in like different musical terms and everything, when we categorize them in certain collections, it's much easier for them to find everything, and everything is in one place, so students can keep all track of all the things that music related that they need. They can keep it all in one place. Yes, and I also included links to my collections. So the first year medical students collection, which is the first one that I mentioned already. So it has jazz and blues, and it also has a playlist with the film music. So different songs in the film. And also there are also some interesting things that I included as well. So back to the older students. So I also included a Google Drive link with the different materials that I shared with them, so that they can learn. And so everything is mostly in Serbian, and they can actually be always prepared for their lessons. And there's also an interesting game that I did in the class in May. So I actually made it in WordWall. Hopefully it will work now. Yeah, it will work. Just it needs a little bit of second to load in. So what is the game about? It's a kind of an anagram. So what they had to do, they got like, let's say 20 words that are connected to music, whether it's an instrument or something about tempo, etc., and they had to like drag the letters in order to create a certain word. And it was really interesting. So they came to because we don't have like separate computers, they came to the main computer and they did that. It was really fun for them. And yeah, so this is also unfortunately it doesn't want to load. I don't know why, but I also created a little musical challenge. But this is something that I used with the younger ones. I didn't have time to use this with the older students. So they had to like spin the wheel, and they get some kind of thing to do. So whether it's like to dance something, or to find the lyrics of their favorite song. And yeah, it was really fun. I used it in sorry, sorry, 5th grade when during the COVID, during the pandemic. So it was really, really fun. So I think the anagram is opening. I would like to only show like one word, if that's okay. Do I have time?
Yeah, you have time, Andrea.
Okay, thank you. So it doesn't want to show. Maybe I should close something up. So I actually included everything in a collection. So, oh, there it is. So for example, we have to like recognize the word and okay, so they don't have any help. So the word is instruments. Everything is in Cyrillic script. Instrument. Mhm. So they have to be really, really, really, really, really precise. Yeah. And there's, for example, another word. This is singing, pevanie. And that's it. And they really had fun with all that. So I'm just gonna close this up and yeah. So everything is basically I included everything, and also there's the link to my solo singing class that is for the 8th graders. Okay, and that's pretty much it. What I planned for today. I would like to follow each other. Let us follow each other. So on Wakelet, I'm at Andrea Music, and on X, I'm Music with Andy. That's pretty much it. What I had planned today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andrea. That was really, really wonderful. Appreciate you taking the time, and you know, as I said, a big music fan myself. It's great to see how Wakelet is being used in education to nurture the musicians of the future and share those key resources and materials. I particularly liked how you had the different content and collected different materials for younger and older students. Can you share a little bit more about how the students respond to your content when they are delivered in Wakelet collections? How do they react? How do they engage with them?
Well, they're pretty excited because Wakelet is always something new to them, and this is just to be honest, this is just the beginning. I'm actually like just starting to share Wakelet with them, and I really can't wait what I'm gonna work on next with them, and yeah, I think they're really looking forward to the digital aspect, and yeah, as I said, they're really engaged. Yeah.
That's awesome. And what advice would you give a music teacher that may be coming across Wakelet for the first time and how they can get started?
Well, definitely to not to be afraid and just go for it. Attend the all the PD events that you guys have at Wakelet, and not to be afraid to ask questions. Like if there's an ambassador or a community leader in their area, not to be afraid to ask them questions. And yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that our Wakelet community leaders and ambassadors are great reference points. If anyone has any questions, we are a brilliant community of brilliant people. So yeah, that's really good advice, Andrea. Thank you. Before we finish up, is there anything else you'd like to say to our audience?
Not at all. I mean, I would like to just to thank everyone for being here, and looking forward to some other events in the future.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. See you.
Okay, a unique insight into how Wakelet is being used for music teachers there. I certainly really loved that. And to everyone that's watching, thanks for sticking with us and joining me on this journey. We have one more speaker for this particular part. Unfortunately, I think Raja won't be able to do her session. I will have to find another time to bring her to the stage. But you know, we'll have a short break after Mensa does his session. I'm certainly really excited to hear from Mensa. He's going to be speaking about collaboration on Wakelet and how you can use that to unlock team potential. So I know that there's going to be a lot of value here, so stick around. I'll just bring Mensa onto the screen now. Hey there, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you too?
I'm doing really, really well, thanks. Thank you for joining us today. If you're ready to get going, I'll hand the stage over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just
Are you looking to share your screen?
I want to. Yes. So you can do the share for me. This is the link. So I
Yes.
just send the link for you. You can share it. Help me with it. Sharing.
Are you able to share your screen on your side there?
Yeah, but it's on Canva, so I'm trying to find it.
Okay. One moment.
Just a minute.
Yeah, take your time, Mensa. No problem.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, and for everyone watching, while Mensa is looking to share his screen, just want to encourage everyone to share your highlights of Wakelet Community Week, your experience of this 12-hour live stream. Share it on Twitter and include the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. We've got a lot of prizes to give away, so be sure to get involved in that. Okay, any luck there, Mensa?
Yes. So can you see me?
I can see you, yes, and yes, here's yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah, you're all good, Mensa. You're set.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay, just a minute. Very good.
Yeah, all good. Okay.
So welcome to Wakelet. And I'm going to introduce myself too. My name is Mena from Canva. This is all about me. I'm from Ghana, and I'm a passionate educator, global education advocate. And I also have my podcast called Yes Education Podcast, and I'm committed to advancing SDG Goal 4. This is one of the dreams. Today we are all gathered here to learn from me about how we use Wakelet for collaboration. So we are all going to come together to work together to see how, as teachers or educators, we can use Wakelet with our students in the classroom. So my table of content, in the first session, we are going to introduce ourselves to what Wakelet is about, the power of collaboration, and some features that we need to take into when collaborating. And then we are all going to try our hands on what we mean by collaboration. We have some conclusions, remarks. So first of all, I have a quote to share with our dear listeners around the world. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. This is a quote that I want to share with all of us around the world today. So to start rolling, what is Wakelet? And I welcome all of you to Wakelet platform that transforms how we collaborate and share ideas. Perfect for educators, students, and professionals alike. This is what Wakelet is all about. This is what you see when you open your browser by going to wakelet.com. Now you need to sign in to get to the interface. Now, I want us to go straight to dive in, since time is not on our side, about the power of collaboration. What are some of the things that collaboration brings to us as individuals, educators in the life? Collaboration brings teamwork together. Collaboration fuels creativity and innovation. Collaboration builds a sense of community and shared purpose. And collaboration encourages learning and skill sharing. When we bring all our students together in one collection, we are all able to together to share ideas. And very soon, I'm going to take all our audience to one collection. I need all of you to jump into that collection and see how the power of Wakelet through collaboration comes to work in our classrooms, comes to work whenever we Wakelet collaborate. So when we put the collection, so this is one collection that I created this morning with my learning about Wakelet. So if you want to invite go to the share setting and then change the you as the creator what your audience can do. At this slide, you one with the link. What? There's an option where they can also edit. Changes to whatever doing.
Hey Mensa, sorry to interrupt you. We're having difficulty hearing you. Perhaps if you sit a bit closer to your microphone, it's just that your voice seems to come in and out. So yeah, give that a try if you don't mind. Yeah, if you want to see if you continue, and we'll see if we can. I'll let you know if we can hear you or not.
Can you hear me?
Seems a bit better.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, like what?
Yeah, the audio seems a little bit in and out, Mensa. I'm not sure if it's the microphone on your device or if it's just where you're sitting in relation to your device. But feel free to keep going, and hopefully it'll correct itself. Yeah, I didn't hear that before. Yeah, when you're close up, it seems to be okay. If you want to give that a try. If you keep going and yeah, hopefully it'll come through.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have earphones, Mensa, perhaps to hand? Maybe it's just the device microphone isn't doing you any favors. So if you have earphones, just to give it a try. And to everyone watching, that does sound better. Yeah, I think we're good.
Right?
Yeah, we can hear you again, Mensa. We're good. If you want to share your screen, and we can just pick it up where we left off.
Okay.
Seems like we're having a few people join in as well. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. We are seeing people from Iraq, from Georgia, US, from Texas. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone. It's really great to see. We'll just give a moment to Mensa here as he reconnects. Okay, we can see your screen, Mensa, if you want to go back onto your Canva presentation. Let's give you a couple of minutes. We have Denise from Brazil, Sheila from Guatemala, Faitza from Egypt. Sharo says that we are here cheering you on, Mensa. So you have your fans. We're right here with you. Take your time as you reconnect. We have people tuning in from all over the world here, Tunisia, Egypt. It's really wonderful. Of course, at Wakelet, we're based in Manchester in the UK. So to hear and see everyone tuning in from different countries is fantastic. So thanks so much to everyone. Thank you for your patience. I think we are good to continue, Mensa, if you are.
Okay. So you can hear me well, right?
That's good. You're good to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. So when I'm showing how to use the features when it comes to collaboration. So as a collaborator, when you create a collection, you need to share with your students or your team to welcome them to join your collection. So after clicking your collection, you click on the share button, then you change this settings. So over here it says no access. You need to change it. And as a collaborator or the creator of the collection, you have the right to do can add. These are the features that Wakelet provides to you to invite others to your collection. Now, this is the feature that we see. So in the next slide, I'm going to invite all of you so you can take your phone or tablet to scan this code, and you are going to join me now in this collection that we created, Getting Started with Collaboration. I'm going to send a link in the chat for you to also join us. So all of you are welcome to join us now. So Michael, if you can share the link for our dear listeners, I'll be so much happy.
Say that again. Sorry, Mensa, I didn't quite catch that.
Yes. Can you see the QR code?
Right now, I'm looking at your Wakelet home area. I saw the QR code a moment ago when you were on Canva.
Sorry.
It's all right.
So I'm going to...
Are you looking for your QR code right now?
Yes. Yes.
If you go onto Canva, your Canva presentation, and then everyone in the chat, if you can scan that QR code, jump into that collaborative collection. I'm really excited to see what this is.
Yes. And I just dropped the link in the chat for you to also share with the audience.
Perfect. I see. Yes, we will share that link into the chat on YouTube so everyone can jump in like that as well. Perfect.
Okay. So this is what we begin. Wakelet provides that opportunity for all of us to work together at the same time, and it's working. So I'm just going to open that link for those. You're all going to see what is happening now. So I want everybody to jump into that collection now. We are all going to collaborate now within the next 1 or 2 minutes. Just say anything that you are learning about Wakelet. How do you see Wakelet Community Week 2024?
I definitely encourage everyone to maybe drop a GIF or an image straight into this collection. Let's see if we can get everyone introducing yourselves. What GIF do you think sums up your mood this Wednesday? And Mensa, if you refresh it every now and then, we'll see them all coming in. But yeah, definitely encourage everyone jump into this collection. Let's see if we can get this to be a busy collection of different items, and feel free to react.
We have Amy from Wakelet. We have Samal. Thank you, Samal, for following. Thank you, Sharu Dickerson. So we see all these great people joining us from around the world.
Yeah. Oh, we have a few more here as well. Here we go, Mensa. Here we go.
Wow.
It's great. It's great to see everyone getting involved. Oh, we have a nice gift there.
Yes. So we will come back again to what Wakelet provides to kids. It's fun. Just come in classroom. Get your tablets, your computers, your phone, and bring all your students together. Wakelet is doing so amazing. My conclusion message: Wakelet is a powerful tool for collaboration. It simplifies classroom organization, resource sharing, and teamwork. By using Wakelet to create digital portfolios, facilitate collaborative projects, and create resources for lessons. My dear teachers, my dear educators around the world, thank you so much. Wakelet team, thank you so much for giving us the platform to share and collaborate with others. Please, you can join me, you can follow me on. They can come where you are, you can learn more.
Awesome, Mensa. That was brilliant, and I totally agree that fun is such a key dimension of what Wakelet offers. When it comes to collaboration, especially, you can see how when everyone gets involved, there's a variety of content, whether it's imagery, videos, GIFs, text, whatever it is. It's really wonderful to see that happening in real time. And the Wakelet team gets so much feedback and ideas from the Wakelet community about how they're using the platform for collaboration. So, for example, if it's the beginning of a term or a semester, students jumping into a collaborative collection and saying hello, introducing themselves, saying what they've been up to over the summer break. And at Wakelet, we have an awesome tradition here that every time it's somebody's birthday, we create a Wakelet collection and everyone jumps in and drops a birthday message, whether it's a funny GIF or a nice message. We use the collaborative feature on Wakelet for that. So yeah, it's really great. I really appreciate you showcasing how that process works and how to get started on it as well, Mensa.
Yeah, so we are going to jump back again to our collection and see how it's working here. So you can see a lot of people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much around the world for joining the collection. And this is what you do as a team. This is what you do with your students. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's a really great looking collection now as well. Just in a matter of minutes, we have people from all over the world dropping in content and saying hello. So yeah, that is really inspiring to see. So thank you for everyone for getting involved in that. And Cheryl, thank you for saying that birthday tradition. That could be something everyone picks up, and whether it's in your classroom or in your staff room, having that birthday tradition is a really great thing. And of course, on a more academic side, for group research projects, various research activities or presentations, Wakelet as a collaboration tool can be really, really powerful for that. Okay, so I'm saddened to say, Mensa, that we'll have to move on, but thank you so much for taking the time and persevering. We really appreciated hearing from you a different perspective. So is there anything else you'd like to say before we finish up?
Yes, just to tell our dear listeners around the world that they should just jump into Wakelet. It's not going to harm us as educators. They have to try with their learners in the classroom. Wakelet provides a safe and better place to collaborate and work with our library students. And I'm so excited to be here. Thank you, the Wakelet team, for the opportunity given to me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mensa. Really appreciate it. Okay, well, yeah, another brilliant insight into how Wakelet is having an impact, in this case, to unlock teamwork and collaboration. I hope everyone got value out of that one and can bring ideas into how they can use Wakelet in your classroom. And yeah, really excited. And I'm particularly excited because I have a nice surprise for everyone here, in that Raja is tuning in again and is ready to go, I believe. So I'll just bring her onto the stage now. Okay, Raja, how are you?
Hi, good evening again. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Some slow network today, but I fixed it. So
Yeah,
I'm
no.
very happy to be with you. Yes. Greetings from Tunisia.
Of course, not a problem, Raja. Thank you for trying again and joining. We're really happy to have you with us. And I've seen that there's quite a few people from Tunisia tuning in to the 12-hour live stream. So you have your fans, and I'm sure they're proud to have you representing them. So if you're ready to go, I'll hand the stage over to you.
Okay, sure. Yes, thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Sure.
I would like first to thank all the team, okay, of Wakelet. You've been amazing all of these years. A great effort, priceless and generous assistance to all the educators in the world. So a great thank you from Tunisia and from all over the world. Thank you indeed for the amazing work you've doing and you're still doing. I can't remember all the name, Tisha, Michael, Amy, but huge thanks indeed. So I'm ready to share my presentation today.
Yeah, we can see
Okay,
it.
so can you hear me, Michael? Is it okay for the audio and for the shared screen? Is it okay?
Yeah, it's all perfect.
Good. So connecting global classroom. I would like to start from my personal experience. I've been involved in a PBL approach, in PBL projects all over the world in collaboration with European countries, with my students, of course. And Wakelet has been indeed the easiest platform to curate content and to instill multiculturalism indeed. So today I would like to share my experience with the global community of Wakelet teachers. First of all, I'd like, maybe some of you have confusion, okay, or ambiguity about the definition or the concept of PBL. Simply, PBL stands for project-based learning. Some other people prefer the use of problem-based learning. Slight difference, of course, but project-based learning is more of a multicultural concept in which schools all around the world work in global projects, international projects, and they are involved in a real-world project. It means related to their daily life, for example, environmental issues, water scarcity, social issues, educational one, illiteracy, and we cannot, of course, forget the well-being and mental health issues. So students from different countries can work on that concept or on these topics through the use of Wakelet. Okay, maybe you can ask, what are the benefits of PBL? Why do we use these, if you want, international global projects? Of course, it has a lot of benefits, just few to mention. To enhance and encourage critical thinking for our students. They can solve problems by themselves. Creativity also, they unleash creativities. And last but not least, collaboration. A lot of students from different countries can collaborate asynchronously using the Wakelet platform. Added to that, we can mention deeper understanding of content, as I mentioned seconds ago, whether it is an environmental problem, especially today, Earth on the brink of extinction. We face a lot of controversial issues that should be, if you want, tackled, such as water scarcity, the CO2 emission, pollution. So students, via the use of PBL and the work on the Wakelet platform, they enhance their understanding. They understand that there are problems that they could be responsible to tackle. So they should feel more self-confident. They take responsibility to act. And I think it's very important to create a very conscious citizen today, global citizen. Also, as I mentioned, the real-world challenges. Do not forget, today when I'm talking about critical thinking, problem-solving skills, I'm talking about the 21st century skills. Added to that, teamwork, for example, leadership. So these simple, if you want, tactics or skills that students should inquire, they prepare them later for their labor work, for the workforce. That's why it is the success of building a more developed communities. And of course, it motivates them and engages them. It's not the same when you work with a Tunisian classroom, only our students, and when you work online with multi-diverse ethnicities. Okay, I will show you later. I will take you on a tour to my collection, and I will show you different countries that students enjoy really working with them using the platform of Wakelet. Of course, if you have any questions, any clarifications, be my guest, okay, via the chat. All right, so as I said, today we are building a global class. We are breaking down barriers, okay? There are no walls. So Wakelet has already been a catchy educational platform. For me personally, to tell the truth, it was the easiest, even though on a daily basis, since I am my expert and a trainer teacher, I use a variety of tools. But I think and I feel very attached to Wakelet because it's easy, especially for students when they work with other global classes. So I think it's easier how to copy, paste the links, how to curate their content. So I think it is very easy, accessible, because sometimes you have other platforms that are attractive too, but the problem is that especially young students have difficulties using them. So I think Wakelet is very easy. You just have to copy, paste links, videos, the use of Google Drive. So I think it is very accessible for students. So as I mentioned, today we are talking about resources that students can curate, can collect data about a variety of topics from different countries. So here I would like to highlight the diversity, the cultural diversity, which is very, very important today to build a more sympathetic, emphatic community. And unfortunately, today we are living in wars, genocide, hate speech online, all this cyberbullying. So I think this could lead the way to having a more tolerant, open-minded, peaceful community, because the students, of course, will be the leaders of these countries in the future. They will be citizens, they will be adults. So I think we are instilling very, very important traits using these projects. Also, collaboration across borders. I remember years ago with the first lockdown of the coronavirus, it was very, very hard to move from one country to another. So Wakelet was a real solution to work online with these countries, because you remember the lockdown, we cannot move, especially when we talk about e-twinning projects. We used to visit other countries across Europe, Italy, Poland, etc. So during the lockdown, it was very hard to work on site. So a lot of activities were done online, and Wakelet really provides an opportunity. The same idea of international peers, because sometimes it's good. It's just like suspense, if you want, for students to work with global students from other countries, differences even in facial expressions, hair color. So I think it's very motivating for them, especially when I talk about younger students. It's more fun to work with different, if you want, communities. And of course, it provides a space for collaborative learning. I've already presented many CPT sessions. As I said, I am a teacher, trainer teacher. So I've presented on-site or online learning for my fellow educators, and a lot of curative content were made with Wakelet. So today I am using Wakelet even for my online training to fellow educators. I think it is time saving also, yes. All right, so bottom of the line, I'm talking about Wakelet in the use of class without borders, words without differences. Open-mindedness is very important to instill tolerance, acceptance of differences, whether sexual, whether religious, whether ethnical. I think this is the laying the, if you want, the foundation for having a peaceful world. And how much do we need a peaceful world today, free from hunger, free from wars, free from genocide, free from poverty, misery. So I think it is very, very crucial. So Wakelet paves the way for a multicultural education. Even when I'm talking about, I'm coming back to my experience, of course, because I think that working with teachers from around the globe have taught me a lot, me and my students. Of course, even the syllabus, even the objectives, the skills of the lessons vary from one country to another. So it was a great opportunity to get in touch with these students and their teachers, to exchange simple things. For example, even when it comes to traditions, food, clothing. So we had already, I will show you later on my tour on the Wakelet, we had a lot of collections about sharing our traditional habits, festivals, celebrities. So I think it's very important to know cultures of other people, and Wakelet is the exact place to share and to exchange and to be open to the world. As I mentioned at the beginning, and this is very, very important, we should today highlight the importance of responsible citizens across the globe and working via the PBL and use of Wakelet, exchanging ideas of self-esteem, of respect of others, of tolerance, of embracing differences. I think we can teach, okay, these attitudes, these principles to children. And personally, I've used Wakelet to enhance that multiculturalism, that responsibility. Of course, open-mindedness today, unfortunately, we are living in a world that is torn between hate, violence, terrorism. The rise of terrorism, especially lately in the last decade, has a lot or a negative, a tremendous effect on youngsters, all of these brainwashing techniques that terrorism or terrorists all over the world sadly are using. I think to help students be more responsible, more open-minded is very important, to show them that even if you are different in religion, in ethnicity, in skin color, in sexual orientation, you are still a human being that should be respected, cherished, and loved. And this is, I think, very important, the concept of inclusive, for inclusivity, if you want, social inclusivity, yes. Tolerance and acceptance, and I think Wakelet can help students be more tolerant to each other when they read, for example, in some collections, what are the daily activities of other students in different countries. In Italy, in Kuwait, we have worked with a lot of countries, so they feel that a teenager is a teenager wherever he comes from. He has the simple dreams, the simple ambitions, the same social daily activity, use of social platform, TikTok, Instagram. So he is not different, even though he is not Muslim, for example, or Jews, or wherever religion he has or he embraces. So I think this is the first step to create a powerful community. And really, we need powerful communities today, thanks to the concepts we instill in these children. So I think that the PBL is very, very important in promoting. It's not policymakers, believe me, it's not policymakers who will change the world. It is these simple teaching approaches that we use. It is these simple things and tools like Wakelet that students are embracing and exchanging today. I strongly believe in that. Okay, I want to take you on a tour to my collections. So these are some of the global projects that we have done. The first one was called Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. How could we hear them all? So it was simply a global project between Jordan, Albania, Romania, Spain. And it was simply about differences, to embrace our differences, to celebrate them. It was also about ethnic minorities who have been tortured all along history. It was a call to respect women and to accept our differences. So I don't know if you can see my collection. Is it okay, Michael? Yeah?
It is. There was a moment of loss of connection, but I think it's okay. Yeah.
It was a collaborative work, curation of videos that students have created, and also it enhances their ICT skills. We should not forget that while working on the Wakelet platform, they shared their own creativity. So I think it really unleashes students' creativity and enhances their imagination. The effects of violence. So you can see the Wakelet platform allows students to share videos, to share links, to share images, so a variety, I think, an array of content that is highly recommended today. So these are some of the videos that they have created themselves. This is the work of Tunisia, for example. Here the work of Turkey. This is a Turkish school that has collaborated with us. Okay, so the second one, we created or we planned a global campaign. As I mentioned, during the lockdown and the coronavirus, it was hard to move and to work in groups, in mixed nationalities groups. So let me log into my account. Okay. So we were talking about this campaign, okay. It was a campaign launched by students to raise awareness about the danger of violence inflicted upon women, and how much thrilled and glad I was to show the different artistic work created by students. This is our partner İlkay from Turkey. This is the work of her students. They stand in front of a mirror and they speak out their minds. They try to voice themselves. So I think it's very important to provide tools for students today to unleash their creativity. Also, they were very good, very keen at presenting posters, banners, express themselves, talk about famous celebrities that were different, to, if you want, as a tribute to their differences. We should today celebrate differences, not simply be ashamed or stammered by that. So I think it's very important today to encourage students to voice themselves. Okay. The third one, we even created an online book club, a global book club, and it was amazing. It was titled I Read, I Imagine. It's like an online workshop in which we worked on different stories, varying from classics to realistic ones to fairy tales. We even prepared biographies about some famous writers that students have read. For example, Jules Verne, the famous voyage around the world. And similarly, students here have used a lot of ICT tools. So I think we are working on 21st century skills via the use of Wakelet at the same time. So in addition to enhancing the concept of multiculturalism, we are encouraging students to create videos, to do the editing, to use the artificial intelligence. Some of them, I remember, use the platform of ChatterKids, which is a platform with AI built-in tool, and you just choose the picture of your favorite writer or character or personal celebrity. It depends on the concept or the topic you are teaching to your students, and you just draw a line on the space of the mouth, and the AI will do everything later. So the picture will become a very real person talking with the gestures on the face, and of course you record yourself and you upload the sound you're recording, your own recording. So I think I can't really get enough. I can't really get enough of these projects. As I said, it is asynchronous collaboration. Different countries, different continents, different globes, but we are still working as if it is only one classroom. There are no differences. There are no challenges, if you want. So I think Wakelet allows the work to be smoother, easier, and time-saving. This also, it was a part of a global project, which is entitled, as I remember, Drop by Drop, we could save it to the top. It was also a call today to highlight the importance and the danger of an environmental problem, which is specifically water scarcity and water shortage. And students from different countries, wow, did an amazing work on this Wakelet collection. They worked, some of them, were assigned the role of an environmentalist. So all along the project, we assigned different role plays. We have the journalist, we have the scientist, we have the environmentalist. So one of the groups was basically playing the role of the environmentalist. So students from Poland, from Turkey, from Romania and Tunisia worked in these mixed groups, and they create a lot of data in these collections. So some paragraphs that they have written, some posters, even PDF with different languages, of course. So I think it is very crucial to give the power to students to use that platform today. Okay, so let's recap. So today's session was mainly about the use of Wakelet, okay, as the easiest, I think, and the more comprehensive for me personally. As I said, I've worked a lot with many other tools, not giving really names here. I appreciate all of them, and a great thanks to the creators of these tools. But personally, and from my own experience all along these years, I've been with the PBL approaches or projects maybe 4 or 5 years so far. So I think it was the easiest platform to give voice to these students, to unleash their creativity, to have indeed a global classroom without walls, without barriers, without any differences. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, it is very important to create more peaceful people or person, more open-minded, tolerant, because these could be change makers in the future. Also, the PBL approach as a comprehensive approach for teaching, whether for maths, for the STEM, for languages, for the mental health and the well-being. So I think the CEL, what we call the CEL, the social emotional learning today. So I think it is various, if you want, for various topics. It could be used luckily for a variety of topics. And of course, it guarantees, the Wakelet platform guarantees a global classroom experience. You don't need to move, to travel. You are just in your house, in front of your desk, and with a click of the button, you can work and discover the world. Okay, you can talk with other people, work with other students, launch campaigns to raise awareness, prepare creative storytelling, and all of these thanks to the Wakelet platform. Also, personally, I strongly believe that it is a booster for promoting multiculturalism and responsible citizenship. As I mentioned, do not forget, our little students will be the men of the future, will be the policy makers of the world, the leaders of the government. So I think it's high time to focus on that. And to try to instill. I think personally that using projects, because it is extracurricular activities for students, I think it's more appealing than just providing these concepts at school within our topics, our syllabus. I think that students are more getting fed up and bored with just giving them lectures about how to be a good citizen, how to have a sustainable lifestyle, how to be eco-friendly. I think just letting them go with these projects, discovering for themselves what is the concept of a peaceful life, just in getting in touch with other students in these projects, just sharing their ideas, their thoughts, voicing themselves out loud. I think this could be could have more, if you want, logical, I don't know, maybe data output. I mean the output. I think it will be more beneficial than just using the old-fashioned way of giving these concepts, encouraging them not to waste water, encourage them to be eco-friendly, not to throw garbage wherever. So I think letting them, giving them, just leading them, okay, lead them, put them on the path. Okay, this is a multicultural project with different countries, with people from different backgrounds. Okay, go ahead and make yourself, if you want, to be responsible, do whatever you want in this project. So I think just getting in touch, the first thing they will have, it will become just as an enlightenment. They are not so different from me. They have the same favorite activities. They like what I like. They eat what I eat. So I think it is very important today to start from that point. Okay, that's it. I wanted to be very short, very simple, very touchy, if you want. I don't know if you have any questions, any suggestions or clarifications about today's session. Yes, Michael?
Thank you, Raja.
My pleasure.
So if anyone has any questions, feel free to drop them into the chat now. But all I'd like to say, Raja, is I'm really glad that we did manage to get you back on, because your message of inclusivity and peace and open-mindedness is really inspiring and very important, I think. So thank you for
my pleasure. My pleasure.
Delivering that.
I'm wearing my pen. I'm wearing my Wakelet pen with a pride. Really? I'm very happy. Thank you. It was a priceless gift. Thank you to all the team of Wakelet.
Of course, our pleasure. So. And I encourage you, Raja, to look through the chat while you were speaking when you get a chance, because the wonderful messages and encouragement, and I think everyone appreciates the message that you're sharing and the work that you're doing with students to encourage that inclusivity is truly wonderful. So thank you for taking the time to deliver that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up?
Okay, I'd like to re-thank again the Wakelet team, and just to call for all the educators, try to use Wakelet with your students, and you will see how brilliant it will be in your classroom. It will be just a change of mind for them and hearts also.
Awesome. Great. Well, thanks again, Raja. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Great. Well, I think everyone can say or agree that that was a really inspiring session. So yeah, thanks so much to everyone tuning in to be there for that. So we have a little break coming up now for around 10 minutes. This is the end of my slot of the 12-hour live stream. I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed being present with everyone here and seeing your feedback and comments coming through in the chat is really wonderful. We've had 4 incredible speakers there. And be sure to join in again in around 10 minutes on the hour, whatever that is, wherever you are. We have 5 up and coming incredible speakers that will have brilliant sessions and ideas and creativity to share. So before I jump off, I just want to say one last thank you and encourage everyone to jump into the collection of resources. You'll find your certificate there. You'll also find a poster for today's event, which I definitely encourage you to download. And lastly, just to get involved in the Community Week competition, share your highlights, share your ideas on Twitter with the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. You can be in with a chance of winning some incredible prizes. Yeah, definitely encourage you to do that. But thanks so much. In the next 10 minutes while we're waiting, feel free to jump into the chat and say hello. A good group of people have joined in the last 25 minutes or so. So be sure to introduce yourself and say where you're tuning in from. It's good to see Tanya and Alex there, as well as many others. So yeah, thanks so much for tuning in. And until next time, I appreciate you being there. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Thank you.
we were on mute. After all of that good stuff, and we tell people we were on mute. But hi everyone.
Hello. Hi everyone.
Fantastic to see you all. Thank you so much for joining. So joined by Amy and Rosie here. It's our first 12-hour live stream. So we're going to be hosting this segment here. We've had some fantastic speakers so far. It's been amazing to see all of the ideas being shared already, and we have another fantastic segment with another wonderful 5 speakers coming as well. I'd love to see who's with us in the chat. Like I said, I've seen so many of you rooting everyone on, so it means so much to us and the speakers that you're all here supporting and, you know, gathering all those ideas. I'd love to know as well in the chat, what has been your biggest takeaway so far? What ideas are you seeing, hearing about, and thinking, didn't even think of that, I'm definitely going to use it? Let us know in the comments. What's been your best bit there.
Yeah, and don't forget to share that on social with us as well with the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Cool. So to kickstart, we've got Dorota. She's going to be talking all about collaborating with confidence and how you can enhance teamwork on Wakelet. So whenever you are ready, Dorota.
Hey, Dorota. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm thinking that this background is a little bit, maybe I will remove this. Maybe not. Okay. I'm fine. I was a little bit, it's fine.
You look fantastic. So it should be good. It might just take a minute to, you know, but if you want to take it off, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me here. And I was a little bit really nervous when I tried to say something and I was muted, and I was like, this is the worst thing I can start.
Well, we've done it now, so don't worry.
Same thing.
Okay, I don't have my green screen behind, and I don't know if it's fine, but I hope it's okay. Can I start now?
Of course, take it away, Dorota.
Okay. Because in a moment I have black teeth. I can see myself. But don't take pictures when I have it like this.
Did you want to remove the background? That's absolutely fine. We can give you a sec to do that.
Yes, but I have to check how to do this. Wait a second, once again, because I wanted to prepare. Oh my God, yes. I think I will remove this backward because I don't want to look like, you know, like a person without.
Perfect. Well, you have another.
It's okay now?
Behind you, so all good.
It's good. Okay.
Fantastic. Over to you. We can see everyone in the chat all ready to hear from you, and excited to hear from you. So over to you.
Okay. So can you see now my screen? I think yes.
That's on there. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to thank everybody and that I have been during this session about collaboration. So big thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be among other people from all around the world. It's incredible. Let me introduce myself. So my name is Dorota Walczuk. Here is a collection about me. Here's a collection about me. I've got my Wakelet profile, but I'm from the Chaos team. And you know probably who is Chaos team, the person who has got still a mess. So don't check this profile because I promise myself that I will make it nicely. So I am a Wakelet ambassador from the 18th wave. And I'm also a Canva ambassador, book creator ambassador. And I love and I am a teacher with about more than 20 years of experience in my school. This is the name of my school here. And I'm really happy. I introduce myself a little bit. Oh, I don't want to close this stream yet. And I'm happy that people from my school started also preparing collections in Wakelet. They are very creative. They are doing great job. And that's nice. I love my school, by the way, and big hello to everybody. I would like to say something about the collection, that everything started from this. This is my first ever collection in Wakelet. It was in May 2020 when I had a project, Dia Air, with other e-twinners, because I used to be an e-twinning ambassador also. And I love projects, by the way. I love projects, and this is great. And e-twinning had a birthday, 15th, and I was thinking, how can I celebrate this event? How can I collaborate with other teachers? And it was 2020. And I was thinking, maybe this time I will use Wakelet. And the aim of this collection was very simple. We just had to put greetings, cards, some flowers, and I will tell you that this was my first collaborative collection in Wakelet that I've got. This is my sentimental. It's got sentimental value for me. So I'm really happy about this collection, and I thought that I will show you how I start. Yes, how my journey in collaboration started in Wakelet, and I will tell you that I had so many thoughts in my head that why nobody will join this collection. Maybe it's a stupid idea, but if you have something like just make the first step. It is good. And as a matter of fact, 2 years ago, in 2022, when my child was born, I received a wonderful collection. I would also like to show. It is from Mirek Barć, a wonderful ambassador from Poland. He created a great collection of wishes for my daughter. That was such a nice pleasure that you cannot even imagine. I would never thought that after 2 years I will receive something such beautiful, and it is very, very nice. It's also collaborative work and it's top secret because I didn't know about this collection. So it was a great surprise for me.
I'm so sorry to jump in. I'm just double checking. We've just got the one collection for now. Are you showing others? And it's not following.
Okay. Maybe now.
At the moment. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay because I think on the settings I put the not the whole screen, but only this. Okay, now maybe it's visible. Can you see? Now I'm rolling.
Not yet. We can just see the one collection. We've got the team on collaborate with confidence. So your main collection, I believe, but it's not scrolling or showing anything else. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, maybe this one. Okay.
Yep, now it's rolling.
Okay. I will now remember that I have to use only this one.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you can stop sharing and then share again with the entire screen. We're happy to.
No, maybe I will remember. I will just try to do this. Okay. So I will show just briefly this collection, what I was talking about e-twinning collection. So just have a look. It's just somebody can say simple collection. Yes. What is the reason to put? But for me, it's as I said, very sentimental value. It has got very sentimental value, and like the first collection. Okay, now I'm changing. Tell me if it's visible now, Arinka. Yes. No,
it's not clicking into it. So
now.
So I can see you clicking onto it, but it's not actually following you. So it might be that if you stop sharing for a second and then again just using the entire
okay.
It can be a little bit temperamental on StreamYard. It doesn't always follow you along. So
okay.
Yeah.
So now it will be fine. Oh.
Fantastic. Now, yeah, that should be all good. So if you can, there you go.
Yes. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
Not at all. No, it's fantastic so far. So yeah, we'll let you carry on.
Okay. So that was my collection about e-twinning, and this is my collection about Arinka. Now I will have to speak faster. So this collection was prepared by wonderful ambassador, Wakelet ambassador Mirek. And I will just scroll down quite fast. It made me so happy because I really recommend doing something like this. If I think Michael told about this, that you are creating collections because of somebody's birthday or important event. So it is a really great idea. And now I would like to talk about this, what I'm very proud and excited to talk about Wakelet Polska. It started in 2020, and I started this group because there was nothing about Wakelet, and I wanted to share knowledge and explain and maybe translate into English into Polish, from English into Polish. And together with wonderful Monika and Agnieszka, we created this group. We have the whole space where we collaborate together. And before events, because we did lots of webinars, conferences, and different things, we everything collaborate in the space, and I really recommend creating the spaces. Although now it will be different space. I have to get used to these things, but we are not alone, because this Wakelet Polska group, where our huge collaboration is, there are wonderful Wakelet ambassadors I would like to talk about. We have more than 45, I think, more than 45 now, Wakelet ambassadors. And here is the perfect collection created by Monika. And you can click on it, and there are people who you can check their favorite top 3 collections. So it's also a great idea, because you have this everything in one place, like Wakelet, yes? And I'm proud because together with these wonderful people in our group, we collaborated, we worked together, and we organized first Wakelet in Education conference. It was in 2021. Then in 2022, we organized 3 days, a huge nationwide conference online on Facebook, and look at the people, how many things we had, but it is not enough because we are not unstoppable. We are not unstoppable, we are unstoppable. We created the whole Polish Wakelet Community Week. It was like in educational universe of Wakelet, and it lasted for the whole week. That was in 2023. And I'm really happy because also we had the opportunity and possibility to take part in 2021 in community sessions together with Croatia, Philippines, and Malaysia. Then next year, together with another ambassadors in 2022, and next in 2023. I am talking about this because I want to show you how collaboration is good and what wonderful you can create. And if you know people like Mirek Barć and Marcin Michalik, and of course 2 girls, you can imagine that we used creativity, communication, critical thinking, and cooperation to create our Polish version of Students Wakelet Ambassador Program. I'm really proud of this, and it was a big thing for us, and I want to continue this, and I think we teachers, yes, we should start from ourselves. We should collaborate and show other. If we want that our children will collaborate, we should show them that we are conscious of the need of cooperation and collaboration. So together we created this. But as a group of wonderful ambassadors, we had the opportunity to meet one of Wakelet members, Mizba, in Gniezno during the conference. That was also a huge pleasure for all of us. But it's not enough. We have got a wonderful Wakelet ambassador, this girl, Arletka. She organized for more than 20 Wakelet ambassadors in Poland. First meeting in Ciechocinek in 2023. She is so hardworking, and I really admire this teacher. She organized this, and we had the possibility to meet together with 20 wonderful people. We had 2 days, lots of different activities, lots of conversations, of course, about Wakelet, and that was a pure joy. And I was really treated like a queen together with Agnieszka and Monika, because the other teachers, they collaborated and made a big surprise for us. There is also a video. This Wakelet, I think, collection will be available. I will not show it now, but you can check it, how wonderful moments we had during this first meeting of ambassadors in Poland, in beautiful Ciechocinek. And then we also collaborate, and we have a little bit of up smashing. So we love Wakelet, and together with wonderful girls who also are ambassadors from Book Creator, we can collaborate together. And we created a huge space where we share books which are available, and other people can do remixes and other things, and add other books and collaborate with up smashing with Book Creator, but not only Book Creator, but also Canva. So as you see, these people are very passionate educators. And we had the possibility to be together during Society Day and World Communication and Information Society Day in Warsaw. So it was also wonderful. My motto is, alone we could do so little. I always tell about this, and I have this motto also on my profile, because I think this is very crucial. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Helen Keller, and I think this group shows that really collaboration is the key to success, and by working together with others we can achieve common goals. It involves pooling resources, skills and ideas to create something greater than what we could accomplish individually. And this heart means that, of course, collaboration is important, but the most important is passion and the main idea and your heart, because collaboration starts from your heart. And when you have people who want to collaborate, who want to learn from each other, exchange ideas, who want to motivate, inspire, and make progress, because we share, we care, and we grow. On our Facebook group, we share different kind of collections. And during these conferences, what I was talking about, many Wakelet ambassadors showed the way, this incredible way, how they use during the school, with the classes, with their communities, Wakelet. And I would like to say something, because I was thinking what is important in a collaboration, and I think communication, because we have to communicate in a proper way. Time is crucial, because sometimes we need a little bit time back. Yes, when we are collaborating, we just have to sometimes relax, step back. Sometimes we go faster. It's like a journey. I also compare collaboration with journey. Yes, like my first step with the first collection, then we go. Sometimes we stop. Sometimes we other people join to us. Sometimes we collaborate on something different, but we are making progress. We are still going on. This is incredible. And inner motivation, because if we don't believe and we have the, I don't know how to say this inner will, this motivation, we will not do anything nice together. Trust and respect, and no competition like chasing, because it doesn't matter who is first. And the same goals are very important. I showed my way of collaboration, and I also have a film, because this year it's like a reflection. You know, after some time, everybody needs to stay, relax, and think what I achieved and all this. So it's like reflection and of 4 years with Wakelet. And this huge collaboration, because Wakelet is like a passion, like a way of life for me. And everything I do, anything like for my private life, from my work, I think like a Wakelet way. Which collection should I create? And I do this on my phone, on my laptop. It's like, so I have lots of things with Wakelet. Even if I go jogging, I wear Wakelet. It's like my t-shirt that adds me power and energy. And oh, by the way, we have Wakelet Polska t-shirt. I think like the nice Polish community. First one maybe with the Polish Wakelet Polska t-shirt. Okay, so this is my way, and I asked Tisha Poncio say, I love her, and I love her saying this is Wakelet is there is a way, not the way, and a way, it means that you have to find your way of collaboration. Yes, find people, find communities, find projects where you can collaborate, communicate, and use all these things that are important during collaboration. And if not, I really recommend getting to here, where we have our profile, there is this społeczność, community. I thought that I changed it into English, but no. So społeczność is community, and when you get there, you have the whole Wakelet ambassadors from different, like from there are forums, from announcements, and ambassadors, spaces. And I know that this is very good, and we can collaborate together with other Wakelet people who are using Wakelet all around the world. Yes, so I really recommend this. There is also Polish, but I can't go down. Okay, you have to check it. So I go back. Yeah, it's really better when I have the whole screen, because I've got already too many things open. So community, I really recommend going there. And if you don't have a community in your country, maybe it's time to start. So it's my advice. Check if there are other passionate people who like using Wakelet, and maybe it is worth to work together with them. And my future way, I will just reveal my secret, will be digital portfolio, because I'm in love with this. And next school year, I'm going to start this. And invitation, here's invitation for all of you, but this session will be in Polish. So I invite you. This was this one, and I invite you to the Polish session together with Monika, Aka Beatka Chodacka, Justynka Bober, Ewelinka Nimkiewicz, i Iza Wypich, i Aleksandra Kwaśniewska, i Bogusia Mikołajczyk. We will be presenting our collaboration, and we have one thing in common: Wakelet. Wakelet connects us together. And that's all. Maybe one thing more. When I was thinking about collaboration, I just checked on YouTube on the TED, and I thought that I will add it here. This is very nice YouTube presentation. Also, check it, because collaboration starts with you, with us, and this is very important. We have to collaborate, I think, because it gives us power to do something wonderful, bigger, better, and together is always better than alone. So collaborate with your students, with your teachers, and with your friends, with your group of people who you like. I stopped. Did I manage?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. We've just got that screen backstage, but thank you so much, Dorota.
Yeah,
I would talk more about our community and our collaboration, but I know that I have only 15 minutes. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and that I was able to talk about our group and this. That we are like James said, we are like a big family.
We really are.
Okay, thank you.
Dorota, thank you so much. That was an incredible session. I know you had a few issues at the start, but that was a really lovely introduction. It was really nice to see a little personal touch on there as well. I saw Monica posted in the chat mentioning that they share birthday collections. So it's really nice to see that people are kind of taking this Wakelet experience beyond the classroom. So that was really nice. It was also just so lovely to see the network you've created within the Polish community. It's really nice to see all of the ways you guys share ideas, keep each other updated. Yeah, it was really lovely to see. So
yeah, and you can see the reflection in the chat as well. When I think about collaboration, I do think of you and the Polish team, because you do so many incredible things. You really have inspired and brought each other together to support your community, to share ideas, and to motivate each other as well. Tanya made a really good comment. She said leading your students, or leading our students by example, working together. When your students are seeing you working together as a team, that can only inspire them to do the same. So yeah, I always enjoy listening to your journey, Dorota, and seeing all of the incredible ways where you're integrating Wakelet into your personal life, your classroom, and beyond that, even your community round as well. So once again, thank you so much for joining. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. Have a little look through the chat, because there was a lot of love in there. So bounce into the chat when you go back. And yeah, thank you again for sharing.
Yes.
And we're so excited about the Polish session on Saturday as well. So we can't wait to see you on that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye. Have a nice day. Have a nice rest of the 12-hour live session. Bye. See ya.
Amazing. Bye.
See you soon.
Oh, fantastic there from Dorota. It's always such a pleasure to hear from any of our Polish ambassadors there. So yeah, kicked off the session with a wonderful start, and it doesn't stop there. We have so many wonderful speakers ready to present and share so many incredible ideas. So without further ado, that's the one. We're going to bring up Paki here from Spain. Hi, Paki, how are you?
Hello.
Good to see you. I'm loving the community.
Yeah, last year t-shirt. It's really hot in Spain right now, so I'm sweating. Sorry.
That's absolutely fine. We have this light and it's doing
yeah.
So we've created a maybe a Spanish climate in this room. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me to present my session.
Of course. Yeah, we're super excited to hear from you. I know you'll be talking about creating inclusive learning experience. So I'm so excited to hear from you. And I know everyone else in the chat is as well. So yeah, I'm going to pass it over to you. If you want to bring up your screen and sharing, and then we can pop that on for you.
Okay.
Lovely stuff. I can't see it just yet. So when you're sharing, just let me know.
Okay. I think it's done.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we can see it there.
Yep.
Yes, fantastic. Oh, yeah, if you jump on your collection.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Ready?
Oh, over to you. Thanks, Paki. Yeah, we can see that now. So you're good to go.
Okay. I'm on the air?
Yeah, you're on and you're ready to go. Everyone's excited to hear from you.
Okay, I'm going to start sharing the screen and I'm going to present
Amazing.
myself.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me and thanks for joining the session about how to create learning situations with Wakelet, which is the fantastic tool to create an inclusive environment in our classroom. So, well, my name is Paqui Carmona Luna. I'm from Spain. I'm a foreign language teacher, and right now I'm working as an EdTech coach. So I'm not teaching since 2022. But I keep working on my resources using Wakelet. And recently we had a change of legislation on normative in Spain. So we started creating learning situations instead of lesson plans, which was the traditional way we planned before. And the difference is that we have to create a final project in every learning situation. So I think Wakelet is the perfect tool to include that, because you can create a final portfolio for all your students, and they can include all type of documents or formats, etc. So let me explain what a learning situation is. As I said, is the way we plan in Spain since 2022, more or less. And it's more complex than a lesson plan. It includes a final project, which may take 1 week or several weeks. It depends on the difficulty of the final project, the subjects, whatever you want to include, the students' ages. So it's not a a fixed structure. And it's important to take into account the learning outcomes you want to achieve and the criteria you want to evaluate. So the idea is to apply a series of practices which help students to develop their strengths and to deploy the key and specific competencies, because it's the way we program in Spain.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, Faki. I didn't know if there was a screen that you were sharing. It's disappeared, so we're not seeing a screen. Or were you just?
No, I'm just explaining, and then I'm going to share the. So it's okay. It's just the introduction.
Fantastic. All sounds great so far.
It's just let me 2 minutes and I finish. So I'm going to share the collection. And okay, it's okay. I'm going to share right now. Don't worry.
I wasn't trying to rush you, I promise.
No, it's okay.
Double check that just comes up. I just want to make sure everyone can see what you're speaking about.
Okay. Let me know if you can watch the Wakelet collection.
Perfect. That's on there now. Yeah.
Okay. So that's my collection about how to create learning situations with Wakelet. And as I said, it depends on the complexity. So we can start with the center of interest of our students. And Wakelet is perfect because we can create a template using an entry or exit tickets at the end of the lesson, our icebreakers, etc. So we can use an image, videos, prompts, objects, etc. to create an entry ticket and or a bell ringer to catch our students' attention. And since that, we can start from scratch to create all the learning situation. So I recommend to present a motivating scenario, like for example, something that they are interested in, an artist or an historical fact or whatever they choose, because the idea is that the students choose the center of interest. So provoke curiosity in our students to catch their attention and to make them feel more interested in investigating the learning situation. So the justification is the curriculum. It depends on the ages of our students. It depends on the subjects, etc. So we start from the curriculum to program our learning situation, and we choose the objectives or learning outcomes we want to work with, and the criteria we need to evaluate the lesson at the end. And as I said, a learning situation is a pedagogical tool for the implementation of the competency-based approach. And it is characterized by a practical application in real-life situations. Students adopt a leading role because their own learning process, they're leading our learning process. Teachers act as facilitators of the learning process. We must evaluate the students' progress, And as I'll say later, but Wakelet portfolios are the best for that, because we can create a portfolio since the beginning of the school year, and it grows up throughout the school year with the students' achievements. So it's perfect for a learning situation, because they can put their podcasts, videos, texts, images, drawings, etc. So some examples of learning situations are, for example, a debate on the causes and consequences of the excessive use of TikTok, for example, or a podcast interviewing a historical figure, a creation of a literary work like a poem, or etc. So the description of the final project in a learning situation is very important to create our students' portfolios, because they can store all the products they create. Students' portfolios provide a holistic view of all the students' achievement. They can grow as the school year moves forward. As I said, they are related to the real world. They help the students control their own learning process. They help reduce text anxiety. We can make them very inclusive because Wakelet provides with the immersive reader and collaborative tools, etc. So the curricular concretion, as I said, acts as a roadmap for both teachers and students, ensuring we cover essential knowledge and skills in a logical consequence. And it ensures an efficient use of time. Specific learning objectives allow to adjust instruction to meet the specific needs of our students. And thanks to them, we can identify areas where our students might struggle and to adjust our teaching methods according to our students' needs. So the curricular goals make it easier to design effective assessments, and we can create traditional assessment as well if we want. But I recommend to use Wakelet digital portfolios for every learning situation, because, as I said, you can store everything in there, and you can watch all the students' progress throughout the year. They have students have access to the same basic knowledge and skills development. They stay motivated and engaged. And I'm going to present the parts of the learning situation. Let me know if you can watch this. I know it's a little bit small, the image, but you can download it from the Wakelet collection. And the essential parts of a learning situation is you have to create a challenge question for your students. So, for example, we can use SDG, or a historical fact, or something close to them. We have to encourage creativity, and Wakelet is perfect for that, because they can work in a collaborative way, and they can include so many types of content, and they can be very creative when using Wakelet. So we design cooperative tasks. The idea is to work all together in the classroom, because as you know, we have students with different skills, different abilities, different competencies, and the idea to work all together is that one student can help other students to be successful. We empower and create space for everyone. As I said, using universal design for learning is essential to create a learning situation, because that way we can assure that our students use different different support learning. And okay, let me one moment. We can use, for example, the immersive reader for students with ADHD or students with the autism spectrum, because the immersive reader allows them to communicate in a different way. They can use pictograms, they can use the translation tool, the read aloud tool, etc. And we can design an open and formative evaluation, because when we use the Wakelet portfolios, we can evaluate our students, we can assess their progress, and we can make adjustments to their process of learning. So let me go back one moment. Okay. It's opening. There. Okay. So when we finish a learning situation, it's time to evaluate the learning process. And I included some tools that I use using metacognition to evaluate our students and to make them reflect on their process of learning. So there you have a tool to evaluate their own process, their own learning process. And we use the learning ladder using metacognition strategies, for example, reflecting on what did they learn in the lesson, how did they learn it, etc. So we use all these questions to answer our own concerns about knowledge and about learning. And finally, and I think it's one of the most important part of a learning situation is to evaluate our own practice to make improvements in our teaching and to help our students better. So I created this tool to evaluate our learning, our teaching process, and using metacognition. And there's a series of questions that we have to answer ourselves to make adjustments in our teaching. So I included the pictures, but at the end of the column, you have the complete PDF if you want to download it. And finally, in this Wakelet collection, I included a series of tips about how Wakelet can help us to create a more inclusive classroom. So as I said, is a multiple format platform, perfect for uploading, storing, and curating our students' creations, either audio or video, PDF documents, Genialis, Canvas, etc. So you can use Wakelet templates to create final products for our learning situations like newsletters, portfolios, stories, playlists, recipe books, projects, etc. And there you go, the Wakelet templates collection. And this is an example on how to use, for example, Wakelet to create a final product for a storytelling using GIFs. And this was an example of one of the challenges you did I think a couple of years ago, but I really liked it, and I'd include it because we can do that with our students. And this is an example. Let me show. This is Don Quixote's 5 GIFs story, and you can include GIFs and text. And as you know, the immersive reader can help your students to read, to translate, to adapt their learning of other languages. And for me, it's a perfect way to create a final product in an original way, not using the typical, writing a story, but it is more creative, more original, and I think it's perfect for our students. And as you know, it's a Wakelet collection that you can include inside your students' Wakelet digital portfolios. So it's all connected and all in the same place, and you can evaluate your students' progress using just one collection in a digital portfolio. So this is one of the examples I created. Okay, I'm going to close that. Let me know if you see that. And as a foreign language teacher, for me, the immersive reader is the perfect tool to create an inclusive classroom for students who are learning another language or a second language, or who struggle with some difficulties like dyslexia or dysgraphia, or students that, as I said, that they struggle communicating. For example, if they have or they are in the autism spectrum, or they present ADHD. So using pictograms is perfect to help those students and every type of student. And for me, is the best tool for using Wakelet in a learning situation. Of course, you can create a learning situation of maths, history, science, biology, wherever you want, wherever you need. But the idea is that to create learning situations using interdisciplinarity, using more than one subject, and to combine other, 2 or more subjects to make the learning situation more, I don't know how to say, but more interesting and more realistic. And I think that's all. I don't know if there are some doubts about that. Okay, I'm going to.
Fantastic. No doubts at all.
I don't know if you can watch. Okay.
No, that was all fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that. I found it really powerful. We talk about giving students a choice in their learning, and making them at the forefront and giving them the power of their kind of learning and understanding. And I really love how you start out by giving them the power to create that or capture their center of interest. you know, they choose what they're going to be working on and looking at, and already then you've captivated their interest because they're invested, they want to learn more, and they want to, you know, follow the steps and, you know, showcase their learning in ways that make sense to them as well. You touched upon kind of using the column layout there to kind of give them that step by step. So like you said, teachers are facilitating their learning, but then giving them the option to express that understanding in lots of different ways there. And as you say, Wakelet's fantastic for that because you can combine it all into a Wakelet collection. So in terms of building a portfolio and showcasing all of that work, they can do it all in one place, which is amazing for you as the educator to see, and for themselves to look back on as well. So no, thank you so much. I thought that was a really powerful.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see. And I know everyone will have taken away some really fantastic ideas in there as well. And there's some love in the chat there for you as well. So thank you so much. We appreciate you always taking the time to share your fantastic ideas. And yeah, any final words just before we jump off, or you jump off?
Okay, don't forget to connect on Saturday for the Wakelet in Spanish, Wakelet Community Week in Spanish, because we're going to gather all together and we're going to have our session in our language. And as you know, we are from so many different countries, and it's a perfect occasion for you know, to learn more from Wakelet, but in our language. And that's thanks to you, and thank you for creating that space for us.
Of course, I enjoy any time where we can have you involved, of course, but the Spanish and community as well. So I'm really looking forward to that session. I think it's going to be fantastic. So yeah, really looking forward to that. And yeah, encourage everyone to tune into that because Paki will be there with a number of the Spanish and Latin community. And I thought it's going to be a fantastic. You also have a lot of fun on those. So I'm really looking forward to that one. But for now, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So next up, we have the wonderful Irene, and Irene is going to be joined by a very special guest, and they're going to be talking all about igniting student voice across borders. So hello, Irene.
Thanks a lot. Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, it's great. It's so hot in Sicily.
Yeah. I feel like everyone's getting the heat.
Yeah. Apart from this line, admitting something. But no, we're really excited for your session, Irene.
Oh, I thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here. I'm Irene from Italy. I teach English at a secondary school in Catania, and I'm so pleased to be here with my student Enrico. And I'm so happy to share a wonderful experience that we did together for an Erasmus Plus. And but let's start with me. And I would like to tell you something about empathy at school and well-being at school. So are you going to share my Wakelet?
If you can share your screen, then you can walk me through it. So yeah, we'll pop it up on screen as soon as you start sharing.
Okay.
Fab. We can already see in the chat everyone saying hello as well.
Yeah, okay. Can you see it?
We can indeed. That's on screen there for you. So over to you.
Okay, great. So I would like to speak about well-being at school because this is the topic of the year, and because I'm an Erasmus Plus ambassador and a Wakelet ambassador too, and I'm proud of it. I would like to say that empathy and well-being at school is a very, very important thing. At school, fostering empathy and promoting well-being are so crucial components of creating a positive atmosphere at school. but as well, it's an inclusive learning environment for both students and teachers, because it's so important to live and to smile even at school. So what is this? This is a special course that I attended, and because I joined it and I enjoyed it a lot, I would like to share my experience with you all. Then, staff well-being is essential for students' success. Then, if we create a wonderful environment with staff well-being, teaching quality, relationship with students' well-being, and supportive school environment, this is the success of learning. So what did we do? There must be teachers are widely regarded as the most important in school influences of students' success. So teachers' well-being is closely related to teaching quality. And Wakelet gave me the opportunity to create this portfolio, this portfolio that I had to present to get a certificate. I don't know, it's really important for us teachers and students to get certificates, but you know, if you don't create a digital product, you don't get a certificate. This is the way. So when you feel our best, we can do our best work. This is real. This is the most important achievement. The word stress has a very bad reputation. We have to concentrate ourselves in the positive things, in the positive goals. So in this way, we can achieve the best of ourselves. We have to destroy all our fears. So because I had this experience, I am a perfectionist. I want to do all the time my best. I get a lot of stress. In this way, I'm not relaxed. And my students, they feel this stress. Then I want to achieve another goal. I want to destroy this stress and work with a smile. So concentrate on my strengthens a relationship with students. So I tried to underline all the most important things. For example, well-being and students' well-being, including a direct connection between teachers' stress levels and students' cortisol levels. This is a very important research connecting the students' learning with the students' well-being is clear. And this is a real important thing. But what are the negative aspects of the lack of empathy and well-being at school? The students have got headaches, they are worried, they are feeling restless, nervous, they are very easily irritable, blood pressure too high, poor concentration, backache, neckache, and several digestive problems, relationship problems, and sleeping problems. Then at school, teachers, we have got those aspects that are every day in the classes, and we have to fight, we have to destroy and avoid that students are worried all the time. So afterwards, these aspects, I try to write the physical and mental problems of stress that affects all the students. And we had to fill in and write in word cloud all the negative problems that students have got. This is a rubric. And yes, what helps you best to manage stress? I wrote moving, sports, yoga, and walking. So I would like to do more sports, more yoga, more walking to avoid my stress and to do my best at school. This is the circle of influence. So on. Oh, great. If a child repeatedly hears that is not good enough, this is the image. And I don't want, this is just for laugh, but I don't want to see my students in this way because they are not good enough. And in the same way, teachers, sometimes we don't feel, we feel that we are not good enough, and this is not good. We are all the time good enough. So the limits of our well-being. I should be perfect. No, it's not a good idea that I've got in my mind. I shouldn't lose control. I need to work hard and keep going. Oh, I'm not good, beautiful, strong, smart enough. Oh, I don't care. I don't care. We have to give and share with our students that we are perfect in the way we are. So a lot of researches that I did, and other aspects that are very, very important are that physical well-being, mental well-being, emotional well-being, social well-being, spiritual well-being, the 5 most important points that we have to encourage, we have to promote, we have to enrich. So in this way, we have got a general well-being. So during this course, this is my physical well-being. Okay, this is those are all the answers that I put in the activity that I have done. And after the conclusion, I received my scores for my physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual well-being. Those are my scores. And at the end of the course, I realized that it is important to be complete, to be relaxed, and enjoy every moment of my life and of my work, to enjoy my life. And another thing very important is that I discovered through Wakelet Kami, the integration of Kami, and I would like to show you an activity that Kami uploaded in the platform. A very good activity that I presented to my students. School reflections at the end of the year. I feel improved the most in because they had to fill in and to answer to those questions. Something important I learned this year was and why. What I enjoyed studying there the most was and what else. And this was a very, very important achievement that I gained with Kami. And the last thing, the activity, the last action plan. I hope to be in time. Okay. This was the activity. So this was the conclusion. Physical well-being, I got 20. Mental well-being, 80. Emotional well-being, the maximum. Social well-being, I'm very popular, social. And spiritual well-being, the maximum as well. So I would like to give the floor to my student, and I hope I pushed some students and some teachers to do their best. And we have to enjoy life, and as well we have to be happy to stay with our students. We spend a lot of time at work, then we have to enjoy our time, not to be annoying or annoy our students. So Enrico, are you ready?
We're ready. Yeah. Should we bring Enrico on?
Yeah, Enrico. Okay. Thanks a
Good
lot.
afternoon, everyone. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Enrico.
Okay.
You can go on.
Good. I'm going to first introduce myself. I'm Enrico. I'm almost 18 years old, and I am currently a student of Mrs. Confalone. I aspire to become a journalist, a dream I am actively working towards by interning a newsroom. And I am truly grateful for the opportunity to present my Wakelet, a Wakelet about recent shore mobility to Romania that I had with Professor Irene Confalone and other students. And this platform, Wakelet, showcases my journey, my work, and my passion also for journalism. And I thank you in advance for your attention and your support. And now I'm going to present the Wakelet. Just, okay, 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I'm having a few problems with presentation with screen share. Okay. Okay. Can you all see the Wakelet?
Yes, Enrico.
Okay. Okay, so as I said, Wakelet allowed us to gather all project-related materials in one place. So articles, research papers, videos, and other multimedia resources can be organized into collection, making it easy to access and reference them. And this streamlines the learning process and enhances the efficiency of working on joint project. Managing and documenting these experiences can be challenging, but Wakelet provides a comprehensive solution. As I said before, we recently had a short Erasmus mobility project in Romania from April the 10th to April the 18th. And during this short mobility, Wakelet played an essential role in organizing and preserving the rich experiences of the trip. Teachers, such as Prof. Confalone, and also students were able to save all photos, presentation, and interaction to a well-organized Wakelet collection. And this not only facilitated real-time sharing, but also creating a lasting digital archive of mobility project. I'm going to start presenting the first day, our first day in Romania, where it was the departure day, of course. At 12, we met at the airport for this project, and we arrived at 5 p.m. We collaborated with the team of Ion Calindaro College, situated in Busteni, in Romania. And despite the long journey, Romanian students' hospitality made it worthwhile. And Busteni warmth reception set the tone for our stay at Casa Magica, which is a residence nestled in the Carpathian Mountains. We have then the second day, the 11th of April, where we were warmly welcomed at Ion Calindaro College by students and faculty. Romanian students presented on their culture and school, and followed by our presentation on our city, Catania's sustainable initiatives. We enjoyed Romanian delicacies and bond with the students. After lunch at Casa Magica, we in the afternoon visited Cantacuzino Castle, and we explored its garden with the Romanian students. We had dinner back outdoor lodgings. Then we have the second day where it was, we attended school in Romania, we attended Romanian school, thanks to which we were able to compare Italian and Romanian teaching methodologies in a 15 minutes. In the afternoon, we traveled to Sinaia, Bustani for a town tour without Romanian new friends. And we ended the day with the dinner at 8 p.m. The 13th of April, the fourth day, I think it was one of the best days because we visited two wonderful sites, Brasov and the Bran Castle. And this one famous for its connection to Dracula. We explore local market, and after lunch, returned to Bustani, enjoying an evening out with friends, and we had also dinner at a traditional restaurant. The 14th of April, we visited Latu Mitei Cave and also Bolboci Lake, and breathing landscapes. After exploring the cave, we had lunch in a wonderful park and spent the afternoon in Bustani. We, as usual, had dinner at 5:30, and the day combined learning and fun, making it a memorable experience. So, the sixth day, the 15th of April, after breakfast, we attended English and media education lessons at school. It is important to say that we don't have in Italy a subject called media education, and for this reason, it was an experience for us. In the afternoon, and then we visited Karaiman Monastery, and we enjoyed a relaxing walk in the forest. And we ended the day with a nice ice cream with our Romanian friends and with the dinner at 8:30. The next day, the 16th of April, we hiked to a beautiful waterfall and we enjoyed a delicious lunch. In the afternoon, we worked on the e-twinning side and also to upload photos and videos on Wakelet platforms. We had dinner at a restaurant with our friends, marking our last night before leaving. The 8th day, we attended two interesting lessons at school, technology and geography. But unfortunately, due to heavy rain, we returned to the hotel instead of visiting the museum. In the evening, however, we attended a farewell party organized by the students, sharing memories and gifts. And despite the rain, the day was memorable for the farewell celebrations. And our last day, the 18th of April, started with breakfast and packaging before leaving. We took a shuttle to Bucharest, the capital city, and visiting the botanical garden. And we also bought presents. We boarded the plane back to Catania, reflecting on the life-changing experience and the strong bonds formed with our Romanian hosts. Any presentation that we made during the mobility project, whether by teacher or students, were saved in Wakelet, as we can see. This ensured that our educational content was preserved and could be revisited or shared with others. We were not able to attend the trip. The short mobility to Romania is a testament to Wakelet utility, as it allowed teachers, students, and other participants to save and share their photos, presentation, and interaction. By leveraging Wakelet, educational communities can so enrich their project, preserving their experience and fostering a more connected and informed learning environment. And I ended the presentation, and I'd like to thank everyone for attention and for the support. This is the end. Goodbye.
Thank you, Enrico. Thanks a lot. We are so proud because Wakelet was really, really useful.
Thank you so much, Irene and Enrico, for joining us for that session. That was so lovely. Irene, I thought your mindfulness and well-being techniques that you spoke about at the start was so important. I think having those positive affirmations and that positive mindset for the students in particular just kind of gives them the courage to share their voice and speak more positively. So I thought that was truly inspiring. And Enrico, thank you so much for sharing your project. That collection was amazing. Not only do you and your project team have that to look back on and refer to, but it's also a really nice collection of memories for you to look back on as well. So yeah, really powerful stuff. Thank you both for joining. That was a great session.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
It's something I'm going to do in future. I've used previously Wakelet to plan a trip, but I've never used it really to document my trip. And there's a lot of times when you're speaking about something that you've done, and you forget those little memories, and you forget those the details and what you've learned along the way. So yeah, it was fantastic, Enrico, seeing that you've documented that and you could then speak about it so confidently because you can refer and look back on those memories. So yeah, bravo to both of you. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, it's been fantastic hearing from you both. And make sure you go and check out the comments as well, because there was a lot of love. Tanya there just saying it's a great idea for ISTing. So conferences, if anyone's going to conferences, it's a great way to be able to document that as well. But yeah, everyone's really impressed. So go and have a little look in the comments there.
Thanks a lot.
Any final words for my review just before you jump off?
Thanks a lot. See you soon then.
Yes, definitely.
No problem. See you soon. Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. It's so powerful to hear from students and educators, of course, but using and then being able to share what they've created as well. It's absolutely fantastic. And we're loving seeing all of the comments and ideas being shared in the chat there as well. So please keep it coming, because we'd like to see your ideas during these sessions as well. But the fun is not over. We have another two fantastic speakers coming up in this segment here. So without further ado, I'm going to go over to Rocio. We've got another one of our wonderful Spanish educators here. Hi, Rocio, how are you?
Hello, how are you? Nice to see you, Amy, Rosie, and all the Wakelet people fans who are there behind the chat.
Yeah, I know you've got a lot of
here.
No, it's fantastic to see you. I know you have a lot of love in the chat as well. And yeah, we're going to go over to you. So when you're ready, you can kick off.
Yes, great. Thank you so much. So let me share my screen there. Okay, there we are. I have created this collection. Can you see it already?
Yeah, all good.
Fantastic. So the idea behind this mini talk I'm giving out is how to empower students using Wakelet. And the thing is that we don't always have that opportunity at my school, because all the technical stuff is, sometimes not updated. And in this way, Wakelet has provided me with a great way to use what otherwise I couldn't be using. So I'm going to show you a few of the elements I've used all through these years. I've been using Wakelet for a few years now, although this is the first time I'm presenting in English. So, by the way, my name is Rocio. I didn't introduce myself. And I teach English in a secondary school here in southern Spain, in Úbeda. And I've been teaching there for a few years now. And, everything I try to teach and share, I do it with Wakelet. So in which ways could I empower my students, which otherwise don't have like all the computers that we needed or all the technical means? I mean, with collections. And it's so easy to share a collection or a space with them that I create every year a space and I make it personal. So I'm going to show you a few of them. The first thing I've got here is something I created for last year. And it was, badges and reward cards, because they were very into games, and I started doing like a mini project on games and rewards. So I created with hardcards.net a few cards, and I shared them with them so that they could easily see what I was expecting, right? So I have these tabs, like these columns for grammar. So I was expecting them to do different tasks, which I don't have time to explain now, but anyway, you can get the idea. And they were about grammar, speaking, vocabulary, writing, all the stuff that I normally try to make them do in class, and they were very eager. And so to have them all the information, they had this collection for them to see how they could improve or how they could become a writing master, for example. I created this as well, which they quite enjoyed. And you see, so in this way, they were not asking every day, okay, how many points do I get if I do this task? In how many ways can I improve? How can I get in first position? So I had this collection for them to be ready to do all the things that were expected. So this was the first collection that I wanted to show you. I go very fast or very slow, just please tell me. So every time I teach, like for example, Primero de la ESO, first ESO here in Spain, I try to start from their own needs. And that means that perhaps one year they are very interested into Shakespeare or films or food or clothes, or, you are going to do all these different vocabulary activities and these learning situations which Paki talked about. But I also try to start from their own perspective. So if I have this class where they like these 5-minute activities, I try to put them all together so that they know where to find them. Or for example, they are quite into films, so sometimes we dedicate a little time to films, and we have some ideas and projects. So this is an ever-changing way to organize our collections. So I create these spaces and then I copy all those spaces and I try to change them in any way that suits me. I mean, this year, this collection looks very different because maybe this year they are not so much interested in films and they are more interested into sports, right? So, and also there are some special days, for example, the Safe Internet Day. So I also link all there is to link. I mean, in Wakelet it's very easy to link like PDFs, YouTube videos, Genialis, everything all together. So we can jump from one classroom to the other because I teach in different classrooms. I'm not in the same room all day long. And then I can just click, I log into my account, and there you are. So I have everything at hand. And that's what I like about empowering them and also making them choose, right? So this is another subject I quite like. I also teach practical English. We created in my school this subject for them to improve because, in the last year, segundo de bachillerato, they are preparing for the university exams and tests, and, there is not that much speaking and listening. So we created this subject, and this is completely up to them. The only thing is that they have to do these projects at the end of each learning situation or unit, as we called them before. And then at the beginning of the year, I asked them, okay, what are your interests? What are your interests? What do you like? So as usual, the first unit is always getting to know you. And I have this material. I also share.
Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to double check. We're not able to see the collections that you're speaking of. It's just staying on the same one. Is that in? Did you just want to stay on that collection, or are you trying to?
No, I was clicking on them, so I don't know what's happening then.
It's
so I stop sharing and then go again.
Yeah, if you can just share your screen and just make sure it's like an entire screen, and then it will just follow around then.
Sorry, I'm so sorry about that.
No, not at all, not at all.
I mean,
I just want to make sure the collections you're sharing.
Yes. Okay, so I'll share my screen again, and I've got this again. Right. So if you tell me, we can.
There we go.
Share.
That
Okay.
should now pull them up. If you want to just try and click on the collection.
Yes. Yes, I will. Okay, let's check. So, can you see now the badges and reward cards thing?
No, it's still just in that same collection. That's kind of the main collection that you've got there.
Right. So, I mean, maybe now. Okay, let me check again. Now I'm clicking on the practical English thing.
Yeah, it might just be on another tab.
I don't know what's going on. So sorry about this.
It doesn't always like to follow you. So
okay, right. Let me close all the tabs and then I'll stop sharing and share again.
Perfect.
The time in a row.
Priscilla just picked a tab and forgot to swap it.
Okay, yeah.
It happens to us all.
I don't know. Okay, so there we are. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. Fab. Let's put that one on. And
can you see it already? I'm already sharing the practical English.
I can see the main collection there, but I don't know if I think it's because it's just with like the screen. It's not kind of following you around.
I don't know. I'm just clicking on the practical English now.
Yeah.
And I've got the message on top, sharing, but I don't know if you can see it or not.
No, it's just the main collection that's sharing. Did you want to send it to me and then I can open up the ones that you're referring to?
Okay, right. Yes, I'll do that. Sure. Okay, let me check.
I think I might have this collection, so bear with me.
I don't know why. Maybe because I've been copying them from a space, perhaps. Oh, that's a shame.
No,
I don't know how to do it, really.
That's okay. What I'll do is I will share it on my side, and you can just keep telling me when we're popping the next one on. Okay.
All right. Yes.
Bear with me 2 seconds, and I'll pop it on.
So I mean, I can just explain them if you wish. So I mean, the nice thing about this is that I can change everything. So for them to see how it changes, maybe you can share them with anyone.
Of course, yeah. We'll pop them on one as well.
Okay, so I copied them from the spaces, so maybe that's why. I don't know. I mean, I'll check with the film unconditional ones. In fact, I can see the sharing.
There we go. So I've got your.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, there it is. So maybe there are some collections which, are copied from spaces, so maybe that's why. And then I've got others where, they are like copies of another collection, so maybe that's why. Okay, there you are. The practical English one, I can see that. So shall I go on from there?
Yeah, I'll share the screen.
Right. Okay, it's going to be real quick. Sorry about this.
Not at all.
Well, as I was saying before, I try to make them participate of, everything they want to do in the classroom. So the thing is that at the beginning of the year, I try to get to know them. So that's why there is a collection there at the bottom of the practical English one called Getting to Know You. And then from that point, I also share with them my collection of dictionaries, which is there, just in case they may need it all through the year. And from that starting point, it's up to them what they decide to do. So if they want to do short dialogues, we do short dialogues. If they want to talk about video games, that's it. So I try to make them create all the collections, all the ideas. They give me the idea, they tell me what they want to do, and then I share everything with them later on, with classrooms or with mails or in any way they want, right? So if you want to move them, for example, to another example, which is films unconditional, Amy, I would be happy. So another way I have to tell them that it's important to participate is like creating special collections and making them see that everything can be taught in class. So in this case, I created this collection where they had to find an example or a couple of examples, and they added them to the collection. I shared the link with them where they could include a sentence, a paragraph, or anything related to conditionals. So that way, grammar was integrated also. And what's a better way to integrate this than with a collection where everything was there? I have also another collection with songs. I love songs, and I think that's a fantastic way to teach English. So they created like this playlist where everything had to do with conditionals, right? So they told me, and you have the names there. This class in particular, they didn't have computers, so I was adding their names, and they have to write a small part of the song and then the link to the YouTube song. So they have all the songs that the class decided to listen later, and then practice all the conditionals there could be, right? And another way I have of empowering students is like learning myself, right? So, and how can I learn? I like to share with other colleagues. So in this collection of collections, I have one called Escape Room Colectivo, and I will explain in a second why is that. I mean, we love escape rooms and we love games and we love, everything that goes like thinking out of the box. And then another colleague and I thought it was a good idea to create a special escape room for them. So I put everything in this place, and I made this colleague a co-participant of this collection. And there we are. We have all the resources there are. We could find like lists of codes and how to create anagrams and quizzes and voice changing platforms. And we just really went crazy when we were creating all this. But that's also a way to empower students. They could have an exam at the end of the year, but then you could also create an escape room for them, and I thought it would be a great idea. And last but not least, this year we have this plan de lectura, and the idea is that we can make the students read more, and every time they found a link, an article, a comment, a Wattpad book that they were interested in, they just added that to the collection. So we could read a little bit about English, language, culture, literature, a little bit of everything in that collection. And, basically there is all these kind of ideas and different perspectives, which I think are very powerful because you are making them speak. And I think Wakelet is also about that. You make people share, you make people collaborate. And I think that's the idea. And as long as they collaborate and work together, they will be, working together and creating bonds. And that's also a very powerful way to empower students. And that's all I had to tell you for today. I'm sorry that the sharing didn't go as planned, but I hope my ideas got you engaged and interested. And if there is any use for any of them, for any of the people out there watching this, be my guest. You can copy them or use them in any way you can.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. And honestly, we could still see everything going on. We were doing a bit of a tag team there, so it was fantastic. And everyone could still see those brilliant collections that you put together. One thing I really love that you showcased really well is not only do you put together these collections for your students, you get them involved in the curation process. You bring them
the protagonists in class. I mean,
exactly, collaboration is key there. And you've got your students all working together in those spaces, adding those the film links, the songs is fantastic, and they can see each other's work as well. But I really love that you're not just putting together resources for your students, you're getting them involved in that process as well. So that was really lovely to see, and so many ideas in that collection there. We're sharing out all of the resources that have been shared throughout the session. So I'll make sure the link is in there for everyone to be able to go and check out afterwards as well. So they'll be able to.
Right. Thanks for your help. Thanks a lot.
Of course.
Next time it goes better than this was my first time.
Of course, and you've done fantastically, and I know you do fantastic sessions within the Spanish community as well. So
looking forward to that.
You on with us today, and like I said, we showcase collaboration really well in person there. So no, it's great.
Thank you everybody, and thanks for having me here. It's a real pleasure.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Anything you want to say just before we jump off, and go and look in the comments as well, because everyone's loving it.
Well, yes, they can contact me on Twitter or on Wakelet or in any way they can if they need anything. And yeah, it was fantastic. Good experience. Thank you.
We'll see you very soon. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
So last but definitely not least, we've got Kate from Nottingham College. Kate's going to be talking about building a Wakelet community in your college. So hello, Kate.
Hey, Kate.
Oh, hi. Hi, everybody. How are we doing?
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I'm well, thank you. That was brilliant. The last session, really enjoyed that. Little glitch, but it's fine. Got lots of information from it. Very good. Okay, are you ready to go?
Yeah, if you're ready to get started, so are we. So we will
Okay, can you see my screen okay?
We can indeed.
Perfect.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, well, thank you for having me. Welcome, everyone. My name is Kate Wiles, and I am a Wakelet ambassador and a learning technology coach at Nottingham College in the UK. So today I'm going to deliver a little bite-sized session exploring how we've used Wakelet to transform our school or college from welcoming new students to celebrating our graduates. I'm going to share how Wakelet can boost your learning, connect departments and empower your college community. Through real world examples taken from our Nottingham College, you'll see how to create a thriving space where ideas, resources and inspiration flows freely. So in today's digital age, streamlining information and enhancing student engagement are crucial for college successes. With sustainability also being a top priority, colleges are constantly seeking innovative ways to reduce waste and promote eco-friendly practices. Wakelet is a powerful platform that allows educators to curate information and resources in a visually appealing and interactive way. Imagine ditching bulky paper handouts and physical clutter for dynamic Wakelet collections that students can easily access. By streamlining information access for students and boosting engagement through interactive features, Wakelet can significantly reduce reliance on paper handouts and physical resources. This translates to less paper waste, a smaller environmental footprint, and ultimately contributes to your college's sustainability goals. It also paves the way for a more successful learning experience for everyone. So Wakelet offers a powerful toolset that can accompany users throughout the entire college journey. Imagine a central hub containing essential information, virtual campus tours, and introductions to key staff members, all accessible through a Wakelet collection designed specifically for new students. The same platform can showcase the vibrant world of student life and extracurricular activities, helping students find their niche. Wakelet can be used to celebrate academic and athletic achievements, creating a strong sense of community pride. Don't forget those graduate photos and celebrations. Wakelet allows students to capture and share them easily with friends and family using convenient shareable links. From the very beginning to the very end of your college or school experience, Wakelet can be a one-stop shop for information, connection, and lasting memories. So the bustling induction period is a critical time for new students, often filled with information overload and nervousness. Wakelet offers a powerful solution to streamline the onboarding process and connect students with valuable resources. Departments can create Wakelet collections for essential information. These collections can include details about key resources, like where the library is located, accessing careers services, and getting help with safeguarding concerns. Engaging videos featuring current students sharing their experiences can be included, generating a sense of welcome, community, and dispelling any apprehension new students might feel. But why wait for the first day? Providing a QR code linked to a Wakelet collection during enrolment allows new students to embrace digital skills and access important college information before setting foot in the classroom. Imagine the relief of having key information readily available, eliminating the need for printed materials that can get lost or misplaced. Wakelet has been successfully used as a platform to introduce our students to college systems. The I Am Digital Wakelet collection is a comprehensive compilation of short courses linked directly to the student learning dashboard. This program equips our students with the digital skills needed to excel in their studies, embedding these valuable skills right from the start of their academic journey. Digital posters displayed as QRs on screens in high traffic areas around campus and on the back of welcome staff members' t-shirts provide quick access to quick and key information. Induction can also be the perfect time to connect students with potential mentors. By including a QR code within your Wakelet collection that links to a platform where students can browse mentor profiles and express interest in connecting with them, highlights the power of digital schools to kickstart valuable relationships that can guide and support students through their college experience. But Wakelet goes beyond just streamlining information. It can be a powerful tool to boost student learning. With Wakelet, students can save articles, videos, and other resources to personalise collections, building a rich portfolio of their work throughout the semester. This not only saves time and effort during assessments, but allows them to showcase their understanding of the material in a visually appealing way. Furthermore, educators can create Wakelet spaces, dedicated hubs filled with teaching resources, assignments, and interactive activities. This creates a centralised repository of knowledge, ensuring students have everything they need to succeed right at their fingertips. By encouraging organisation and facilitating access to learning materials, Wakelet empowers students to take ownership of their learning experience and excel in their studies. But Wakelet isn't just about individual classes. It can be a powerful bridge connecting departments within your college or school. Departments can curate collections filled with their best teaching practices and resources. This creates a united learning environment where all educators can benefit from each other's expertise. Departments can co-create collections dedicated to interdisciplinary projects. These collections become valuable resources for students, giving them a taste of what it's like to explore a topic from multiple perspectives. Imagine a Wakelet collection combining biology and art that explores the beauty and complexity of the natural world, such a seamless way of combining both disciplines. But how about homework? Try embedding QR codes linked to specific Wakelet collections on student desks to engage students with interactive homework across different classes. No matter who's teaching at the time, the activity resource will always be readily available. The Nottingham College Maths Department use Wakelet collections for revision content. A quiz surrounding the subject of calculating loan repayments, not just for testing mathematical formulas, but also including real-world scenarios and branching narratives that lead students to consider factors like interest rates and repayment terms, concepts crucial for accounting and business courses. This created a deeper understanding of how mathematical functions are applied in practical contexts. Wakelet equips and encourages departments to create and share. This generates seamless communication and information exchanges, ensuring everyone's on the same page, with updates, announcements, and resources, improving departmental efficiency and collaboration. Wakelet enables everyone, not just teaching colleagues, to be active participants in the college experience, creating a sense of community, shared purpose, and a collaborative spirit. Introductionary Wakelet collections created by the Learning Resource Centres inform students about their services, their staff expertise, and their locations. This makes students feel comfortable utilising the library's vast resources from day one. Using Wakelet to showcase the LRC's resources in a virtual library with online databases and video tutorials on research skills ensures valuable information is accessible from anywhere and at any time. The platform extends beyond the college walls. The Careers Department use Wakelet for online teaching to external audiences. They use curated collections filled with careers advice videos, interview tips, and industry insights, all accessible through a single shareable Wakelet link. This enables external learners to access valuable careers resources, even if they can't attend a workshop in person. So, beyond traditional courses and information sharing, Wakelet is used to create departmental newsletters containing important updates, announcements, and even staff spotlights, all readily available through a single shareable link. Student-facing newsletters feature valuable study resources, information about upcoming events, and success stories from fellow students, nurturing a healthy spirit of competition within the college or school. So let's talk about shining a light on success, the best part about it. By using Wakelet's multimedia capabilities and shareable links, you can create engaging and interactive ways to celebrate milestones across the entire college community. How about creating a dedicated Wakelet collection to celebrating graduating students? Include photos from the ceremony, congratulatory messages, and even student reflections on their college journey. Share the link with graduates and their families for a lasting and easily accessible memory. Showcase outstanding academic achievements by creating collections for student reps, scholarship recipients, or winners of academic competitions. Include their names, accomplishments, and even a short video testimonial to inspire others. Celebrate athletic achievements. Include game highlights, team photos, and student athlete profiles. Share these collections with the college community to boost school spirit and recognise athletic excellence. Don't forget about extracurricular activities. Using Wakelet to showcase award winners, club achievements, musical performances, and event highlights. This celebrates student participation and further enhances that essential sense of community. Collections featuring student artwork, photography, dance performances, or creative makeup projects are a fantastic way to celebrate artistic expression. Wakelet can be used as a gallery to showcase any creative achievement and provides a platform for student talent. But what about when the courses have been completed? Well, what happens next? Graduating from college is a monumental achievement, but the journey doesn't end there. As students embark on their career paths, Wakelet can be a valuable tool to help them stand out and succeed. Imagine a dynamic portfolio readily available for potential employers. Wakelet can showcase quality academic work, projects and achievements, including assignments, presentations, and creative work, all within a single organised collection. This allows our graduates to tailor their portfolios to specific job applications, highlighting relevant skills and experiences. Wakelet's ability to showcase skills with multimedia content can really make an impression on future employers. Collections containing research skills through presentations that include testimonials from educators highlighting their work ethic and communication makes their portfolio more engaging and gives employers a well-rounded picture of their capabilities. In the process, they'll be demonstrating their digital storytelling and content creation skills, both valuable assets in many of today's industries. Graduates can utilise Wakelet's collaborative features to build a network, enabling them to stay connected with mentors, other students and teaching staff. By creating shared collections with mentors, they can access feedback on their portfolios and gather industry insights. Graduates can fuel a job search with Wakelet by curating collections dedicated to specific industries or companies of interest. These can include company websites, industry news articles, and even interview tips for relevant positions. This allows graduates to research potential employers thoroughly and prepare for interviews confidently. Collections featuring blog posts, research findings, and creative work relative to the chosen field will showcase their expertise. By sharing these collections on professional network platforms like LinkedIn, they will attract potential employers and give job seekers that all-important advantage of standing out. So to conclude, the element of community is so important. Imagine a place where students feel supported, faculty members can share best practices, and departments are able to work together seamlessly. Wakelet isn't just a platform, it's a bridge connecting students, faculty, staff, and departments. By shaping a collaborative environment, a shared sense of purpose where everyone is an active participant in the college experience is created. With Wakelet, this vision becomes a reality and enables any college or school community to flourish. Thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you so much, Kate. That was amazing. That was a really nice presentation.
Thank you.
You should definitely take a look at the comments because you got a lot of positive comments there. So definitely
thank you.
Session. I think it was amazing to see how many examples you just shared in such a short space of time. You've really got to know the platform and you've really got the most out of it. So it was just so incredible to see how much you guys at Nottingham College have adopted. So yeah, really powerful stuff. And agree that digital first approach for students is so important, especially in the space that education is moving towards. So that was also powerful. One thing that I actually did write down was just how cool those T-shirts were. I myself from Nottingham.
Yay!
My accent just then.
Nottingham.
And I used to work for one of the universities, so I am so annoyed that I didn't come up with that idea. But incredible work for you guys, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. No, it's a pleasure to share. And we've been big fans of Wakelet for a number of years now, and it's just seamlessly integrated into almost all of our departments now without a blink of an eye. And I think that's taken a good couple of years to get there, but we're finally there. It's certainly the platform of choice for many, and using it from the very beginning of a student's college journey is just great because it kind of puts them on the good foot really with using digital skills and platforms like this to obviously succeed in their studies and beyond. So yeah, thanks for letting me share my story.
Of course. No, Sandy puts it really well. She said this is an amazing presentation showing how higher education institutions can help students from beginning to end of their journey using Wakelet. So yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, but it was fantastic. And like I said, I'm always blown away by, as you mentioned, it's just spread across so many different departments and all utilizing it in lots of different ways, but it all comes together really nicely. So yeah, thank you so much, Kate, as always, for sharing your ideas. I know everyone in the chat's walking away with some really cool ideas now. So thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Oh, no, thank you for having me.
No problem.
Take care, guys.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Amazing. What a fantastic way to end just this segment. We will be back very soon. We're going to take a very short break and then we will be introducing you to 5 more speakers. We've got so many more sessions to come, so don't leave us for too long, but if you need to grab a cup of tea, grab a water, go for it, and just remember to keep sharing all of the fantastic things that you're seeing in the chat, of course, but also on social. We do have that competition going on, so any shares, make sure you mention that hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Every post across the social channels is an entry for competitions. We've got swag packs, we've got some really cool t-shirts, we've got some Meta heads situations, they're brilliant, and we've got lots of great things for you to get your hands on as well. So yeah, thank you all so much for keeping the chat alive and really engaging and cheering on these speakers. And yeah, we'll see you all very soon in the next session. Yeah, for now, thanks for having us. See you soon.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the fourth segment of the 12-hour live stream. We're actually exactly halfway through now. We're 6 hours in to this live stream of 12 hours. So we've had, 15 amazing speakers so far, and we've got 15 more to come. So we'll get started in just a second. But first, remember, we have got that competition going on for the whole of this week. So anything that you like during these sessions that you want to see, that you want to share, that you're inspired by, that you want to share around with your friends on social, please do. Just make sure that you use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. That means that you're entered into the competition to win those VR headsets, that exclusive Community Week swag, and of course some daily prizes too. So get involved with that. Information's at the bottom there. And then also a lot of people have been asking about certificates. They are in the chat. So have a look through the chat. We'll keep on posting them throughout the 12 hours. The certificate will be there for you to fill in. And of course, by doing so, you'll receive not just the resources from the speakers that you see in this segment, but also the resources from every speaker throughout the 12 hours. So it'll be a huge collection full of amazing resources in there. But like I said, we're halfway through. Let's get this show on the road. I'd love to welcome our first speaker, Amy Zambrano, onto the screen. Hey, Amy.
Hi, namaste.
Hey, how are you doing, Amy?
Good, thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm excited to share. So.
No, thank you so much. I know you. I've obviously seen you in person use Wakelet. I've seen you share Wakelet around for many years now. So I know the stuff that you have to share. I can't wait to see more of it, and I'm sure the people in the chat can't wait as well. So the stage is yours, Amy. Please take it away.
Awesome. So just to introduce myself, my name is Amy Zambrano, and I'm the wellness coach for the Long Branch Public School District. And I've been teaching yoga and mindfulness and social emotional learning for the past 15 years. So what I've done this school year is connect technology with wellness. So I'm really excited to share with you how I've utilized Wakelet to create that community and connection through technology. So I'm going to share my screen to show you the Wakelet that we will be using. And I sent James the link to that, so everyone's welcome to use it for inspiration. So here we have, this is our wellness Wakelets for the Wakelet Community Week. So to learn more about me, I've created a wellness website for the Long Branch Public School District. You can click on all of those links up there. So one way that I've used Wakelet in the district is every Wednesday, I host a Wave Wellness Wednesday Zoom show where over 100 classes tune in, and it started out as a 10-minute little session, but now has evolved into about 20 minutes long. So each week I like to have slides to support the teachers so that they're able to use the resources and activities, with their students to integrate it during their time. So I've created a Wakelet here. So this is the home of all of the weekly Wellness Wednesday Zoom slides. And I've also integrated in Nearpod as an SEL check-in. So just to show you, so I have each month as a column, and then within each column is each week's slides. So for example, in October, I was doing the Nearpods as a weekly thing, but then I switched it over to a monthly activity. But you can see it's a great way to showcase, how everyone was feeling with a one-word check-in with the classes using an emoji. So I like that, you're able to see, how everyone was feeling. And again, the teachers have the link that they could do this, at their own time if they weren't doing it during, their SEL time. So that's one great feature there. And then as you scroll down, you'll see each week are the Google Slides. So for example, if, you click on that one, you'll see, each week's slides with the different activities. So teachers can always, use this even if it wasn't in October. So it's a great resource hub that the staff has to use with their students. And our district has about 12 schools. So even though, just 100 classes Zoom in, typically the elementary age group, that really everyone has access to the Wakelet. So this is where they're all, they're home. So this is one way that I've utilized the wellness with the Wakelet. Another way that I've integrated technology and wellness is through meditation. So you'll see in this Wakelet here is a collection of guided meditations that I recorded using flashcards. So I used the Imagine meditation kit for cards deck and basically just read the flashcard using Flip. So with Flip, I used the audio feature, and then I recorded about 30 of them. And as you can see, the teachers could pick, which Flip they wanted to listen to. But I'm just going to stop sharing just for a moment.
Sorry, Amy. I just wanted to interrupt that. I know that you're showcasing those collections on your side, but we can only see that first collection. I didn't want you to continue not being able to show them to other people. So if you want to share maybe the window or the entire screen, I think that way everyone can see.
Okay.
Clicking on.
Okay. Sorry about that. But let me just show you. So after I made the Wakelet, on Canva, I designed a poster and used the Wakelet QR code. And then we printed them out, and every building has this poster in their faculty room. So they would just take their phone, scan the QR code. So then they have access to all of the meditations on there to make it, wellness more accessible with the mindful moment. So again, integrating that technology and, again, the card decks that I use, you just record. So you could use any card deck that you'd like to record that meditation. So that's, another way that we've used Wakelet with Flip. So I'm going to present again, showing, okay. Are you able to see that now?
We can see, yep, we're on your Flip Your Mood collection.
Flip Your Mood. Okay, perfect. Okay. So again, that was, how I've integrated the meditation for the staff. So then I've also utilized Wakelet with student meditations. Are you able to see that one?
No, we're still on the Flip.
You're still on the Flip one. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. We'll stop that and we'll come back to, see here.
A lot of people loving the QR code of the playlist.
Oh, awesome.
That's the QR codes.
Yes.
There we go. Screen.
These are the student meditations. So I've had, students of all ages, all grade levels create their own types of meditations using technology. So they have used Flip in the audio format, also in the video format. They've also used Mote to, record their voice as an audio meditation. I've also integrated using the Google Chrome Lab with Songmaker. So the students are able to make their own song as a meditation. And even thisissand.com has a great virtual sand art that, the students, created and designed. And then they integrated that either on Flip or in a Google slide as the background for their meditation. So again, you have the link to that in the Wakelet to see, the collection of, our students' work that they've done district-wide in English and Spanish and Portuguese. So really, a diverse group of meditations that, we've utilized Wakelet for. The next set of Wakelets that I'm very proud of are our March Madness Mindfulness Challenge Wakelets. So each March we've done a mindfulness challenge, and the first year it started off as we connected it to the SEL competencies with Castle. So for example, week 1, it was show how you're using self-awareness with your students, and teachers and students could show however they, were utilizing self-awareness, whether it was taking a deep breath or a one-word check-in, just really getting creative. However, this year, I was trained using Book Creator as a certified author, and I've also recently became a Book Creator ambassador. And what I did was I created Book Creator templates for each week that the students would get to remix and create as their own. And we categorize that on Wakelet each week. And it was really amazing to see the creativity. So I'm going to share my screen again so so that you'll be able to see. So here we have our 2024 March Madness Mindfulness Challenge. And, you know, for the first column, you know, there are tutorial videos. All of our teachers are trained in Book Reader, but we just gave them a little refresher in case they didn't know how to remix a book. So we provided resources there, as Lois Alston and Alex Isaacs, our tech coaches that are also Wakelet ambassadors. They really helped and inspired me to create this. So we have, you know, that tech support there. And then each week in the column, it had their own Wakelet and then the book creator, the remixable template. So the teachers would remix this book and then their students would, you know, work on that. And then the teachers would upload it to the Wakelet. So for example, week 1. And then what I love with Wakelet, it really allows you to see the book creator. You know, it really brings it to life. So as you can see, this was Miss Vargas's class. So for week 1, the challenge was to create your own affirmation using a basketball jersey. So the students were able to design, you know, digitally on Book Creator, or teachers could also print out the template and then upload it to the Book Creator. So Book Creator had, you know, a lot of cool features that made it accessible for voice and choice. And then it was great how, you know, it went right into the Wakelet that you could read the book and you can see all of the creativity for each week. And the 200-point challenge was a drawing, and then the 600-point challenge was a little bit more research-based, with either researching their favorite team, whether it was men's or women's college basketball or professional basketball, to their favorite teams. So you can scroll down and you'll see all of the amazing work that the students did using Book Creator, but then we, again, showcased it in our Wakelet. So that was one way that I loved using it, because again, you're able to create that community and that connection. So I'm just going to stop my sharing there. So another way that I've used Wakelet with wellness is during the winter time. We had a winter wellness app smash up, another challenge on our weekly Wellness Wednesday Zoom show. So once again, I'm going to show you that Wakelet collection. And, you know, again, I use the column feature to, you know, categorize all of the activities. So they could do their own Merry Mote, where, you know, they would share their favorite family holiday memory using Mote. They had their festive flip, so they would watch the yoga video that I created for the district, and then they could design their own yoga video or meditation video using Flip. So you would see the student responses there. We also had Bright Book Creator, where they designed their own healthy elfie selfies, where you could either, again, design it on Book Creator or print out the template, color it in, and then the teacher could upload it to that collection or just onto the Wakelet. And then we had the magical meditation with Seesaw. So again, you could draw, you could use the audio, and then I also had the column where you could, you know, just color to calm. So, you know, again, it gives them a way to showcase the, you know, the skills that they were learning, you know, in the classroom, and then be able to have a home for it, you know, an organized fashion on Wakelet to share with each other. And again, it was a great way to build community and connection. So the next Wakelet collection that I'm going to share with you is I like to always, you know, give different, you know, activities for the students and staff to work on. We also had the vision boards. Let me just pull that one up here. We had our virtual vision boards, our winning wellness game plans. So again, those are all here in the Wakelet. here. Okay, so our virtual vision boards as, a great tool to, reach your full potential. So, having that goal, that's in your mind to actually, put it out there to support yourself. So rather than setting, New Year's resolutions, we set those New Year's intentions through, vision boards, whether, they design them with the digital pictures or did it by hand with cutting out magazines. But it's a great way to see all of the vision that the students have, So again, I love how Wakelet just makes it so easy and accessible that you can see all of their work and really get inspired by all of their visions and their dreams. So I'm always proud of the work that they do, as well as we had this year, we integrated the Canva challenge, the one word Canva challenge. So again, I'm going to screen share here. And, again, using another tech platform where they would, pick one word to describe their intention for the year. So you have love, you have happy, you have practice. And again, they could, bring it to life through pictures, through words. So again, having the power of the goal setting, because our words matter, right? Our thoughts become the words that we think, and the words that we speak become our action. So making sure that, we're creating this positivity because our words do matter. So that is another collection that I'm, really proud of with our students. And then finally, and again, you can see all the Wakelet collections in that main Wakelet collection. I have a Wakelet for you all to add your favorite wellness tools. So if you'd like to take a moment to, whether it be your favorite guided meditation using Insight Timer or Calm or Headspace, or maybe you have a favorite YouTube video or an article. But I thought it would be awesome to create a collection from the Wakelet community around the world of your favorite wellness tools and tips. So if you scroll down at the bottom, they've also provided, different resources that you can use as well for wellness and technology, whether you use it in the classroom or out of the classroom. So I'm just going to share my screen one more time. And here you are welcome to add your favorite wellness technique or your favorite tip and tool. We'll share that in the chat here. Are there any questions that anyone might have? I know it's a lot of information. It's hard to put it all in 20 minutes.
It's amazing, Amy, honestly. A lot of great comments in there. I put the wellness collection in there so everyone can go ahead and add their stuff to the Add Your Favorite Wellness. So that's in there, everyone, so check that out. But I just wanted to say, Amy, I love your collections. They're always, first of all, so colourful.
Thank you.
Second of all, so organised. And I know that's what Wakelet's meant to do, but you honestly take it to the next level. And I was going to say, I can guess your favourite layout being columns, but you had a bit of mood board there at the end of the vision board, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, honestly, the mood board is my favorite, but I've just, from presenting on Zoom and everything, sometimes the columns are just easier to have. I have noticed, like with the March Madness ones, for us to see the book creator ones, in a bigger fashion, it needed the media stream. So I was using more of that versus the mood board, But I love all the different features. I really just think about, what am I presenting? What's the collection look like? And that's kind of how I, design it on Wakelet, as it's literally my #1 website that I go to for everything, whether, it be for district wide or just with a class, just one class, because I work in all 12 buildings. So with every age level. So I find this to be really helpful, whether I'm making a little video with the preschoolers or, the high schoolers are designing their own meditation or video. that it's a great way for students to express themselves and their voice and choice through technology. So it's really been amazing with the Green Wave and Wakelet.
Yeah, no, I love that. And I like what you said about kind of thinking of the practice or the idea first and then matching Wakelet to it rather than the way around. I feel like that's a really good way of doing it. And like you said, then it has a home inside of Wakelet.
Yes, definitely.
No, I love that. So, Amy, thank you so much for jumping on and sharing so much within those 20 minutes. Everyone's asking for your resources and your handle actually in the chat. So after this, please do jump into the chat. Lois and Elle save the day. Put your handle in there for you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Get the comments out. Everyone's loving everything you shared. And I'm sure you'll have a lot more questions and follow up after this.
Yes, definitely. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to share my passion of infusing yoga and wellness with technology. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amy. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Amazing. Wow. Well, like I said, a lot shared. I knew Amy had a lot to share, and I've seen a lot of collections over the years. And yeah, even I was impressed with those there, especially, like I said, so colourful and just so organised too. So yeah, the resources are in the chat there. We'll share them around at the end. If you grab your certificate, we'll send them along with the other speakers as well for the rest of the 12-hour live stream. So fill out a certificate for that. Right, I think let's move straight on. We'll go to Pat, if we have him here. Hey, Pat.
How's it going, everybody? Happy to be joining in.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, Pat, on this momentous occasion. The 12-hour live stream is back. Appreciate you jumping on to share in 20 minutes everything that you're using Wakelet for. So the floor is yours. Please take it away.
Awesome. So I will go ahead, and I think my screen is shared, and
Yes.
we'll pull that up. But just so I don't forget, because I often do, I'll pull up a slide with some contact info, so you'll have a handle there. The biggest thing to remember is the @PHASEDU. If you remember that and you put .com after it, you have the website. I'll make sure these resources make it to the website as well. You have my handle there for X or Twitter, and also email as well. So anytime you want to or need to reach out, please feel free. I like to say that my sessions come with lifetime tech support. So whether you have a question now or a few months from now, please feel free to reach out. I'd love to collaborate and get some things going. But my goal here today is sharing some uses you probably know of Wakelet, but maybe some you haven't, and then also trying to get into some features that kind of blew our teachers away as far as some of those lesser known possible features. But I'll tiptoe you through kind of the layout of how this is set up so that you can kind of choose your own adventure in the resources. The link will come your way in the chat to this entire collection, so you'll have all of that for you. And it starts off here in the first column with multiple different uses that our teachers have used a lot. Then it comes into our next column here and goes into some lesser known features and some things we've still used a lot, but tend to not be those initial things that you might focus a training or something on. Then there is a bonus column of other resources, other ideas to try and get you some things, get your mind going, try and come up with some things you may never have thought of. Then we have some resources for Wakelet, and then some people on the Wakelet side of things that I followed off and on, and there's a lot bigger list that will be coming. I'll absolutely be adding to it from this week, as well as other people I know. It's kind of just that starting point. I'm sure I'll be adding Amy as I was catching some of that session right before I jumped in. But that is how things are laid out for you. Again, you'll have that link in the chat for you, so you'll have that piece coming in, and you'll be able to play with all of these different things. But one of the first things, and this one actually comes from Wakelet themselves, there's this really nice infographic that I share a lot with our teachers just to get those ideas going as far as how you could start using Wakelet. And you can see there's ideas for pre-K all the way through high school, out to university, on the personal side of things, all the way to using it with staff and colleagues. Things like lesson plans and putting field trips together, doing all kinds of different things in this place because Wakelet is so easy to pull all the different resources and things into. It makes it a great place to use for any time you need to curate resources together. Wakelet is a really great place to use. And because it's super easy to use, you can use it with a lot of grade levels and be able to get that information out quickly and easily to people. As we come down from there, And I'll open a couple of these. I will not open them all up, but some uses come from this TCA blog post by Destiny Wagner, and I'll just stop at this top graphic here. But a lot of us have known and thought of Wakelet as a really great place for portfolios. And obviously we think of student portfolios, things like that. I've walked my colleagues through it as well, as far as creating portfolios they can use on the professional side of things and those get to know you teacher type activities. Thinking about organizing your professional learning into a collection can be a great way to, again, put everything in one spot. I've encouraged some of our teachers to also put in the communication as far as parent side, link your newsletters and everything into one spot, because we don't have teacher websites. So this Wakelet can essentially become their teacher website to point everybody to one spot, get all that information. And you can see a couple others here, from substitute plans all the way through different classroom resources. So again, different ideas that our teachers have used a lot that are kind of in that realm of normal uses and things you can do with Wakelet. And as we saw on Nicole's side and on mine, this one is set up to be in that layout as far as columns. But obviously, if we come up to design, we have all the different ideas or layouts, from mood board to grid view, all of these different things you can use. So I try and encourage our teachers to get into those different pieces and use the different formats for what fits the best. If you're doing something that scrolls in a linear order and only needs one big thing, that mood board is a really great place to kind of just scroll down through and keep everything focused in one spot. Another thing that we use a ton throughout and is a great use of Wakelet is to differentiate. And I mean that in ways of giving assignments in ways that students can have choice throughout. And we do that a lot with hyperdocs, choice boards, and playlist. And in this column, you'll see a lot of different things linked in that walk you through how you can do those different things. And if you've never heard of a hyperdoc before, you can click on the different links. Some of them go to blog posts, things like that. Some of them will come to an entire slideshow where you can get an idea, in this case, of exactly what a hyperdoc is. And you can see that it works through a research-based format to go from everything from an engaged section all the way down to extending. And it is a concept of putting all the links all the way through assessment and everything that you would need in one place. So you might think of it almost as a leveled up web quest, but I do think it's definitely a level up because of the fact that it being research-based and it distinctly has different areas because of the fact of what they add to the lesson for engagement all the way down through that extension piece. And you can easily see how you could build these headers into Wakelet with text if you wanted to. You could have each one of these sections be a separate Wakelet that links to each other. You have a bunch of different ways you could level that up or kind of make that happen. Same thing with choice boards. As we think about digital portfolios, resumes, all of these things are in this first column, and each one of them is going to have different links that you can click on that'll give you, how do I actually make this thing happen? If I'm going to do a sub plan, for instance, and I want to make it in Wakelet, how do I make sure that that sub plan is accessible by the sub and they don't have to log in, or they don't have to have something, I don't need to know their email address first, things like that. All of these links will walk you over to a blog post or a resource that'll step you down through exactly what you would need to make that happen. And it's really nice place for the subplans because, again, you can just share it as anybody with a link, make sure they have that link, and then they have all of their resources in one spot, including links to how do they submit attendance if they're going to do that, how do they do a lunch count if they're doing that piece. And again, finishing out that column here, you can come all the way down through and including using Wakelet for research, which obviously a lot of us can easily relate to it being a great place for that. One thing that we've done to kind of level up that piece is actually have students go into something like a column layout, or even use a different Wakelet for different sections of the paper. And what I mean is this column would be introduction paragraph. This would be paragraph 2, paragraph 3, paragraph 4, so on down the line, so that each one of their resources is nicely curated by the section of the paper it's going to go into. And then down below, they obviously can bring in the text and put headers in for why they're including this, citation information, all of those different things, and including uploading the PDF so that they have a copy of that study right in their column of research. And if I come to my overall apps as well, we could jump into here and link in YouTube videos that we could watch right in here instead of having to jump out. We can connect to our Google Drive, all of those different pieces, making it so we're not just curating resources into one place, but carefully organizing it so our research is very very easily driving our paper writing as well, and helping them practice that organization and those digital citizenship skills of pulling those resources, those citations into one spot as they go through. So hopefully you might have gotten an idea or two there of some ways that you haven't maybe used Wakelet, or maybe the depth of which you've used it. And now we're going to switch into kind of going a little bit further as far as what you can do that's maybe a next level use, or a little bit more kind of into it than what those past ones were. And I'll scroll down here a little bit and just open a couple of the pieces that I think have impacted our teachers the most. One of them is as simple as, and I touched on it briefly before, is using Wakelet to embed YouTube videos and then have it remove all the different advertisements. And I know that's a very simple thing, but depending on what level you're at, and some would argue it's at any level of school, the different advertisements and things that can pop up can derail almost an entire lesson sometimes. So just by going to your icon, your app icon, and embedding that, you can see I can easily then play my YouTube video right within the collection without having to go out anywhere. All I have to do is click back off of it. I'm right back in the Wakelet. If this was my HyperDoc and I'm teaching from it, my students never have to leave the place I want them in. All their resources are in one spot. And again, without those distractions that would come in with that YouTube video, any advertisements. Another piece that our teachers have liked a ton, sometimes you have to incorporate text. There's not a great way to embed a file or something, but text is sometimes just the best way to get it in. But some of our students need that help to scaffold that process for them, help them read it a little bit. And that's where the immersive reader function comes in. With some of these bigger text boxes, we can go to immersive reader through our 3-dot menu. Once we pull that up, our screen will refresh to what you're used to if you've used immersive reader in any of the other apps that it's built into or by itself in the browser. But you can see I now have this screen where I can click and have it read and have it highlight each word for me. I can change my voice, change the speed, and then some of the most powerful pieces come in the top right here, where I can change what the text looks like. I can change the way that it looks on the page to be a little easier on the eyes. I can increase or decrease line spacing. I can highlight different parts of speech, and I can even come to the reading preferences and say that I really just want to see a line at a time. And I also really need to have this change to a different language. For a student that just came in, we need to have it translated. And we can go ahead and say that we want the whole document to translate. And then within a few seconds, it's reading it. If I need to toggle back for other students, the original, just hit it at the top. I'm right back into that normal format. So again, just a couple things that maybe you haven't dove into one of those menus to see some of those added pieces, but things that have really helped some of our teachers and students get into things. Another piece that we have used to create essentially ebooks, and we normally use the mood board format for it, is the ability to export an entire collection as a PDF. So we'd have the students design their different graphics, put the different elements in, and have all the information in. And then they would simply come up to our 3 dots up here in the top right, do export as a PDF, and walk through that process, let it download, let it finish the whole thing. And then you have a scrollable PDF with links and things that work that essentially makes you an ebook really quickly, really easily, but allows this interface to do a lot of that work in different pieces that you wouldn't have as easily in other platforms. And as we continue through the last few things here, I'm just going to scroll through some of these lists and hopefully shout out some ideas that you might not have thought of. One of them is creating different interactive infographics within the world of Wakelet. and including things like you can see here in this TCA blog post, an idea of creating things like including math information and actually having people interact with the Wakelet, because of course we can share it. We could have people be able to make copies. You can embed different activities in it, and thinking about those different things like the Unsplash integration and things where you can bring in images. And also, if you haven't caught it yet, one of those new upgrades is the ability to go ahead and change your cover image and actually use image generation. So that's going to add a completely new element in when students are doing creative writing. Maybe they're writing that ebook, doing a historical narrative. They can now come in and we'll just, not that this would be a historical narrative prompt, but we'll just copy the sample prompt that's there. We can tell it to go ahead and generate the images. And now we have an image that corresponds exactly to our story, exactly to our curation, our research, whatever we're doing. And of course, if we come down to just the image section within the Wakelet itself, we also have that generate image there, as well as the awesome integration to Canva to directly design with Canva within the atmosphere of Wakelet. Again, trying to think of ways that we can keep our students in that focused spot without them jumping around, having to follow links and open other pages, because we know once they get a bunch of different tabs open, inevitably we might lose them. But one of those tabs might also become a game site before too long. One of the last things I'll mention here in this column is thinking about using the different integrations. And this is a little outdated. There's definitely more now, and we'll see if it loads up for me. But all of the different things that really nicely link or completely integrate into Wakelet. Obviously, we talked about YouTube. We have things like Adobe Express, Google Things link in super nicely, Google Classroom, different websites. So think about all those different things you might use that you can really easily bring into Wakelet to make it that one-stop shop. And in case you didn't pick up anything new up to this point, there are a few other things listed throughout this column, including using it as a place to house your podcast, because you could put an embedded place there for people to be able to add comments and different things and list all your episodes. Things like using spaces and curating a virtual field trip into Wakelet. So again, it's not just a passive receipt of information, but they're actively using it to explore and hopefully interacting with those concepts as well. In the next column over, in that bonus idea section, you can also jump into this slide deck, which will link you into the magic beneath the surface of EdTech. And if you jump to slide 15, you have all of these other different resources, including things like making mystery Wakelets or digital breakouts with Wakelet, and all of these different ideas that are, again, not only using it in a little bit different way, but also trying to use it to its fullest extent. So you're not moving on or jumping to another tool before you really know all of these ins and outs and all of the great things that you can build in and run through Wakelet. And you can see as we come down through these different resources, you have tons of other samples and different things here that come from other people. And if you didn't catch the update, if you haven't checked out Explore recently in your sidebar, usually the second thing down under search, this Explore is completely revamped, so it can help you not only find things by subject, but can also jump you into looking at portfolios and different templates that you can use, and jumping through a custom curated list by Wakelet of different topics, different sources. So again, you can see, well, I use it this way, but how has this other person done something for digital math tools? Or how has somebody else done something for the hours of code? Start to curate those resources and also see how they might have used it or done it in a different way. And the last thing that I will share here at the end of my time is definitely keep in the back of your mind to go back and check the Wakelet blog frequently, because you're not only going to have things that come directly out of things like Community Week, as we see here at the top, but you're also going to see different features and different Wakelet ambassadors publishing tips and tricks that, again, show you different things like, how do I really easily embed something? But also, did you know that you can go into the menu in a Wakelet and you can actually remove the embed? And that makes it so it's just a link and it'll open in a new tab if you do want to take them to a different site versus them not being able to interact with it there. That really comes into play mostly with something like a Canva creation, where you want them to be able to jump into Canva and work with it right away. But you can see tons of different great blog posts and things here. And if I come to the top, I also have a full section of training resources, again, that can help you find content, but also help you do different things that are going to let you find how other people are using it. And then you can share it out, pay it forward, and show them the amazing ways you're using Wakelet too, both on the professional side and with your students to help them level up. But I think that is about my time. Hopefully, again, I've given you some things that you didn't know, maybe presented some resources that you maybe knew of, but hadn't used quite in that way or gone to that level. And I would love to collaborate at any time. So please feel free to snag the link out of the chat. That'll give you not only this, you can come to my portfolio, and you can remember that I can be found at PHUS.edu. So remember that contact info. And again, reach out anytime, whether it's now or even a year from now. I should still have the same handles. I would love to connect and do some collaboration. But I thank you sincerely for your time, for joining in. And James, did you see any questions, anything coming in that I can help with?
First of all, Pat, thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, not too much in the way of questions. Again, more comments. We always get people absolutely agreeing with you. Priscilla was saying, yeah, she also says it's a one-stop shop, and she's up next and will be sharing exactly the same sort of idea. But I just wanted to say, Pat, I like that you focused on the lesser known features and uses of Wakelet, because even myself watching, and I use Wakelet every day, and I show people Wakelet every day, and I don't show them as much as I probably should in terms of those smaller features like export PDF, remove embed, which is a new one, even the YouTube embed, removing those ads. I think they're all very important, and I think depending on the use, that one small use, we call it, could mean a lot to that teacher. So I thank you a lot for sharing those.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm sure you'll get a lot of questions after this, and we popped your handle in the chat, so you'll have a lot of people reaching out to you. But again, Pat, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to say to people watching?
Not at all. Just thank you guys again for joining. Keep that collaboration going. Capture all those handles you can, follow people, and keep it going from here.
Amazing. Pat, thank you so much for joining us. Cheers.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye-bye. Amazing. Again, Pat, thank you so much. Everyone in the chat, thank you so much for cheering Pat on there as well. And like I said, we've dropped the resources in a few minutes' time. I'll drop them in again just so you can catch up with them all. But we'll move swiftly on to our next presenter, who you may know, you may have seen as latest as yesterday. We have the amazing Priscilla from New Jersey. Hey, Priscilla.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great.
Good. Thank you for joining us again. And I suppose apologies, because the last time you saw me was yesterday when my Wi-Fi froze on you.
You look like you were there, so.
No, I was in spirit. I was cheering you on still. But no, it was an amazing session yesterday. And thank you so much for popping back. Even though it's short of 15 minutes, but I know you've got a lot to share in those 15 minutes. So I'll stop talking and leave the stage to you.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody, let me present here. And we are going to do screen. Here we go. The entire screen. That way, we will catch everything. All right. Do we see it? I don't see it. No. There we go. No. Yeah, all right. No. I'll try again. I did try whole screen, like you said.
Okay. What's going on?
Let's try again. Window. Let's do window then. We'll do window. All right.
There we go.
Second chime's a charm.
There you go. You're up.
Woo, little messy there. Oh no. Okay. I think I'm gonna switch it back, friend. Sorry, everybody. Hurry up. Here we go. There. Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm back. I'm Priscilla Heredia, and I am a K-4 teacher, STEAM and gifted education in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And what I'm going to talk about today is how Wakelet is an all-in-one place. And that is what we do in my program. And so I have my profile up for you because Everything I'm going to show you is already public there, so you can access the links. So as I go down, you'll see like all on the sides here. But I'm going to show you first this tab that says all about me, because I want you to see where we can connect. I always want to mention that first and not last. I'm on socials and emails, and you can obviously also connect with me directly here and subscribe to me on Wakelet. But I want you to know you can reach out at any time, and I always want to start with that. I love Wakelet, and I will show you all the things, so connect with me. Let's close that up, and I'm going to start showing you what I do here with Wakelet. So, is it still showing? Yes, it is. All right, so in Wakelet, I use spaces for all of the things that I have, starting from my lesson plans and all the units. And the units and lessons actually are just right here. I have some that are separate in Steam, and I will open them up in a moment for you. But I also want to show you how we use it for separate collections just for students, for early finishers, for enrichment, and other things that teachers might see fit. But the students can reach it at home also, because I have it on this public profile. So lots of things for them to do. And if you subscribe, you might have seen some of these already. And then I also have some things about myself on here. That's AI art. Let's keep going. Lessons and
we can't see your screen.
You can't. Okay, let me try again. Oh, today is being spicy. All right, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, all right. Let me go back to the top. So on my public profile, I was just saying that you can see the things I want to share with you. They're all public. And so I have my lessons there. I'm going to open them up and show you how I use it. But pretty much this whole page is my hub, my all-in-one place. So the units and lessons are there. And then going down, I have for students, which is that collection I just mentioned of collections that they can use on their own, or teachers can use, post for them to do for anything, early finishers. I also post it so that they have it available to them even at home, I said. And then if I go down, let's just skip right there. Teacher resources, as I still have that tech heart from where I started as just a computer technology teacher. I still like to find resources for my teachers and for myself. So we put them here so everybody can access things there. And then I also like to throw in some lifestyle teacher recipes and things that might be relevant for us. And then to connect with me at the bottom. So let me dive in and show you an example of what I'm talking about with my units and my lessons. So let's view that tab. Okay, so you can see it. Yay. So this is an example of how I use Wakelet for my units and my lessons. And what I see, the kids see. It's a working, living document for us. And so for the kindergartners, I like to just this setup because it's straight down. I give them a little hook with a fun picture of what's coming next. So this is the coding unit with Colby Mouse. And we start right away with these little headers. What is coding? You can put in your videos. These are all the things we talk about. We're going to meet Colby Mouse, and then we get the directions. And these are just slides that I may have made ahead of time in another app like Google Slides or Canva, whatever you like. But Wakelet makes it so easy to put everything. And I just find this flow works so much better for my kids and for myself, and it keeps track. We're going to switch to, let's go all the way to, let's show you some deeper lesson plans and seriousness here. Here is an example of my gifted classes and how we have a full unit in Wakelet, start to finish. So I will use columns, and I start with the intro, enduring understanding. So all of this, as we go through and learn, everything's in one place for them. And even then, if we have to interact and collaborate, it's also going to be in that space. And I do want to show you another one that really has all those things. My third graders have worked on a project in the program for 2 years. They're my fourth graders now. And this is an example of, let me grab that, what I'm talking about. Let's go to citizenship unit. Here it comes. Okay, so this is an example of how we have the hooks, we have the videos. As we move on, I sometimes add columns in as we're learning, because again, a live one-stop shop. So here we are with research, and this one then after we had our list of who's doing what, I'll add that collaborative piece in. So here we go. Here comes another collection, and it's our research. And then all the kids are collaborating in one space. So we have the unit, we're learning in the same space, then we're working in the same space. This is what I love about Wakelet. I don't have to go all over. And I found that it worked best for our students because they were clicking on separate links the way I was doing it before, and it became cluttery and you couldn't really see that nice path. But this gives you a left to right. We're going straight across the page. You can review if you missed something, you want to see it again, and everything. That's just how I keep saying it. It's all in one place, one-stop shop, just like Patrick said. I really feel like you can't do better than that because it makes sense. And it's so visual and beautiful. And so as we go along, if something changes, we can redo. Like in here, it says prior gap ideas. So we built upon what we did before. Notes to ourselves, brainstorm the issues. So these are working live plans. And then as we finish, I usually post the finished products in. So I'll show you some STEAM fun stuff before I go because there's just so much going on here. I want to show you, getting there, I'm so sorry. Let's see, STEAM 2, I'm going to share that tab. You can see that now. Yes, you can. Here are some really fun units. So I'm going to show you this one we did for coding, and I separated it by sessions for them. But as we went along and went through the videos and read some books that we learned about the global goals, each of the things tells them what to do and what we're going to do next so they can look forward to it. And then here we go again, one-stop shop, collections within collections. Dash cleans up the ocean. Ready for this one? This is so cool. So this is then a collection of pictures that we take of our work so that we can see it. I leave this in for the kids for next year as inspiration to them. This is what second grade did last year. Now you can be inspired by them. So this is students empowering other students. And it's all in one place. I'm going to say it over and over. That's awesome. So besides the unit plans, another thing I do, I want to make sure you can see what I'm seeing. Yep, you can see all the way on my left hand side. I also run clubs for our school. And so I had a digital designers club this year, and they have a space. So again, all of it in one place. And the digital designers were able to go to this space for them and access different collections that I had, so they could do, learn about the digital design. And then again, I add a collection in. I'm trying to click on it. It's just not going. Here we go. Oops. And I add one in. And then as they were making all their designs, we add them in, and everybody in the club could share and see everybody's work in one place, which I just thought was really cool. So there it is. So we do, yes, so I do lessons in here. I also have a school collection for us that hosts all our events. And this is our current school year. Here it comes. I have like a minute left or so. There's just so much to share. Wakelet's just so amazing. There it goes. So this is our current school year, and I was hosting the latest big thing is our ABC countdown. So we have that in there, and all the pictures for our school for these different events go into that collection. And that's exciting for us because, again, I feel like the kids should see these celebrations. And so it's like a website for us. I also post my monthly collections of ready to use for students activities in there. And then sometimes there's pictures. So all the different things to celebrate our school, Read Across America, Spirit Week. I started this in February, so that's why you don't see anything before that. So the whole school's in there for that. And another event that I hosted. So I got lessons, regular everyday things. I got the club, and we hosted a STEAM night, family STEAM night this year. And so I was planning in Wakelet, and then I'm going to upload the pictures for everything so that next year I can see what everything is. So I have all the different units. So really all in one place. Everything's just straight down the side. All my services that I teach 2 different programs to different grade levels, and the club and that, and it's all in one place. So I just love to show what you can do with that and how you can organize it. I even have my PD. Look at this, Wakelet Community Week, all the sessions, and I'm going to ISTE, so I'll see you there. We can talk Wakelet there too. I already started planning in here all my sessions. So it's not just for me, it's for students too. But I mean, this is my personal of what I'm doing. I just love Wakelet for all these reasons. And I can't see the chat, friends. I'm so sorry if people are asking any questions, but I think I see somebody said, do students get to see only their class or do they see everything? They see everything. I only share it. It's not public to the world for other reasons, but I do share it with the school, like the Springville Elementary one here. It is shared with everybody. So they have this link, this main page, and they can get to all the different collections and things that they have. And that's why I did it, though, to connect us all so that they don't have to wonder what's going on in the different classes. They can see all the different classes. These are full of, I don't want to show them for privacy reasons, but like the ABC Countdown, all of these collections have pictures of our students participating in those ABC days. So that's how they can see them. And that's just one of the things. So it is a one-stop shop. We celebrate in the same place that we learn. We collaborate in the same place. Like I showed you, there was some collaboration spots in Wakelet. And I just love that flow of it and the connection of it. And I love that it is a way for us just to also, let me stop myself. I love the engagement. I felt that went up when I started doing it this way because of the fact that they could go back and see all of their learning, from left to right. So I do feel that I keep changing tabs on everybody. Sorry. Here you go. I was trying to show you the profile for the groups. This is one of the gifted programs that I do. I'm a little bit faster. I'm looking at the computer. I forgot about the delay. But that is pretty much it. I just really wanted to highlight, the one-stop shop of Wakelet and how easy it is. You do put in the work, but now, like that I have some of these units that I do repeat, I make a copy of it if I want to change it significantly. If it's pretty much the same, I leave it and then just change, the working parts of it where students are personalizing it with me together as a group. Just taking a look at the chat. Is there any other more questions for us? I think that's about it. See, but definitely check out my public profile, friends. I do share all those things there, and you can also subscribe. You'll get some special, right to you, the newest ones. But this is it. I adore. I use Wakelet every day, as you see, and for everything.
Wow, Priscilla, thank you so
there you are.
That was awesome. And yeah, very good shout out for the subscribe feature. Obviously, we announced that in Wakelet Live on Monday, but you've been testing it out for a while now. So yeah, if you want to head to Priscilla's profile, if you click subscribe, you'll get a either bi-weekly or a monthly reminder of what Priscilla's been posting, all those new collections, those updated collections, straight to your inbox, and it's completely free. So why wouldn't you? There we go. But no, Priscilla, you're amazing. Thank you so much. And I like what you said right at the end there, that all of everything that you showed really came down to the outcome of the students being more engaged. And I think that is what we all want, right?
Yes. The engagement is there, and like the fact that they can review, I feel like the retention of what we're learning went up also because it's all there. You're not fussing around to click a million clicks. It's one place.
Exactly, yeah. And then also, obviously, you feel in control because everything's in one place, that one-stop shop. But then that's the same for the students because they can just, if they have a question, if they kind of forget where to go, if they don't know where to go, they go back to the same place every single time. And I'm sure it's always there for them. Like I said, and also I like the word in front of one-stop shop. Yeah. We hear one-stop shop all the time. Live one-stop shop.
Yes, it's a living document because I do plan in those plans and then keep going. Mm-hmm. We add on, we change, we revise. It's a living document for us. So it's been very helpful and we're very thankful.
Oh, amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with everyone. I have shared the collection with yourself, Amy, and Pat's resources. But again, Priscilla, just like I said to the other two speakers, please head to the chat. You'll have a lot of fans in there. Please get sharing and get subscribed.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Amazing. Wow. 3 great speakers in a row. Unreal. Yeah, like I said, anything that you need will be dropped into the chat. So those resources will be there. Of course, the certificate link is there too. So you want to secure those resources, fill out that certificate link, and you'll receive those at the end of the session. And I think we're good to go to our next speaker. So we'll move from New Jersey and we'll go down to Texas. We'll welcome Jennifer to the stage. Hey, Jennifer.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm good. This has been great.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. 3 great speakers. We're on to a 4th great speaker here with Jennifer. Like I said to those guys, the stage is yours, Jennifer. You got 15 minutes to show the world how you're using Wakelet. And if you need anything, I'll be in the background.
Okay, great. So I will share my screen. I did send a link to a quick Wakelet with all of the resources.
Amazing.
Okay, so I shared a link to this Wakelet, and this just has, if you've heard of North Texas lately, it's probably because of all the storms that have gone through. So a lot is happening down here with the weather. So that's why the image there. I used Microsoft Designer to help do that. I gave a quick link to all of the Wakelets that I'm going to be using as I talk. A quick link to some articles on Edutopia, a quick link to my Twitter. So hopefully a lot of us can connect that way through our PLN. And then also my email is listed there. So I'm going to go through some Wakelets that I've put together, and all of these are around professional development. I feel like that Wakelet is an amazing resource to work with PD in a lot of different ways. So the first one I've got is all about art of gathering. This is a book by Priya Parker, and it talks about how we gather and how we gather well. So some highlights from the book, I put this in a column Wakelet so that I could give you all about art of gathering. There's some summaries of it. There's some connections to the author. And then one of Priya Parker's big platforms is the purpose. So when you're planning PD, what is the purpose? What do you want people to walk away talking about? And to really focus on that. So it goes along with your backwards design, all of those types of things that we've been doing a long time, but making sure that you really focus in on the reason that you're gathering and making sure everything you do is around that purpose. The other thing she talks about is priming people well before they get to the gathering. What is it that they need to know so that they are comfortable walking in and that they know fully well what the gathering is going to include? So I've given a couple of examples. One is from my friend Catherine Lester. She did a priming email she was coming to my district to present to us. And what I love about this is she speaks to what we're going to do in our time together so that I know fully well what I'm going to be walking into and spending my time doing. I gave another link to, this is just a quick video. We don't have to watch it, but it's something we just sent our participants for a summer PD that we were doing. And it was just a quick video, just a quick welcome to say, here's where all the details are going to be. Here, the links are coming via email so that if they had any questions, hopefully we answered them in that email. And we did several priming pieces, but that was the way that we began. And it was really just a 1-minute video telling them how excited we were that they were joining our gathering. Another piece of Priya Parker's work is excluding well. I think a lot of times when we are doing professional development and we're trying to get as much done in the smallest amount of time possible, because there's never enough time to do all the things, but we pack a lot of people into a professional development, and the real purpose may only meet part of the needs sitting in the room. So making sure that we invite the group that's really going to benefit from the information. So she talks about excluding well. And then she also goes into part of her book is talking about closing well. So this is something that we've been using this summer. We created just a little acronym, but instead of everybody packing up and leaving the room before we've really closed the professional development, closed the gathering, that we really talk through some of those things. So what are the things that you just learned? How did that empower you? What do you want to continue doing? And then harvesting, this is our action planning. So maybe you put a date on your calendar a month from now to revisit this information and begin to implement and work with it. But really putting the action in the participants' hands of what they're going to do with that information that they now have. So that is Priya Parker. And if you've not read that book, I highly recommend, but it's really changed the way that I plan professional development. And that was a recommendation from my friend, Catherine. So I'm thrilled that she connected me to that book a long time ago. Building a teacher brand. This is a course that a teammate and I offered over the summer. And what we did is we built it in Canvas in an LMS. And so every section in the LMS, we made that a column on our Wakelet. So every resource that we included in our in that section, we also put in a Wakelet. And this is so that they could share it further, that they can revisit it later. But when they came back to it, they didn't have to, find it or dig through the LMS for that specific piece. All of the media, the articles, the videos, we included those in section by section is how we lined it up. Another option, we in our district, we're not able to have a YouTube channel. So we used Wakelet to house all of our instructional technology videos. So all of our how-to kinds of things or instructional pieces we wanted teachers to know, staff to know. And we, again, labeled those by categories. So hopefully it was fairly easy to find. But if we were working with the flat panels or document camera, they can go to that column and they can find different instructional videos that we've designed to help them, kind of like maybe they can't connect with us until the next day. This would be a go-to source that they could come and do a little bit of learning prior to meeting with us. So just another option with professional development where it's not always coming straight from us, but we're able to get some how-to videos out to teachers. Another piece of professional development, I think, is always your PD library or reading to gain knowledge. And so this is just a collection of all types of professional development books, the different articles that talks about them, different books I've read, but a place that we can house this. So if someone says, hey, what would you recommend? I've got a go-to place that I can quickly get all of that. Richardson High School in the Dallas Metroplex. I love how they included, this is just their library. So this they sent out. And so teachers know exactly what books they could check out from the coaching group. And it's just a really great, I love how she did just the book covers. And so they can either get those on their own or they can go to the coaches and get those books. So Lauren Hawkins did that and I love it. And that's just a lot of different information all in one place. And then the last one that I wanted to share was a listen and learn. So all professional development does not have to be a sit and get type workshop or lesson. This is where they can listen to podcasts, and you could do it lots of different ways. You could have all of the participants listen to the same podcast, and they can do a little a walk and listen, and then everybody come back and do a discussion. So you could all listen to the same podcast. You could have them listen on a specific topic and give them choices. So for example, maybe leadership. So maybe everybody goes and they pick a podcast about leadership from your collection, and they all come back with new information to share and to talk about. So you still have that common knowledge to all discuss and grow from, but everybody got it in a little bit of a different way. The other thing is this could just be, one of my friends, Morgan Crowder, did this for her district's, a district-wide conference. And so instead of only conference breakout sessions, she had a spot where they could come and listen to a podcast and fill out a little bit of a reflection and talk about what they learned that way. So it's a great way to break up the sit and get type of learning with a little something different. So I'm going to stop sharing there. And that was quick, but I just had those to share. And so just a variety of ways that you could use Wakelet in professional development and learning with your teachers.
Yeah, no, that was incredible, Jennifer. Thank you so much for sharing. I love that idea from the library in Richardson. I thought that was amazing. And I've not really seen it with the book covers before. I've seen like links out to books, but having the images there was very good idea. Easy to find.
Yes, that's why I borrowed it from Lauren.
Yeah.
It was a really great thing. And that's a great way just to promote specific ones. You could definitely categorize it as well, so that if you're wanting leadership books, you have them all in a category. But a great way that they could quickly just get a visual and figure out what they wanted to tackle next.
Yeah, I love that. And I also loved the idea of obviously not being able to have a YouTube channel, but having the YouTube videos inside that collection is very, very handy. And maybe that's a tip that other people can use if their schools don't allow YouTube channels too. I suppose it's having that like unlisted link. Is that what helped with Wakelet, having those YouTube videos in there?
It does. And, sometimes I noticed at first I was a little upset. Like I thought, YouTube would be the best option. We just have a collection. However, a lot of times when they were going to YouTube, they would watch 5 other videos of somebody else, and the content would become a little convoluted because they watch something that doesn't apply to our district. And so this way they are getting exactly how it works in our buildings, like the way we've set it up. So it's not just a little more streamlined. And we liked, to be able to send out an individual video that way, but also a whole collection. If you're looking at flat panel, here's a whole bunch of things you can learn quickly.
Yeah. And that's very handy. I know even myself, I'll end up down a YouTube rabbit hole sometimes. If there's videos available, students and teachers alike will just go clicking and searching. So yeah, I like that.
Right.
Love it. Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for sharing that. Please do drop your handles for social if people want to get in touch with you. And of course, we've dropped your resources into the chat as well, so people can get a hold of them. But again, thank you very much for joining us and sharing those quick tips.
All right. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, amazing. Well, that was our 4 out of 5 speakers there. Jennifer, amazing there, just sharing those quick tips on how you can use Wakelet in many different ways. And I suppose we're at the end of this segment. Obviously, we'll still have 4 hours to go after this. But we have a very, very great speaker, Tanya, who you may have seen before, is back again to deliver an amazing end of this section for the 12-hour live stream. So welcome, Tanya, to the stage. Hey.
Hey, everybody. How are you guys doing?
How are you doing, Tanya? You good today?
I am going crazy with 4 kids at home, running around the roofing guys over there. It's an amazing day to present, James. How are you?
Oh, my God. I'm good. Well, thank you for joining us under all that.
It's an honor to be here. You guys know I love showcasing our school, and I love using Wakelet to show how powerful of a tool it is for our students.
Yes, and I know you always have a lot to share, not only how you're using it, but also your students too. So I always love when you present. I always love what you're going to share. So I'm going to sit back and be quiet and I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and present my entire screen so there's no issues. Okay. Let's see. Let me know. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Yep, we can see. Yep.
Did it work? Okay. Yep. All right. Okay, so today I'm going to be bringing some ideas from my classroom to you from Fields Elementary at McAllen ISD in McAllen, Texas. My name is Ms. T. Gonzalez, and I love showcasing what we do in our classroom. And just a short introduction and an idea for the beginning of the school year, keep in mind that Wakelet is an amazing way to showcase yourself for your new students. So this is a way for them to get to know you and to understand what you do in your classroom and who you are before they actually get there. So all of my collections are in here. There's also an attachment that I added that I send as an example to my students through a Wakelet QR code that I present to them in the beginning of the school year, where they're able to get to know their teacher, what they're going to be doing throughout the school year, how we're going to be working together, and things like that. So just as an idea for you, this school year is going to pop up at any minute. You know how the beginning of the school year just gets going. Well, be ready. Print out those QR codes, get that information out to them, and it's going to be an easy way for you to introduce your students. Now, here's an example of what I post outside of my wall at school and what I send to them via email. It gives them a quick QR code of who I am, the information that I was kind of explaining to you guys, and it kind of breaks those barriers from the beginning of the school year. So again, just a brief idea of what you could do. All of my social media is attached to my bio, so if anybody wants to connect and work together, let me know. But let me get to the best part of the day. Let me introduce my familia. My familia this year was a great bunch of students, second graders from Fields Elementary, and I am so proud of their work. Keep in mind, these babies are 7 to 8 years old, and the things that we were doing in the classroom were things that I've taught in 5th grade, in 3rd grade, and in other grade levels that they just were able to do because it was fun and easy for them to do. So this is another little picture of them. Look how gorgeous they are. And again, these are creations that they've always done on themselves, and I'm always trying to showcase what they're doing. And before I continue to my collections, I do want to emphasize how important it is to have that big communication with our parents. We need to understand that the more open your classroom is to them, the more you facilitate the information that you're doing with them in the classroom, it's going to be an open report for you to get that school year going and to have that personal touch with your students, with your faculty, with everybody in your class. And it just makes it open. So we use Class Dojo, but there are so many vias that you are able to use for your students to communicate with you. And here, let me tell you, during open house this year, my students were given a template for them to color. And this template was actually showcased on Twitter for all of my students to see. So what I ended up doing is I created a coloring page, a simple coloring page where they color, they made it their own, and then we added their own personal QR code. So at the end of the day, when we were open for our open house view, all of our families were here. This is the amazing Salinas family, and they were able to showcase all of their work through this amazing QR code. Now, all of my students were super excited to showcase this folder with their parents, and they were able to hand it to them and give it to them, and they all walked out super proud. And as you can see in all of the classrooms, in all of the desks, I have a different folder with the student's name, a little introduction to what we did, and a bunch of QR codes where the parents were able to see their digital portfolio that the students had been creating throughout the school year. So again, just a little idea. Make it fun, make it interactive for the students to take home and showcase to their parents their work. The idea, you can come up with any type of coloring worksheet or just showcase their work through a QR code. I emphasize QR codes dramatically because it's easy for them to access in our classroom. And I'm gonna quickly show you just a brief picture of how I showcase them in the classroom. I have them on the door before they leave as an exit ticket, on my working table, on the side of their desk. Whenever they write or whenever they write a paragraph of the diary or anything like that, they have their QR code, they scan it, they turn in their work to me, and it's showcased immediately to their parents because their parents have the actual link where they're able to check what the work of the daily process, of our classroom day is like. So again, this is just some ideas that you can get going for next school year to make your school year more engaging, more productive for your students. And now I'm going to go into the collections. And the very first collection that I want to share with Wakelet Community Week for the 2024 year, I want to share this beautiful, heartwarming Thanksgiving message collection. Now, this collection started with our principal, Miss Stretla, where she was giving us ideas to share on Twitter about heartwarming messages, and we would share about each other, and we would send them to teachers and tag our coworkers, and it was just a very heartwarming interaction. So then I thought, well, why not do it with my little classroom? And then I thought, well, why not invite our second grade level teachers and invite everybody in? So what ends up happening is we created instructions for our parents to log into this Wakelet collection, and they were able to write a heartwarming message for their student. Now, the amazing thing about this is it actually went overflow. our parents started sharing those instructions with their grandparents, with their siblings, with their cousins, with their uncles. So by the end of this Thanksgiving season, our students had greetings from all over their family members, and they were just so nice and excited to check on them and to read them. There were cute, loving messages about how much they care about them. And again, just a simple idea of, hey, send a Twitter message to one of your coworkers, how Wakelet took that idea and it just amplified it, and how these family members took it a step further, embraced the idea, logged into Wakelet on their own, you guys, and they were able to send those cute messages to the students. So again, this has been the top favorite collection of my school year for this school year. And I mean, I go back once in a while and I look at the pictures, and I just thought it was so kind of the parents to take the time to showcase their love for their student and to give them that greeting. The kids were so excited the next day to come in and to check all of the messages that were left. And it just became very interactive, super fun and heartwarming. So again, this is my top loving collection. I'm going to go on to another collection that we actually have. And this collection is called basically what it is, an exit ticket. So in our classroom, as you saw, we have QR codes all over the classroom. And whenever we do any group work, our kids turn in their work on the group work exit ticket. So if we're working on plans, if we're studying about something, they're going to turn in their information here. And they know exactly what to do because we're working in groups. So anything that they want to showcase to me, that they want to let me know, hey, I'm proud of this item, teacher. Look what I'm doing, teacher. It's easy for me to go in there and check how they're doing their work. Now, you're going to see all subjects. You're going to see centers. You're going to see pictures of themselves. You might even see pictures of their writing. Again, this was an exit ticket collection for us to embrace each other when we were working in groups, when we were working in centers, and that you wanted to showcase yourself. So again, these were 7 to 8-year-olds, and they were very brave. They were showcasing their skills, whatever they were proud of. And this just became like second nature to them because we implemented since the first day of school. And the kids were able to get their QR code, log in, turn in their pictures, and I was a proud, proud teacher. Now, keep in mind, this collection gets shared to my parents. All I do is copy links, send it over on any platform, and my parents are informed of everything that we're doing throughout the day. Now, just like we have an entire classroom exit ticket collection, our kids individually have their own digital portfolios, and they're able to showcase their work. Again, during open house, it was easy for me to individually go into each collection and get the information necessary for my parents to have access to their work. So what happens is my parents are able to showcase their students' work via their phone or look at their students' work via their phone, and they're able to have that personal, interaction with their student via our classroom apps such as Wakelet. And here you're going to see Mafet. Mafet is one of my awesome little girls here in the classroom, and she's always showcasing her work, whatever she would create. If we were at a field trip, if we were showcasing our Adobe Express skills, she would post it up here. If we were planting something. Again, this is elementary level, but it gives you an idea of how powerful this tool became to them because they're able to take ownership of their work. At the end of the day, every single student walked out with a QR code portfolio, right, of the work they had been doing in our classroom. And I can go into any of these little ones' work, and you're going to see that they were all doing what teacher was telling them to do. Hey, showcase your work. Let me know what you're going to share with mom and dad. We have to keep them posted. Make sure that you're putting your best work out there. Create your videos. Take pictures of your worksheets. I mean, just the ideas are endless, you guys, whenever you embrace Wakelet or any type of collection that you want to showcase for your students. So again, very personal, very interactive. Now, let me showcase some of the work that we would do as a class. This is the plant cycle, Ciclo de las Plantas. Our classroom is a dual language classroom. And within this collection we actually use several times because, as you know, the plants, we were trying to keep up with the cycle. We were trying to keep up. And it not only brought our reading, it brought in our science, and we were able to interact with all those. So I gave them tabs and I told them, all right, anything with vocabulary that we work on, make sure that you take pictures, you upload, you post on this vocabulary section. When we would go out to check on the garden club garden, which they were very kind to share with us. We would go and showcase pictures. We would take pictures of the plants, whatever little things the kids were doing there. Whenever the kids were reading, again, second graders would log in, take pictures in the proper column, and upload them to showcase their work. We did a couple of writing assignments, and they were able to showcase that. I had all of these QR codes posted on my wall during open house, and you have no idea how easy it was for my parents to be able to interact with all of these activities. We had so many compliments from the communication that we were able to keep with our parents at our school. Our principal is super supportive of everything that we do in our crazy classroom. And again, these are just ideas of what elementary students can do in a classroom when it comes to Wakelet and how we can integrate it in our daily learning activities, make it fun. Another one that I want to share with you guys is our PETA truck. This was a field trip, an outside field trip that was created by our awesome counselor, Ms. Guerrero. And I just told the kids, take your iPads, take pictures of whatever you want to take. And when we come back, you have to explain to me what they are. So guess what? Did you see how many pictures we had? We had over 300 items in this collection. The kiddos went crazy. They were so engaged in the talks. They were so engaged taking pictures. Everybody wanted to take a picture of the same thing. And that was okay with me. I just needed to find a way for them to engage, learn, and bring it together, such as a collection that Wakelet provided for me. So again, another idea, field trips, start taking pictures, take notes, let them reflect. And another awesome collection that I want to share with you guys before I end, I'm keep looking at my time, is our kindness collection. And as you know, everybody is always showcasing their heart. Everyone's always showcasing how kind we are. And during Kindness Week this school year, we were able to create fun activities for our students to engage and learn and support each other and to remind each other that we're all from the same place. We all integrate together. We all love each other, and that working together makes a difference in the classroom. So again, guys, I hope this little bit that I was able to share with you guys explains just what we kind of do in the classroom. Our classroom is always ready to showcase anything that's out there. If you guys ever want to connect, please let me know. I left all of the collection links tapped here. If you guys ever want to take a look, please feel free to look at. But wait, there's more. I forgot. Before I leave, this year, our technology club at Fields Elementary, our Falcon Tech Squad, showcased all of their work. And we're going to have a visit from our superintendent, and it was rescheduled. There was a little hiccup there, but we got it all together, and we wanted to showcase everything that our kids were doing. So I thought, okay, let me just put it all in the Wakelet collection, post it out there, put it on the wall. We had all our walls looking with our QR codes, and all of our students, guys, were able to showcase everything they had done from their technology club. So with that said, I am so proud of my babies. These are second graders to fifth grade, and they created videos, they created templates, they created anchor charts, movies, animation, you name it. These kiddos took charge of their learning, and they were so proud to post everything online. So with that said, thank you so much for giving me the time to showcase a couple of our collections from our school. We are so proud of our students and everything that they've done in the classroom. And I hope these ideas and the level of elementary that we're in give you guys ideas of how you can amplify this at a high school, at a middle school, and just let them take charge of their learning.
Oh, sorry, I read the wrong screen there, Tanya. So sorry. Tanya, that was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I just want to say, not only yourself, you bring so much joy when you talk, so much passion when you talk about your little students and the work you're doing, but it comes across in the collections and the work of the students. Like, honestly, I can't stop smiling. There's so much joy and kindness shared in all those collections. So thank you so much for that.
I tell you, that was my most favorite collection because it took the heart of the families to come together. And I never thought that they were going to share this with their family members and amplify our collection. And we wrote instructions for them, and it was so easy for them to join Wakelet and add those collections for them. So it was amazing. It was an amazing collection.
And I think that's one big thing to highlight from all of your collections and the things that you do, especially, is bringing that entire community into into the classroom almost. And this is their kind of the vehicle that allows everyone in, being the platform Wakelet. So no, I think it's amazing. And yeah, with having your principal be able to see it, with having the other staff members, but then yeah, parents and extended family members in the community. I think that's so important to have them involved.
And we're always looking for ways to make our job easier, guys. As educators, we want to have that easy access. And you guys have built a platform that makes that easy for us. QR codes, links, makes it easy for me to have that open door communication with my parents. So absolutely.
Yeah, and I love the tip. And as Nicholas Froney said in his session yesterday about educators having to sometimes trick students to become more engaged. I love the idea of the take your iPads with you on the trip and take pictures, and we'll talk about it, because.
And I'm telling you, I am so sorry. We had like so many pictures of the same thing, James, but it was a learning process. I promise.
No, of course, yeah, and you can see that, and like you said, even just being able to explain why and reflect on not only the trip itself, but what they learned and why they took that certain picture at that certain time. I think there's so much learning involved.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, just lovely ideas. And like I said, the main thing, Tanya, was just how much joy that you give and how much joy and kindness you can see in all of those collections and in the students' work. So thank you for doing what you do, and thank you for sharing that with us today. No, of course.
It's always fun to be around the Wakelet crew, and I will see you guys at ISTE. So
yes, we will do. Tanya, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. Bye-bye, James. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Wow. Tanya is absolutely amazing, and as were the other 4 speakers there. So a big thank you to Priscilla, to Pat, to Amy, Jennifer, and Tanya there for sharing in an hour and 30 minutes, some amazing ways to use Wakelet. And of course, you can watch this on a recap to make sure that you don't miss anything at all. But anything you did see, as I said at the start, and I'll say it again, we have a huge competition going on this week. Basically, anything that you liked, that you saw, that you want to share, as always, sharing is caring. Please do share it with us on social media using the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. And if you do, of course, you're in with a chance of winning those VR headsets, the exclusive Wakelet Community Week swag, and some daily prizes as well. So please do enter that. Again, details are at the bottom of the screen there. And then one more time, I'll post into the chat the link for the certificate for this session. And with that, you will be sent the resources for every speaker that has been speaking so far in this segment and in the 8 hours that we've been live here. So thank you so much. We have about 4 hours left of the live stream with around 10 special guests presenting. We'll jump off for the next kind of 20 minutes or so. So please do go ahead and take a break, maybe recap some of the sessions if you want to, and we'll come back with those. And I know I recognize a few names in the chat that I've seen from earlier sessions. So if you have been around for the full, 7 and a bit hours so far, first of all, thank you. But please don't feel like you have to stay for the full 12 hours. If you do, that's such a huge accomplishment and we really appreciate it. But please do take a break, relax, and then pop back later on or tomorrow and beyond to recap these sessions. But for now, I'll pop off and I will bring on either Amy or Ryan to start session 5 of this live stream. So bye-bye for now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to session 5 of our Wakelet 12-hour live stream. Super excited to be a part of this session today. We've got some really incredible speakers that I can't wait to have them share out and share their love of Wakelet. But before we get started, I just want to remind everybody of our competition to make sure that you are sharing out on socials. Share all your thoughts, takeaways, magic moments. Use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, where every entry is a chance to win some really amazing prizes, including some VR headsets, some Wakelet Community Week swag, all of that. So please make sure you're sharing that out. Also, the certificate links, you can find them inside of the chat. We'll continue to post them so you can get your certificates, you can get your session materials all throughout there in the chat section. Also, because I don't have the fancy background right now, I want to give a special shout out to our Community Week sponsor, ClassLink. Really great partners of ours, especially with our education plans. So just being super thankful for ClassLink and their efforts this week. And we're going to go ahead and get started. I know our first guest is here and ready to get started. So I'm going to invite Sheila up to the stage. How's it going?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. What time is it there where you are?
Where I am, it is afternoon, so 2 o'clock.
Nice.
How about you?
It's also noon, so it's 12 o'clock.
Well, good. Well, thank you for joining us today. We are really excited to see, and I believe you're going to share how to craft a perfect professional portfolio.
Yes. I'm going to share some thoughts about how to use Wakelet in order to showcase, or depending on the purpose of your work, and to create a personalized portfolio. So we'll see how it works.
What we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and pull your screen up, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Brian, and thank you, Wakelet, for this opportunity to be on stage today. Thank you, everybody. Please write in your comments where you're coming from. New Jersey. Thank you from Ukraine. Okay, nice. So as I said, and as I explained, so it will depend on what is the purpose of your portfolio. So first of all, we need to set that up. If it is going to be a reflection of the school year, if it is going to be to showcase your work for a job request, for example. So all that depends on what you're going to be sharing it for. Then we need to plan for the portfolio sections. For example, in my case, I'm going to use the teaching framework by Charlotte Danielson, which is divided into 4 domains in order to show up what the evidence of the work that I do. And you can divide also the sections into skills or content areas, for example. Then we need to think of the evidence that we're going to share with all the people. What kind of materials we have ready according to the purpose of the portfolio and the divisions that we're going to share with. And make sure that you include at least 3 pieces of evidence that can for sure showcase what your work is. And then we need to create a nice design. Remember that using Wakelet, we can personalize our designs. We can use Canva. We can look for pictures in different libraries. And also, and now this is something that I really like, is that we can start using AI, generative AI, in order to generate our own images. And you just have to write something nice and it will generate immediately. Then we need to share the portfolio, invite people to visit your portfolio and wait for the feedback that they might give you. And remember that Wakelet is really great to do that. So for example, I already have here my collection. So this is my portfolio. As I was telling you, I'm going to use the Charlotte Danielson framework. If you don't know what this is all about, here I have some, we created this assistant in order to help teachers understand what is this framework. and it is called DLT Expert. So over here we can ask questions like, for example, what are the four domains of the teaching framework? And this is real time. So let's see what the DLT Expert says. So it says that the four domains are divided into planning and preparation, classroom environment, pertains to creating a positive and productive learning environment for students, instruction, and then professional responsibilities. So I need to include these four domains in my portfolio and to start looking for that evidence that will help me show that, that each domain is already nailed. So here I have my first domain already created. So for this, I used my friend Canva in order to create this nice header. And over here, I will start including my evidence. Remember that with Wakelet, we can share any kind of link, web links, PDFs, even from your Google Drive, you can look for your files and just embed them over here. And something nice, something that I really like is that we can edit this each of the cards. So let's generate an image for sustainability, which is my first topic here. I teach an exploratory course on sustainability, so that is what I'm going to be sharing today. Sustainability. And let's give just, okay, so that is the image that I'm going to place here. And of course, I need to add a description that can tell the people why I'm choosing this piece of evidence into my portfolio. So this is a tool that helps students connect the sustainability concepts with the SDGs. And you know what? Something important is that you don't have to click save in any side of the resource that you're including. You just have to click here, and now it looks nicer, isn't it? You see how we can start building our own portfolios. Then it says here, according to my DLT expert, that the domain number 2 is the classroom environment. So let's create that, that header here with Canva, of course. And it will show you the most recent designs that we used. So we're going to use the same one. So let's see domain 2. And here is classroom environment. Of course, we need to change the size over here. Remember that something nice about this is that it already has the perfect size, so it can be embedded into our collections. And also something important here is that I didn't have to go out of Wakelet in order to use this, this app here.
Sheila, we can still see the DLT expert and not the Wakelet.
Yeah, okay. Let me see. Here. Thank you, Ryan. So here's domain 2, look. And now I just grab with the little hand and I move it down. And over here, what I need to include is pictures or it can be, for example, the routines that I use in my class in order to show how the environment of the classroom is going on, how I handle materials, how the kids show respect, for example, in my classroom. So I can embed some pictures or some other works that they have done all together, and also to describe collaboration. So after that, what I would like to share is that we can create, and this is something that has helped me a lot in my position, because at the beginning of the school year, we start with so many goals and illusions and hopes. So, for example, this is from the middle school teachers. We created this end of the year reflection based on the 4 domains. So teachers had to look at them. All our observation tools are based on these 4 domains. So the teachers could sit down and really reflect on what the school year has been. And there are some questions that they had to answer. After they answer this, we share with them a space where they all created their own portfolios. So this is what I'm sharing today with you as well, that we can create these spaces here, and all teachers can bring here their portfolios and show what they have done during the school year, as long as the reflection as well. So let's take a look at this one, which is from our social studies teacher in grade 7. So he made his own template for the domains. He included the introduction presentation for the school year, the first marking period, unit, the planning, because that is what domain 1 refers to. Domain 2 refers to learning environment. So he is sharing with us also that he set up these goals and norms in the classroom. And if we click here, then it would take us to this nice resources. Domain 3 referred to learning experiences. And that is how the students have been applying all knowledge into their lessons and or products. So this is how he has been working with this. For example, he made these round robin questions, the French and Indian word. He included the questions that he told the kids to answer, and also the instructions. Here we can see how he structured this lesson, and also the final reflection survey for the second semester. This is important here because, when we deliver instruction, we don't know if the kids are really getting the material and getting the heads of it. So having final reflection surveys is important. So that is part of domain 3, learning experiences. So students can reflect about that. And the domain number 4 is professional responsibilities. And over here, you can include samples of your communication with parents, the notebook, grades, your professional development opportunities, diplomas, and how you have implemented these concepts into your daily activities. So this is my friend Javier Aguirre's portfolio. And if we go back to the space, we can see that this space also has different categories according to the subject area. You see idioma español, electives, English, mathematics, science, and social studies. So all teachers have placed their own portfolios into their categories. So you see, so how many, that's a nice question from Wakelet. How many of you are using Wakelet for this professional side of it? Okay. So it's important to set up the purpose, as I said at the beginning. These portfolios here are for us to go back and write a reflection on our own purposes, on our school year objectives. Now, look, I would like to share with you, this is the portfolios collections from the kids, the teachers of the little ones. You can see the difference, how they have personalized their portfolios as well. These are kindergarten teachers, and they really look very different from the middle school portfolios. And here we divided the categories according to their grade level: kinder, pre-K, toddlers, preschool. And there's one without category, look. something important to say is that only the owner of the space can create these categories, and we can move the collections into the categories. So I would like to share one of them with you. Let's see. This one from Alejandra. She is the kindergarten teacher. So she made a reflection about each domain. And she included also pictures, working in centers, phonics and mathematics. And in planning and preparation, she also explained about the learning guide that she prepared for that week. And then how she prepared the phonics centers. In domain 2, the learning environment, she wrote about how she promotes routines and habits into her classroom. This is the classroom screen app that she uses for the kids to know what to do in the early morning session. And here are more pictures about the kids following routines. Learning experiences is when the kids really apply knowledge. And in the professional responsibilities, she wrote also a reflection on all the PD opportunities that she has participated on. So as you can see with these examples, we can notice that every teacher or every professional can set up their portfolio according to their needs, according to the purpose, and using all the resources that Wakelet is ready to share with us. All right, and in this collection, so going back to the infographic. So we go back again here. Remember to set up the purpose, plan for the portfolio sections, and look for the evidence that you're going to be sharing with all people in your portfolio. Ryan, I don't know if there are questions on the chat box.
No questions yet, but you did an amazing job. I thought it was brilliant how, and it still floors me every time to see this, but the AI image generator inside of Wakelet, right? Super cool, so unique.
Yeah.
I'm still getting used to it myself, but how easy is it to edit and tweak those PDF images?
Exactly, and you just have to write and be clear on what you ask, of course, to write the right prompt so you can get the image that is needed for your portfolio.
Yeah, and I'm a huge proponent of portfolios. So I thought you did a great job of outlining that. I love your graphic, and I did put in the chat a little quote from John Dewey. We do not learn from experience; we learn from reflecting on experience. And I think it's just important to think back of all those classrooms and all those teaching experiences and all the things that we've ever drawn from as educators. That's always what shapes us in the years to come still.
Yes, and you know, when I finish these workshops with the teachers, because they do not only reflect on the school year, but they also learn how to use Wakelet. And I asked them, now, how would you use this with your students? And the high school and the middle school teachers were saying things like, yeah, now we can ask them to create their own portfolios using our graduate profile, for example. But the little one said, you know, Shayla, we can use these collections in order to share with parents all the links that we would need them to explore beforehand. So, for example, we can have the link to CISO, to different resources that are needed in our classes. So I think that all grade levels can take advantage of Wakelet and create their own collections.
Absolutely. Sheila, thank you for your time today. That session was impressive, and I know the chat loved it as well. Sheila's resources and materials will be part of that collection later on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Ryan. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Our second guest for our live stream here, this fifth session, is patiently waiting here off stage. We are really proud, super excited as well to bring Emily up to the stage. So Emily, I'm going to add you in here as well. How's it going, Emily?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. How's North Carolina?
It is getting hot and humid. Hence the reason why I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off, because we started state testing today. So I have been all over the school putting out tech fires. But other than that, it's good. Hurricane season started, so a little nervous, but you know.
Don't say that. I'm about ready to go on vacation. So
like it doesn't get bad till like August or September here, so it's fine.
All right. Well, I'm really excited. I see your session, Catch the Wave, Surfing District Communication with Wakelet. I'm really excited. If you are going to be sharing your screen, do you want to go ahead and pull that up, and we'll get you set and ready?
All right. Hopefully it will be coming in.
We get the nice inception. There we go.
Yep.
Awesome. I'm going to turn the stage over to you, Emily. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. All right. My name is Emily Fanning. I am a digital learning and teaching facilitator with Onslow County Schools. So it's our fancy name for instructional technology facilitator. I have been a DLT for about 3 years now. I've been teaching, or this is my 13th year in education. And I started using Wakelet as a classroom teacher, really just to curate resources, share things with my students, you know, in order to kind of vet what I was having them look at. And when I went into this role, I realized not only is this something that I could use to curate resources for my teachers, but we could also utilize it to communicate not across the district and communicate with our community as well. So I just kind of wanted to share a little bit about that journey and how we're utilizing Wakelet here in Onslow County Schools. We're a fairly large district. We have 41 school sites. We serve 30,000 students. And we have over 3,000 staff members. So we have found Wakelet makes it really, really easy to share and spread information. So the first piece that I kind of want to talk a little bit about is how I use Wakelet to communicate with my staff. And this idea was just kind of born out of, I was tired of sending an email. We're a Microsoft Teams district. So I was like, why would I not create something that I can put in a tab at the top that sticks in my channel that my teachers can easily access any time of the day, wherever they're at on their phone, when they want to see something that I've put out for the week. So I started creating my newsletter in Wakelet because not only for the ease of access for my teachers, but also for the ease of access just to access the resources in general. So in my newsletter, I really love to highlight how they can utilize me because a lot of times when you put tech facilitator with a name, they think you're just a fix-all for things. And I have to explain to them that I'm actually instruction as well. So this is kind of a resource for them to see how they could utilize me. I always put my schedule so they know where I'm going to be at for the week. I do some tech troubleshooting. So here are some possible things that could go wrong. And then I love to highlight my staff, y'all. This is probably their favorite part of my newsletter because they actually go in and check to see if their name is there that week, especially if they've done something with me in the classroom. So I love to highlight what they're doing. And then this is also a really great opportunity to let other teachers see what is going on in their building. And I feel like when teachers see what their peers are doing, they're more apt to want to try it out themselves. So, you know, they kind of use this and say, oh, well, look, Miss Eck did some Minecraft with her kids. What's that all about? Hey, I think I want to try Minecraft now. So this is probably like my favorite section of my newsletter. And then I always spotlight what is happening in Microsoft Teams. So currently I'm spotlighting what's new in Microsoft EDU that's coming out for the summer of 24, which we're all super excited about. And then I always provide some type of instructional strategy based around a tech tool or what's going on at the school at that time. So right now, of course, we're state testing. So I was highlighting some good EOG review activities that teachers can use in the classroom. And I typically try to do something really quick that they can pull and they can try. And then if it doesn't go well, they can call me, or it just kind of sparks some ideas to give them some other things that they can do in their classroom. And then I also provide just quick guides for all things Microsoft that we utilize in our school district. And then we have created a Wakelet within a Wakelet to help our district support our multi-language learner students in our district. And then I also kind of provide how they could utilize myself, my media coordinator, and my tech facilitator, or my technician who is also here. So that's kind of just one of the ways that I communicate with my staff utilizing Wakelet. I also provide tech tips for them. So this are just some, hey, maybe they're not as comfortable with technology as they want to be. And this kind of provides them with some tips and tricks to kind of get or increase their comfort level. I also provide professional development for my staff. And typically what I do is any resource that I'm using in professional development with them, I will put in a Wakelet. And I really like this for the simple fact that I can provide screenshots. I could provide login tips. I could provide examples, all under super, really wonderful, nice headings that it's easy to find and it's easy to see what it is that I'm asking them to do. So I created this one for AI, for example, and I provided them with guidelines set forth by our state for using AI in the classroom. And then what AI tools that we have available for them to be able to use. So things like Copilot, ChatGPT, Magic School AI, Diffit. But again, what I like about this is I can give a header so they know what they're looking at, give an explanation, and then give them the quick link so that they can log in. I could provide screenshots, and I can do what I need to do with them as they're kind of going through my PD. It just makes it a lot easier, I think, for them to follow along. So they really enjoy that. And then I also like to showcase like what student examples, teacher examples. So this is a collection that I shared not only in a professional development here at my school, but we had a state middle school education conference where I got to showcase what our district is doing with Minecraft EDU. And I utilized Wakelet for this because, again, it's a quick list. It's a quick version of me to be able to go through and make sure I'm hitting all the things that I need to hit. But then I can come down and I can share these really awesome lesson plans, these really awesome ideas, these templates with teachers so that they can quickly do a grab and go session. And I feel like that is the most important when it comes to delivering professional development to your staff. They want something that they can take and use right away. And me being able to upload, the rubrics, the templates, the lesson plan examples, all of those things in a Wakelet, they can just come and they can pull and they can use right away, make a copy, download it, and then they're good to go. And I feel like Wakelet, like I said, it just makes it so easy to do that for our teachers. So again, you can kind of see I've given some planning guides and just different things like that. I can give sample rubrics. And my teachers love it. And they know that if I'm coming to give them professional development, they're going to leave with a Wakelet of resources that they can pull from and use right away. So that's kind of like my staff journey with communication. And so my first year as a DLT, I really focused on how can I utilize this with my staff. Last year, I kind of decided, okay, how can we now as a staff utilize Wakelet to share information with other staff members in our district? So when we talk district communication, we develop, again, a lot of our professional development using Wakelet as a curation of professional development tools that they can then, take back to their schools. If we're training maybe one or two people from each school, they have something that they could take back and they can share out with others as well. So this first one, we run a lot of professional development online for our district because we are so large. So we utilize Microsoft Teams for that, but within Microsoft Teams, we can then curate resources and professional development ideas for teachers to be able to access. So this one was created for a middle school social studies PD. One of the modules they have to complete was on a soul lesson, which if you have never done one before, I would highly, highly suggest taking a look at a soul lesson. You want to see kiddos get really inspired and really excited about learning about something. A soul lesson is the way to do that. And you have access to this. You'll have access to these resources that you'll be able to pull from and take a look at too once this presentation is over. So yeah, I took Wakelet. I built this module that walked them through what a soul lesson is, gave them just some videos that you can pull from YouTube. And I think that's the other thing that is super amazing about Wakelet is if you've got a link, if you have a link to a YouTube video, a link to a website, anything like that, you can pull that in so easily and you don't have to think about it. So it really has cut down like my development of professional development a lot. Like I'm not having to do as much work on the back end because it's so easy to pull the things in that I need to. So again, using it as professional development at the district level, we have switched to a new website this year. And so we have to train our staff on the new website that we're switching to. So I used Wakelet to develop a screenshot step-by-step guide for how to utilize the new website. And again, I like this because all I have to do is grab that share link, send it out, and everybody who needs to have access has access with screenshots. And they have a step-by-step guide that is very easy for them to be able to walk through and to utilize. This one is just another example of professional development that we did for media coordinators. And I love this one because, you know, again, we're presenting this at the district level, but we also were able to present this at our state media coordinator convention. And it's all about how you can get students utilizing the media center more. And the media coordinator that I worked with, she goes, holy cow, like I literally was able to share this link with all of the other media coordinators. It was so easy. They've got ideas. She's like, now we're talking about how we can do things more collaboratively across the district. We can talk about, you know, how this looks in an elementary versus a middle versus a high school. But again, it's just that ease of access and that ease of sharing. When we roll out any new training tool, we can put it in a Wakelet, right? And we can share all of the really wonderful things. I can't take credit for this Wakelet that I'm about to share with you guys. This was created by 2 other DLTs in my department who are really phenomenal. And they took, we're a Microsoft district, and they created this super wonderful productivity shortcuts for all things Microsoft. And again, it's something quick that we can share out with teachers, share across the district and say, hey, you need help with Microsoft Word? Check this out. Hey, you need to save some time when you're searching or doing things in Microsoft Edge. Here's a guide to help you with that. And so again, I keep coming back to that ease of access, but it really is so important to be able to, especially in this day in education, I feel like with everything that we have going on and everything that our teachers have to do, we need to be able to give them bite-sized chunks of things and help them get what they need and the information they need quickly. And Wakelet is just such a beautiful tool to be able to do that with the teachers in our district. And then the last one that I feel like I kind of touched on already, but I want to share again. We are a military based community. We have the largest Marine Corps base on the East Coast here. So we are very, very transient, and we do get a lot of students from a lot of different places in the world. And so we were trying to figure out how can we streamline how we can support our multi-language learners. And so this idea was born last year, actually. We sat down and we said, okay, what are all of the tools that we have available at our hands, at our disposal, that teachers need to know how to use and that teachers need in their classroom so that we can make all learning accessible and equitable for every student in our district. And so we took all of the translator tools that we have available and we put it into this Wakelet for teachers to be able to use. And this Wakelet sits on our district website so that teachers can access it and pull whatever resource they need to help them with their multilingual learners that are sitting in their classroom. And I love, if y'all haven't used the Canva heading, which if you've been using Wakelet, you know that's probably like one of the best features in the world. I use those little Canva headings all the time to make it look really, really pretty. But not only does it make it look pretty, it makes it really easy to also break down where they're at in the Wakelet and see the information that they need to see. I feel like a little bit easier. So district-wise, it's typically used for us for professional development, sharing resources with teachers, teachers being able to share resources from school to school. Once we kind of hit that hurdle and we jumped through that hoop, we said, you know what if we, at my school in particular, what if we take this to the next level? We're already using Wakelet internally. We're using Wakelet externally from school to school. But could we find a way that we could utilize Wakelet with our community? So here at my middle school, my principal said, I really like the idea of being able to take something like Wakelet, embed it on a website, and then the teachers don't have to touch their teacher page anymore. They're going back to the Wakelet, they're making their edits, and it's automatically updating on their teacher website. So what we decided to do here was each grade level created a Wakelet. So I'm going to show you kind of an example of what that looks like. So here is a 6th grade teacher, but on this 6th grade teacher's website, they have a 6th grade Wakelet for their team. And then each teacher has a Wakelet embedded within the grade level Wakelet that they're editing on their own, and then it's automatically updating here. But parents now have access to everything, every teacher that their child has. And what we found when we did feedback on this was, you know, I could remember my homeroom teacher's name as the parent, right? But I couldn't remember the 4 or 5 other teachers that this child may have. So if they knew the homeroom teacher's name, they could come to their page. And then now they have access to every other teacher that the child has, and they can see information for that teacher. And so this part was just, I mean, it was beautiful to watch it take place. And then just that ease of access for parents, the positive feedback from that was so awesome, especially because we are trying to be more transparent, right, in what we're doing in our classrooms. So each of these Wakelets that are sitting here has the teacher syllabus, right? The class wish list. It has their week at a glance. So each week the teachers will go on and change their week at a glance to say, okay, here's now what we're doing in ELA class this week. Again, they never have to touch this website right here. They literally go to their individual Wakelet, make their updates, and then everything automatically feeds into this one, updates on the website, and they don't have to think about it again. So this portion is just probably my favorite use of Wakelet that I do at my schools. And it worked so well that this year, with us transitioning to this new website, in this new website transition, we don't exactly have teacher pages anymore. Teachers have, it's a directory with like a bio and then a place to put a link. So as a district, when we were training our new webmasters on, well, how can we get teacher information put out there without teacher pages, Wakelet was the natural first thought. So I have created a newsletter template for the district that they can utilize to put that information so that we can be transparent and share the things with parents that we need to see and share the things with the community that we need to see without actually having to have a teacher page to do that on. So the teachers are going to be able to go in, make a copy of this template or just use it for inspiration And then they can fix their headings to match their school. They can add the things in that they need to, and then they get to share, right? And then they can drop that lovely share link into their website link on the web page. And we don't have to worry about the fact that we can't share information because teachers don't have pages, because all they're having to do now is drop a link into their bio, which I think is really, really nice. And I am so thankful that my school had tried this out last year so that we could see how it worked. And it worked well enough that we were comfortable taking it to the rest of the district to be able to utilize for the upcoming 24-25 school year. So I have just given just another example. This is 7th grade, but you can see that when you click on a teacher's page, it really, this one, we're at the end of the school year, so obviously we don't have a lot of information, but you can see that they now have access to what it is that the teachers are doing. And so here, this teacher, here's all their weeks at a glance for the 9 weeks, right? So if there was ever a question from a parent about, well, my student said that you guys covered this or didn't cover it, all they have to do is go back to that week, click it, the parent can pull it up, they can access it, they can see it. So again, it's just that ease of access, I think, that we're wanting to make sure that we have and we're able to share with our parents. Sorry, we're about to dismiss. And then, of course, down here at the bottom, I just have how you can connect with me on X, as well as the link to my Wakelet profile. Please, by all means, feel free to direct message me. I love talking all things Wakelet, and I love talking about all things ed tech as well. And I just want to make sure that, you know, if you guys have any questions about this, like, please feel free to reach out. Ryan, I'm going to stop sharing.
That's completely fine. Great work, by the way. I just thought, as a fellow person who's done PD numerous times, I know just as many sessions as you've done, right, throughout the whole thing, the idea of the grab and go. A couple other people here in the chat said the same thing, like how transformative that is for them to understand we can talk about pedagogy, we can talk about best practices, we can talk about the coolest shiny tech toy in the world. But if we don't give them something that they can take and go with them right back to their classroom with, oftentimes people don't have the time to experiment or try.
Right.
Was that what you see in your district? They're more apt to try with those grab and goes than?
Yeah. And a lot of times what I end up doing is like here at my middle school, we don't have an email. Okay. We do for like outside things, but internally we use Microsoft Teams to talk as a staff, right? So I've noticed if I throw together something real quick, like people were wondering about AI. Well, you know, if I put a bunch of links in there and I'm like, oh, look at this shiny tool and this, they're like, huh? But I give them the one Wakelet link and they're like, oh, okay, this is easy to follow. They find something that they want to gravitate towards or something that sounds familiar to them. They can find it in the Wakelet, see it, use it, and then, you know, get up with me for more questions or, you know, tell me it went terribly and they need my help or whatever. But I think it's just for them, the biggest thing is, it's like you said, it's that grab and go. I can pull a resource, I can pull a link, I can pull a sample lesson, I can tweak it, I can use it, and then we can move on because they don't have time.
Right. Any way that you can save time right now is the best.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Emily. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for fitting us in with all the testing and everything else and dismissal around your school district.
Yeah, it got a little crazy here for a minute. The media center is the testing hub. I wasn't really thinking when I chose, you know.
That's all right. I understand. Well, thank you again, and have a great day.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. So from the power of communication with Wakelet across your district, we're going to shift focus and bring Nalan up to the screen to talk about language learning made easy with Wakelet. And Nalan, I'm hoping you're there. I wanted to say this. Welcome to the stage, Nalan Bateman, because I always want to say Nalan Taylor. And so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And welcome to the stage to share out all of your resources and materials. And I will be here ready to go, ready to learn and take some notes while you are presenting.
Okay. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Am I on? I think so.
You are.
Okay. My name is Nalan. Like he said, Bateman, it is brand new. I'm not even a full 2 months in marriage yet, but it's been beautiful. So I've relocated to Colorado. So I'm looking forward to seeing folks at ISTE, but I'm so excited to be here with everybody today. And sharing about one of the things that I am most passionate about, which is language. And so today's session, just like the title is, Language Learning with Wakelet, or Language Learning Made Easy with this awesome tool. Just a little bit about me before we get started. Please go tell a friend if you haven't done so already. Tell them on Instagram, on Twitter, on Snapchat, on whatever, TikTok, whatever social media outlet you have, Facebook. Let them know that we are live and we are getting ready to get the party started with some language learning fun here. So about me and languages, I am an aspiring polyglot. My background is in education, but I'll get into that just a second. But I would like for us to do a couple of things together and for you to learn a little bit about me before I tell you a little bit about this journey. So how many languages can I communicate? So a lot of people think that we want to use this word fluent, and I'm not really a fan of the term fluent. I'm more a fan of the term proficient, because the goal of languages is to be able to communicate. And so that is what we are doing when we are talking about acquisition and learning. And so my native language is English. And then after that came Spanish. Spanish came probably, I don't know, I was still in California at the time, so probably middle school, late elementary, early middle school. We didn't call it middle school then, so kind of telling my age, but nearly native in Spanish, I would say. Portuguese is my current focus, and I've been studying Portuguese for the past 3 years. And then French was way back when. So I have some in there, but it's rusty. So if you can ask me a couple of things in French, I may be able to get them out. But I had to take French in college up to the intermediate level while I was doing Spanish. So that's why it's there. It's just in the background. And then American Sign Language was one of my first languages as far as wanting to acquire. So not fully proficient in that as I would like to be. However, we are getting the party started again with different apps and things that we can use to get back on track with American Sign Language. So the ways that I suggest that people use Wakelet and any other tool that you're trying to get out there, I would say always jump in personally before you try with students or with colleagues or with whatever your community might be. And so that is the focus pretty much of why I decided to do that this go around with the languages. So I've used Wakelet, of course, with school, because as far as my background is concerned, which you can kind of see here, I was already doing language at school. So I'm a former high school Spanish teacher. I taught Spanish for the past 13-14 years. And then for the past 2-3 years, I moved into a role as an English language coach. And so it kind of flipped. So I had the opportunity not necessarily to teach English to our multilingual learners, but I had a chance to support our teachers who had growing numbers of English language learners and multilingual learners in their classroom, as well as train districts or our teachers throughout the district on different tools that they can use to use that. And so one of our golden tools that I like to highlight is really Wakelet. Some more experiences that I've had in the field that you see here is I've had a chance to be an interpreter. So I've been a volunteer interpreter for Spanish. I did that while I was living in Georgia still. Just told you a little bit about the English language coach experience. And then even more recently, I've had the I guess you could say the opportunity more or less to be the translator or interpreter for our district. They would call me and say, hey, Miss Taylor, we need you to go. Miss Taylor was Bateman now, need you to go interpret or, to translate this document for certain parents coming in or for whatever community is needed. And so that has really been my focus recently. And just to get the party started as far as language learning goes, I want to share with you how it started. And that pretty much was being able to curate things. So you've been able to see with all the amazing presenters that we've had so far for the live stream, you've been able to see how people have saved information. They have built resources. They have used Wakelet as a hub. And pretty much when you're first getting started and you're jumping in there personally to use it as yourself, I did that. And so I wanted to kind of share with you this, the first collection that I think I did. And I want to say this is probably 2020 or 2021 as far as languages go. So you have a ton of collections already. So I've got a gazillion of my personal collections, but this was one of the first ones when I wanted to just get started with languages. So I would just kind of throw everything in there. And so what I would do, and I'm going to share with you a little bit later on, I would find sources or resources from different things, from other pieces of social media, from Instagram, from TikTok, from YouTube, from Twitter, whatever it was that I saw that was related to language learning and acquisition, I would dump it into this collection so that I would have some kind of base of what to be able to practice, things that stood out that were in different languages. So you see something in French that is here. This is something that is in Portuguese there. We've all been on the whole AI kick for a while now, figuring out what's going on and how to use this to our advantage. So this is something that someone gave for ChatGPT resources. And later on, you guys will have access to all of these things as well. I think it's probably going to drop toward the middle of the presentation, which would be great. And you guys will be able to see these things for yourself. Some of the collections that I've been able to build. And then even practicing for myself. So me and my little snapshot, I would do this for students as well. So today, hoy, Spanish, hoje, Portuguese, aujourd'hui, French. So just practicing on my own and kind of getting those things in, saving other YouTube videos. And let's see, I'm going to talk a little bit about vocabulary here and just ways that it would be beneficial. Look at somebody in ASL, somebody that I connected with on Twitter. So just for you to be able to see this one, sign language games, things for you to be able to practice on your own. You have access to be able to see kind of like where the language learning started. Whatever it is that you have interest in, and this is, I want to say, I guess, kind of how I started. Whatever it is that I saw that kind of sparked my interest as far as language goes, for the ones that I was interested in or for the ones that drew my attention, I saved whatever it is and I would go back and kind of research it or practice it on my own or, get with a different community to build. So how is it going right now? My suggestion would be to focus on one language at a time. And really, remember I told you that I've been studying Portuguese for the past 3 years now, right? So this collection that I'm sharing with you today is actually outside of a collection that I built just for Portuguese. So we know how Wakelet looks in all of our spaces that are on the left-hand side that I have going on here. You will notice that I have a whole thing that says Portuguese and it says 21-22. So we're all in 2024 now. We made it quite a ways here. But inside of the Portuguese collection, I also began taking a course. So I met somebody on Instagram who was Brazilian. She was in education also, but she was also giving courses. And so I was just like, well, this is easy. I can link up with this person and begin. And so I began taking courses. But even in the course that I would share her, since we're both educators, I would share with her how I would save some of the resources that she gave during our class time inside of Wakelet collections. And so in order to grow my own craft and become more proficient inside of the language, I would put aside things that we had done in Portuguese so that I can go ahead and target it. So of course, you're looking at even my own thing. When I'm talking about language acquisition or just diving in, I jump into everything. So that might not be your personality. That's kind of mine as an April baby. Okay. As an Aries, we're kind of Rams. We think we see it our way and that's just about it. But we're also kind of jumping in without seeing the whole picture first. And so what I have as far as my settings on my tablet, my settings on my phone, my settings on my laptop are all Portuguese, right? So when I say jump in, if you're talking about really being serious about a language and going for the gusto, jump in, okay? So even my collections, I have named them to be in Portuguese as well, right? So as far as getting started, aulas y deveres, these are homework assignments that we have here. I have games that we've been able to play, projects that we've done inside of here, projects about the capital of Brazil, right, Rio de Janeiro, listening activities. So things that I feel that I have either, let me go back and click on it just to be on the safe side. It could have been me recording myself too, which is what I'm going to tell you that you can also do with inside this tool, right? So music. All right, so music and applications that help me listen better in Portuguese, right? So this is one of the national anthems. These are famous artists, church. I found a church when I was living in Louisiana still. I found a Brazilian church and went to go practice a couple of times. So that's when I say, when you want to go all in, and if you're really serious about it, you have access to be able to do that. And so these are songs that I would be able to find to jump in, things that I can go back and listen to practice on, right? Would be inside of this collection also. So inside of the Portuguese one, we have homework, we have speaking and writing, right? Different recordings. We have films that I was able to watch inside of Netflix. And all I would do, guys, because we're talking about it being such a powerful tool to curate things, I would put those things that I learned inside of these tools and go back and practice. You can also see that I've recorded myself. I recorded myself speaking, right? Just so that I can get that practice going, and I would go back and replay some of those things. So it could be a tracking system for you. I have listening activities that are here, different videos that I've done. You can go ahead and track yourself as far as the language goes as well, right? So play those things. I listen to podcasts. All of those things are there. So you have the opportunity to watch video, to listen to things, and go back and see what it is that you are really looking to hone in on. And so just to recap, kind of inside of that Portuguese collection, you have the 4 domains. And if anybody's familiar, I know you probably heard it before with who was on right before me and some of the others talking about multilingual learners. You have 4 domains that we're talking about as far as language acquisition and learning is concerned. That is listening, speaking, reading, and also writing. And so those are 4 areas of input that we want to make sure that people are or that you are growing as you're walking through your language journey. So you want to make sure, people are always like, oh, I want to be fluent in this language, or I really want to talk about, or we really want to be able to communicate with somebody in this other language. You're only going to be comfortable speaking as far as the language goes with the vocabulary that we have. And I really want you to think about it in relation to children. We don't teach our children English or whatever our native language may be. We don't teach them the language grammatically. We don't say, this is the verb is, she is sleeping, right? He is walking. No, we just simply talk to them. And so in order to acquire language, guys, it really is just talking to somebody and building our vocabulary, more listening, more reading, right? And the more that you do that, the more the vocabulary builds, and the more, not fluent, but the more frequent you're able to hear those things, the more confident you become in being able to express yourself with them, right? So inside of this Portuguese collection, I just kind of gave a little blip about some of the other things that you would find. This one, I didn't really tap on this one much, the Duolingo story, because I like to bring other apps in. But if you are a fan, I'm a fan of Duolingo. It's free.com. I've used it for years. I've done it with students. I've done it with adults. I've done it with multilingual learners. I've done it with those who are speaking Spanish or learning Spanish. I've done it with those who are wanting to practice Haitian Creole, which is now new to the Duolingo family also. The thing is, when you finish a story, here's another, I guess, snippet, right, or a little tool. There's somebody that I followed on Instagram and Twitter a long time ago. Her name is Martina Bex. And a resource that she has is you are honing in on all of those 4 domains while you're waiting to kind of practice this language. And so with me, I've practiced the language here. E Amor is a story in Portuguese that they gave in Duolingo, right? And in order for me to kind of practice that story some more, there are certain things that you can do, which I linked her little video in there as well. No prep reading activities. These are activities for you to be able to do with retelling the story, with rewriting the story in your own words in that language, with drawing images or maybe cartoons. We even talked about Sketchnote. Wakelet even has the draw tool for those of you who like to do that. We had a whole Sketchnote thing some time ago where you got a chance to really utilize that tool, or even take pictures of what it is that you're drawing and tell the story that way. So you have a ton of outlets and a ton of opportunities to be able to help you acquire the language in a way that is suiting for you. So if you are a person who prefers listening to podcasts, beautiful. The acquisition is going to come that way because you are getting so much input. If you are a person who likes journaling or writing, that's me. I enjoy journaling. So after I hear something in the target language that I'm studying, I will go and write down some type of journal entry, or I will try to revisit the words that was used in the vocabulary lesson, so that it just makes more sense, and so that I can kind of build it around my own personal story. So you have a ton of things that you can still do to utilize that. Remember, the big goal is to be able to communicate. And the same thing that I said earlier, we're looking for proficiency and not fluency, right? So some of pointers here while we kind of wrap up. What is it that you like to do? So use the language to help you acquire the language, right? Is it Netflix? Maybe you like looking at films. Put the films with subtitles in the target language. That's what I like to do. I'll watch something in Netflix and I can watch it in English, which is fine, right? Because I can find a movie in English, but why not find something that was also made or already made in that target language, right? So I will look for those series. What is it? Love is Blind, or the one where they call them cabinis in Portuguese. They're in like the little boxes, right? So that's a reality TV show, but it was a reality TV show filmed in Brazil. And so I would put on the subtitles in Portuguese, right? YouTube, turn on your captions. Instagram, change your settings so that you have that target language. And then you can save them all here so that you have something to go back and reference again, so that you can keep that constant practice. We already talked about the 4 domains, the listening, speaking, reading, and writing. You want input coming in all of those ways, right? The last thing that I really wanted to talk about was how you create a pro community, right? Create a community surrounded by the people who are learning or doing what it is that you like to do. Years ago, Duolingo had events, right? So people would kind of link up virtually and have classes or practice sessions, but all that is null and void now. So things come with apps, different procedures or different experiences are no longer accessible or available. And so now many people have not done the events anymore, but they've already been able to connect information via WhatsApp, via Zoom, via Meetup, right? And so now we can kind of continue those meetings or those events, so to speak, outside of that platform because you've built community. So that's the beautiful thing. And now you can do the same thing with Wakelet. Build community with people or resources, right? With the things that are going to help you acquire that language that you're looking for. Same thing with Duolingo. I have different apps in there that you can use. And finally, supporting students, right? I got something in here for supporting students and supporting colleagues. So I kind of want to jump into what it is that you're going to see with some of the tools, which really is one of the ones I know that you've heard about already, right? Which is the immersive reader tool. So we're going to do something. I'm going to drop this link in there now as somewhat interactive, because I want you to use this link now and talk back to me. And we're going to see how this works with the immersive reader tool. And I would use this also as far as language learning goes, right? So link, or if you want to go ahead and do the same thing, let me get out of this one, right? So link is also coming in the chat. And then I am also going to share this one with you because I want to hear from you and I want you to give me some feedback. And we're going to try out what this looks like, right? So let me get out of here, put this little QR code up because you guys know what it is. You know, there's a gazillion ways to be able to share it, right? So I will put this code up so that you can see it, but the link is also, I believe, in the chat, should be coming your way, right? So I'm going to add this one and drop that in the chat, but I'm also going to click on the QR code for you. Okay, expand that for we need a little wider view. Okay, so I'll give you a second. I want you to join in with me, and I want us to practice what this immersive reader tool looks like as far as our language learning journey is concerned. Okay, so once you get in there, you'll be able to join in anonymously or add your name. I would love if you added your information, but I want you to type me a message in your native language. Okay, and if your native language is English, beautiful. If your native language is other than that, I would love for you to type it in for me in whatever your other native language is. Okay, and so we're going to practice this together. I'm going to get out of this and I'm going to go into the collection now. Okay, and inside of this collection, right, I'm going to see what it is that you have shared. Okay, so you'll see a little message from me that I put in there. And now I really want to be able to share what this tool looks like as far as language learning goes. So you got a little blip about me here. We know we can do that with Wakelet, right? Add yourself a little header up at the top, give you a little picture. Okay, love it. Look at this. Okay, so now I have a message that is here. All right, I'm going to say that's Arabic if I'm not mistaken. All right. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Okay. So as far as the texting goes, we're going to go and click on the notes. Okay. If we haven't done this one before, and I want you to leave me a greeting or a review or some feedback, just like the prompt has, and you're going to put it in whatever native language it is that you have, right? Oops, I didn't mean to click on show notification. Okay. So now let's go ahead and type in, see if I could just do it in Portuguese here. I think I left one for you already. Obrigada, gente, por assistir. I think I left one for you already, but I'm going to try it again. And then I'm going to get out of here because it's already saved. And now we already know how this works. I'm going to click on my 3 little dots here, and I'm going to go to Immersive Reader, which is the symbol of the book and the little microphone. So once I click on that, I'm able to read your messages and you're able to read mine. So I would love for you to be able to do that. So now it opens up this beautiful screen. I'm going to click on the book that is over here. And this is where the language journey also begins and kind of starts, right? I want you to be able to use this thing here. Click on whichever language you wanted to interpret to. Obviously, I wanted to put it into English so you guys know what it is that I'm talking about, even though I kind of already told you. Okay. And so it will recognize the language that is there. And you're going to go ahead and I usually go for the whole document. And there it is. Oh, I can get it to play for you too.
Thank you guys for coming.
All right. Something that is simple. Okay. But I would love for you all. Oh, look at this one. I got another message coming. Oh, Ty, yeah, you guys are awesome. Okay. So I see something that is, yes.
They're all rolling in.
They're all rolling.
Thank you for taking time to show that. I think the Immersive Reader is always one of those little known gems or one that we oftentimes forget involved in there as well.
Yes. Thank you, Ryan.
No problem. Nolan, that was fantastic. I just got to let you know the idea. I really shout out to the draw tool. I'm so glad you reminded people again that the tool does exist. It's out there on the iOS app. They can feel free to draw, as well as the idea of just curating those materials, right? Whether it's language resources, whether it's soccer materials, because you're learning how to play soccer or you're doing, but curating those materials for you to come back to later on. That is a skill, not only for us as continuing learners, it's a great skill to demonstrate to our students. They always see that curating and going back to and learning later is, super important. Any last words, Nalan, before we bring Sandy up?
No.
How can they connect
You
with
guys
you?
have it all in that lovely collection. I hope that you guys get a chance to go revisit that,
We will definitely share that out in just a little bit. So they'll have all the resources and materials. And Nalan, congratulations again. We are excited. We will see you soon.
Okay. See ya.
We are going to move on from Nulan, who was talking about language learning, and we're going to now transition to Sandy. And Sandy is going to be coming to the stage. There she is. How's it going, Sandy?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. And Sandy, I just had the opportunity to spend some time with you back in February at P&C. So it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and we're here to share today future-ready classrooms preparing for higher education.
Yes, we are.
Super excited about this. Sandy, if you need anything, I will be just off to the side of the screen, but you can go ahead. I will share your screen and we can see it. So you are good to go.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Ryan. So welcome everyone to this session 5. I can't believe we're already nearing kind of the end of it, but this presentation is called Using Wakelet to Create Future-Ready Classrooms. I am so excited to be here today sharing my session. My name is Sandy Bennett, and I have been a teacher for over 30 years. Currently, I am an instructional technologist and a professor at Wilmington University. I'm also a Wakelet member, leader, and ambassador, and I've been that since 2022. And I just became a Wakelet certified trainer in December of 2023, and I'm so proud to be that. My passion is Wakelet, and it is immense. It's such an amazing tool to use to create just about anything. So I'm going to scroll through this collection, but if you can see at the top of my screen, I have many tabs open to try to streamline what I'm sharing with you. So I hope that it is all viewable to you. So moving forward down here, oh, there I am. What I've included on my intro screen is just if you want to connect with me, you can subscribe to my profile in Wakelet if you'd like to. You can also, communicate with me if you'd like. So I'm a firm believer in the fact that our classrooms, to be future ready, it is important that they are technology driven. Classrooms that focus on student-led learning tools, future-ready skills development, and easy access to information are essential for students to be future-ready and for schools and educational institutions to promote future-ready education. Future-ready classrooms are dynamic and adaptable, focusing on developing a wide range of skills that students will need to succeed in higher education and the modern workforce. By integrating technology, personalizing learning experiences, fostering collaboration, and connecting to the real world, these classrooms ensure that students are well prepared to meet the challenges and opportunities of the future. So what is the future holding for our students? Well, we have to understand first the future-ready skills. Future-ready classrooms include the skills that are connected to the 4 C's: collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. The best classroom activities provide students with opportunities to practice these skills in learner-centered environments. These future-ready skills play a crucial role in preparing students for success in higher education and beyond. So we're going to take a look, and if you can kind of notice on that one college ahead screen, I've kind of combined all 4 of those C's onto that particular screen. So I want to start off with critical thinking. In higher education, students are required to analyze complex information, solve problems, and to make informed decisions. Collaborative projects and group assignments are very common in higher education settings, whether it be online or in face-to-face classrooms. Collaboration skills help students work effectively with their peers, to share ideas, and to achieve common goals through teamwork. And that, of course, transfers into the workforce as well. Effective communication is vital for academic success, which includes presenting research findings or participating in class discussions and writing clear and coherent assignments. Strong communication skills enhance students' ability to articulate ideas and engage with diverse audiences. And finally, creativity fuels innovation and original thinking in higher education, allowing students to approach problems from very unique perspectives and to promote or propose novel solutions and express their ideas creatively. And so what better tool to support all of this? Wakelet. Wakelet is such a powerful tool to support and enhance the skills in future-ready classrooms. By leveraging Wakelet's features and functionalities, educators can effectively integrate and enhance future-ready skills in their teaching practices, providing students with opportunities to develop and demonstrate those 4 C's: critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity in a digital learning environment. So I want to take a look at each one of those very briefly about how to integrate future-ready skills with Wakelet. So we're going to start with critical thinking. Critical thinking allows students to curate resources. Wakelet allows students to curate and organize diverse resources, encouraging critical evaluation of information, selection of relevant content, and synthesis of ideas to create meaningful collections. With collaborations, Wakelet enables collaboration curation where students can contribute to shared collections, fostering teamwork, communication, and collective knowledge building among their peers. With communication, Wakelet's multimedia features, students can communicate ideas effectively through visual storytelling, incorporating images, videos, and text to convey messages clearly and creatively. And speaking of creativity, Wakelet offers customization options for different layouts, different themes, and media embedding, empowering students to showcase their creativity, to express original ideas, and to design visually engaging collections. So what I'd like to do is to share several strategies for using Wakelet to prepare students for future learning. And I'm going to kind of teeter back and forth. So I'm going to start here on this full Wakelet, and then I'm going to kind of go tab by tab just so that I can show you these particular Wakelets and what they look like rather than just showing them here on the screen. So we're going to take a look first at developing digital pedagogy. Students can curate and evaluate information by participating in things like curated research projects and digital content. So I'm going to kind of move on over to the next tab. We're going to talk about this first collection. This first collection is about curating research projects. You can assign students topics to research and create a collection of resources, teaching them to distinguish credible resources from unreliable ones. With this particular example, students curate a collection of articles, videos, and infographics on, in this case, how music has changed over the last decade or so. And they have to evaluate each of those sources' credibility to place into this particular collection. With the next one, students can create digital content. Again, they can use Wakelet to create multimedia projects. Students can create collections incorporating various types of media, text, images, videos, links to present their findings on a given topic. And in this particular example, this is a digital history project where students create a collection with timelines and maps and documentary clips about a historical event, such as how Walt Disney World came to be, which is my favorite place in the world. The third and last one is an example of a virtual field trip. So this is a really fun way that students can go places without leaving the classroom. And so this is a collection that is created by a teacher and takes students from the beginning of their particular virtual field trip and gives them steps to complete. And it also, for the teacher, includes integral parts of what a virtual field trip entails. It also has a rubric, and it has an example of a sample virtual field trip, which is to Washington, D.C. So I'm going to go back to our original and kind of scroll down to the next part, which is looking at enhancing collaboration and communication. There are 3 collections that I want to look at in this particular part. And these are going to focus on, like I said, enhancing collaboration and communication. So with collaborative projects, students can participate in group work. So with group work, we can look at using Wakelet's collaboration feature by enabling group projects where students can contribute content to a shared collection. In this particular example, this is a group assignment, and I happened to use it in one of the courses I teach. This group assignment was given to my students to research and to compile information on different social justice topics. In this case, this was one that was about culture. And what they had to do with their group mates was to find literature that they could use, children's literature that they could use in their social studies class to teach their students about social justice topics. And in this case, this one was about culture. And so these students worked together to find 3 books that they thought would best be used to teach their students about culture. And so this is their compilation of what they had to do and finding an activity that would best suit, in this case, a particular children's literature book. Another way that we can enhance collaboration and communication is by looking at some feedback to each other within a group assignment or group project. So feedback is really important, and peer review. You can facilitate peer review by having students share their collections with classmates for feedback and reflections. So with this example, students create collections on a literature topic. So this one was about bibliotherapy. Bibliotherapy is children's literature that is used to help students with social and emotional issues. It used to be way back when I started teaching is that the counselor came in to do that in the classroom. Well, now our teachers are being asked to do that. So what a great way to do this is with a Wakelet collection. And so again, I had my students creating a collection of books that they would use to teach a bibliotherapy topic. And so down below, and I have received permission by these students to share, what they were asked to do with this literature topic was to not only share an image, so they got to bring in the using the image tool, but also to provide a summary about the book, the target age, and how it would foster social and emotional learning for particular age groups. And so not only did they do this, so you can see each student shared their book, but we also had peer review. So students that were in this class came into a particular student's column, which is my favorite layout in Wakelet. They gave some feedback, some questions to consider in this particular Wakelet collection. So that's one example. The other one I'm pretty proud to share. My daughter, my middle daughter, is a student at a local university, and she's a student in secondary English, and she had an assignment that she had to do where she taught a lesson to the group. And because her major is secondary English, they were focusing on literature. And so she chose hip hop critical literacy. And so with her lesson that she taught to the group, she asked the students in her class a question. So you can see the question was, what do you know about hip hop literature and or culture? And so she created this with Canva. Created the background with Canva, and then she used the mood board layout, and some students in her class came in and tried to answer the question. So again, we are, using the idea or focusing the idea on collaboration and communication with what Wakelet provides. So moving on, going to come back here. Moving on to organizing and managing information, we're going to be looking at how students can use Wakelet to do so. So I'm going to again look at 3 things: portfolios, which I know is Ryan's thing. We're also going to look at other ways that students can organize and manage information. So we're going to start first with portfolios. So student portfolios are huge, and personal learning portfolios are a fantastic way for students to document their learning. You can encourage students to create personal portfolios to document their learning journey, their achievements, and reflections that they have on that learning journey. And so this is an example of a student portfolio collection where this student has added projects and assignments and reflections on their learning progress throughout a year. This is one that I found in Wakelet that I just loved, that was shared by a student in the Wakelet's search area. So it was, okay to use. I copied it so that the student's name is not there, but I just loved it. I loved the coloring. I loved the fact that this student took some pictures and uploaded them into her Wakelet collection. What a phenomenal thing to include. Moving on, besides just documenting progress and learning, students can also manage the information that they're getting when they're in class. So information can be compiled into a class notes collection. Students use Wakelet to organize their class notes, making it easier to review and study. And what's great about this is that they can share it. So if there's a student who's been absent from class, be a friend, share it with someone, and they can look at your notes. So this example is a collection that has been created for, in this case, each subject area where students can add notes, lecture recordings, and relevant resources. And so just a reminder, Wakelet provides exceptional templates like the ones shown here for class notes. What a great thing to use. So the next part that I want to look at is about encouraging critical thinking and creativity. We're going to look at 2 things. Case studies. Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to pop in just a couple more minutes, Sandy, before we get Dusty on, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Thank you.
So 2 things that I want to share here with encouraging critical thinking and creativity is case studies. So this is a collection, which is a case study that I use in a class that I'm teaching. So again, using the layout, the column layout, students can follow a template to gather information on a student that they are doing a case study on. Digital storytelling is a creative way that students can create digital storytelling or digital stories using all of the great ways that Wakelet provides multimedia content, but also app smashing. So 2 of my favorites are here within this digital storytelling, which is Edpuzzle and Book Creator. I love them both. Just about done. Facilitating reflective learning. So we have journals, and we have one more, reflective journals. So you can use this to have students just reflect on books that they've read. We also have, and I'm not going to go back and forth, but there is a template for this that you can do. We have 2 more things, which is to promote lifelong learning. So because we're talking about future ready skills, why not talk about college preparation? So this is a collection that has been created on preparing for college. So this collection can be curated by a teacher, by a parent, together to share with students as they are preparing to leave high school and move on to college. Lastly, I just want to share the idea of inclusivity and equity and accessibility. So this is a collection that is all about accessibility tools for learners. This collection is about inclusivity, that we're all in this together, and that just supports the fact that we are providing an environment for learning that includes everyone. So finally, just to pull my thoughts together, and I'm sorry if I go over, but I've created one last collection that encompasses all of the strategies that I've just shared and more for future ready classrooms. And I'd like to conclude my time sharing a thought. So by integrating Wakelet into classroom activities, educators can help students develop essential skills for future learning. Wakelet's versatile platform supports a range of learning activities that enhance digital literacy, those 4 C's, and reflective learning. And these skills are so crucial for students as they navigate their educational journeys and prepare for future academic and career success. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so happy that I was able to present and I enjoyed sharing. So this Wakelet has been shared with you. You're more than welcome to use anything that's in here, share it, use it, whatever you want. It's up to you. But I've also included at the very bottom my contact information, which is down at the last slide. So thank you, everyone. I enjoyed my time. Shoo!
Thank you very much, Sandy. The comments will let you know, and you can go back and read and watch these as well. But I think everybody just loved the sheer magnitude of the collections, the variety. It's just everything that you shared hit on so many things. I know Nicole was saying the variety of collection samples being shared, just the idea of the designs, the outlines, just the way that it was all set up. I think you inspired a lot of people, and we will be sharing that collection out here shortly, just with a certificate link right after our next person comes up. So Sandy, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so coming up to the stage now is our final presenter for session 5 of our live stream. And I'm proud to bring up Dustin. So Dustin, he is here. He is ready to go. Oh, he's fighting the, yeah, there it is. I'll say he's got the medicine beside. How's it going?
Oh man, nothing like this summer flu crap that likes to kick in. That our last day with students was like a week and a half ago. And I've been at home with my kids, and we thought it was just like seasonal allergies. But for those of y'all who have been to the great state of Kansas, our weather is very schizophrenic, which means if you've got like seasonal allergies plus pressure-based allergies, you're going to have fun. So my immune system, we're preying on some stage health today. And I was fiddling with the bottle at the end of Sandy's presentation, and this expired apparently at the beginning of the year. So maybe this will be like that scene from Wolf of Wall Street where they take Quaaludes and they set in like an hour late. That might be what happens to me, that I'll become very clear at the end.
I think you'll be just fine and ready to rock the session based on that.
I'll take it.
All right. If you want to share your screen, I will pull it up, and you are going to be sharing with us the Student Choice Workshop, how to create engaging choice boards on Wakelet.
Yep.
So there's your screen. Everybody can see and hear you. So I'm going to drop off, and the stage is yours, Dustin.
Perfect. All right. So some of the things that I was hoping to share, the links, I was like, I'll go back in my Wakelet collections and get them. And for those of you who haven't seen me talking about it online, I'm on the verge of switching districts. So I'm in that lovely phase of transitioning everything from my school Google Drive to my personal Google Drive. And I can't remember where I've saved things, that it's as messy and as cluttered as everything in my life is. So I'll show you the resources that I've got, and then I'll fix the links on everything here in a bit. But I'm going to kind of walk through why I've fully, gone whole ham on embracing choice boards throughout all of the different types of courses that I teach. And now that I am moving to not just a brand new setting, but a brand new curriculum for me, how I'm going to rebuild all of this stuff in Wakelet. So if you aren't that familiar with me, I've been teaching since 2007 at Topeka High School in Kansas. And if you Google it, it looks oddly like Hogwarts. It was the first $1 million high school west of the Mississippi. And it's been a cool experience. I've taught virtually every social studies class that doesn't rhyme with the word psychology. And then I've also taught and coached our speech and debate program. And I've decided, since, variety is the spice of life and change is inevitable, that there was an opening in the district where I live, where my kiddos go to school, at a middle school that's getting rebranded as a STEAM middle school. So very rarely do you get to hear a social studies educator who's embracing STEM and STEAM principles that more often than not, us in the liberal arts side or rhetorical art sides of things are like, it's going to kill our discipline. And I get to embrace that in a reopening school here in the fall. What kind of has changed my teaching philosophy from, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed first-year teacher in 2007 to where I'm at now is having 3 kiddos. And if you look, I knew since Farmer Fobs would be in the audience that I had to have some kind of animal-oriented theme. So this is a picture of my 3 kiddos when we went to a local farm where they had some baby goats. So my oldest 2 in the bottom left-hand corner are Toby and Ainsley. They just finished the 2nd and 1st grade respectively. And then the little guy picking up a goat that is his size is Charlie, and he is starting kindergarten in the fall. And I've gotten to watch the things that they like to do to learn, that not just the stuff that they are bringing home from school, but, some of the things that we're doing at home to prevent the summer slide. And, they are getting me addicted to apps like Prodigy or Starfall, learning how to do math again, or learning how to not butcher the English language as a speech teacher who believes grammar should indicate how we speak, not to do grammatically proper things. And I'm trying to think of how violently school kind of changes from the world where you get to play, a bunch of different interactive games to, the middle and high school experience where we remove some of that play, we remove some of that creativity, we remove some of that game-based stuff from it. So just seeing what has kept my kids excited to learn, or make my youngest want to sit down and learn a 1st grade math curriculum because he wants to play a game just like his sister, makes me go, here's how we can kind of play with some of these things and build them into the way we teach. If you want a shameless plug of how you can connect with me or interact with me, you see all of my information there. It's Remy AP Gov on both Twitter and on Wakelet on Instagram, TikTok, and my website. I use the phrase Teachers Playground. And I've got a podcast where I talk about play and education. So if you are interested in those things, they're here. It's also linked to my Wakelet profile. Now, you may notice that I'm not talking about some of these blue quotations that I've thrown in from time to time. The idea of classroom management has radically shifted in the past 10, 15 years, right? Where it went from, we want everybody to have eyes forward, head down, they are focusing on the work, that a quiet classroom clearly is a productive classroom, to now we want students engaged in the learning. We want active learning opportunities. I'll help you with that when I'm done speaking. Okay, bud? You want to say hi to people? No. My youngest is down here and wants me to help him get on Netflix, and I can't do that right now. But my goal is to create noisy classrooms, right? That I want conversations. I want people moving around. I want people, displaying or acting out, engaging in their learning. And that's why I've gone with this fun, concert themed Canva that I stared at for 40 minutes. And you'll notice that everything has a pop punk lyric on it, or some kind of screamo or post-hardcore, because that's my jam. And if you're interested in listening to all of this good, terrible music, there's a Spotify playlist linked in the collection that is shared. I will help you with that in a little bit. Okay, Charlie?
I just want to watch
Will you see if Toby can help you?
No.
Okay, can you wait until I'm all done? I need you to wait until I'm done, okay?
It's just...
So, by the end of this, I'm going to talk about how I look at choice boards. I will probably breeze through some of the presentation stuff and then show you why I like doing it in Wakelet, where I don't, lose to the choice paralysis of having to choose from 1,000 different templates to play with things. So according to Bushel, in an article from the English Teaching Forum last year, she says that choice boards are useful because they let students determine what they want to focus on. It helps them become independent managers of time, figuring out what they can do in an allotted period of time. It makes them become decision makers. None of us are probably more frustrated when we ask somebody what they want to do or what they like, and they're like, or the good old IDK. And it gives students a lot more time to be creative. So when we look at choice boards, the way that I use them can be both as a formative or a summative assessment. That I have literally built a unit that is an entire choice board that then works students up to a summative assessment that is a choice board. Because, you know, we talk about differentiating, we talk about adapting to multiple learning styles. And I think the earlier, the younger, the more frequently we allow students to choose how they want to display their knowledge, the more successful that they're going to be. So here we've got a lovely quote from New Jersey's own Armor for Sleep, where, you know, it's the Dream to Make Believe, I think is the song, where we have a lot of students throughout their educational careers feel like they lose that spark. They feel like they can't see themselves in a curriculum. They feel like they don't understand how to work through an assignment. And really what I think choice boards are, in terms of giving students the opportunity to showcase a broad variety of different methods of showcasing their learning, it makes them feel more empowered, right? That it allows them to buy into the journey a bit more, to feel more engaged, to buy into the content and things like that. So instead of talking about just research, here are some elements from choice boards that I think are important from a couple of different songs. And then we'll hop into my easy way to build a choice board in Wakelet. So number one is from Hawthorne Heights' Ohio is for Lovers, that I know it's hard to feel like I don't care at all. Students two ways can get the perception, either that we think they don't care about their learning or they don't care to engage, or at times we think that, or they think that we don't care, we're not interested in them. Okay, you need to go do that out in the big room, bud. Okay? There. So choice boards allow you to kind of lean into the connection and the relationships that you build with students, right? The more that you are talking about them, the more that you are seeing their work, the more that you are working with them, the more you can create assignments or opportunities to showcase learning that are tailored to them. This also, over time, we'll look at quote number 4 from the starting line. We want to see the best from students. And I think engaging in using choice boards throughout a unit, throughout a semester, throughout an entire course allows us to really track the growth and development of the kinds of work that students are doing. And when I show the different kinds of assignments that I've put into choice boards in the past, as we kind of build one on Wakelet, we really start to get to see the best product from students. And one of the things that I'll mention on a later slide is, much like Ryan, I have hardcore drank the Kool-Aid of student portfolios. Yes, when I'm done, okay? No, you gotta wait till I'm done. So using choice boards create more products for students that they can then use in a portfolio to show how they've grown or developed or what they've done over time. The other one that I really like, and kind of the last musical quote that I'll talk about, comes from Burt McCracken and the Used. I found a box full of sharp objects. What a beautiful thing. Choice boards can be a double-edged sword. Choice boards can be empowering to children because they can find a broad variety of different things that they can relate to engage in displaying or showcasing their learning. It can also be a scary box full of sharp objects because maybe there are too many things that they look at, right? That maybe there are too many choices, too many things that create a trap for them, and there is some degree of choice paralysis. And we'll talk about how to kind of solve the Goldilocks problem of how many assignments versus how many options do you share, how many do they have to complete to solve the scary part of that. The last thing that I'll kind of talk about, and I took this from, I think, the Follett community website when they put together like here's what you should ask when you're building a choice board during virtual learning. You'll notice that there is many topics in here in terms of thinking about preparation and thinking about tech versus hands-on manipulatives versus, hands-on things versus how many tasks should a student have to engage in. If a kid does not finish what they are doing in the classroom, or if a student cannot finish in time, or they're sick and need to do some of this outside, what are some things that they can do where they're not pushed away from an option because they don't have the ability to use something? So there are 4 quick reasons why I am going to start using Wakelet more for choice boards instead of some of the other elements that you'll see that I've leaned into in the collection. First, it's going to give you an easy place to kind of store all of your standard templates, all of your rubrics, things like that, right? Like I said, my plan in putting my collection together as we built this was to click on, here are the things that I've strewn across a variety of different folders in my Google Drive. And now I'm dealing with that problem across 2 different accounts. So we can have one place that's an easy activity library for us as the educator to then be able to go, I need to grab these things here and boom, apply them to another collection. And that's going to be super easy, especially now that the extension is coming back. That was, I think, one of the things that I was the most hyped about during the announcement video earlier this week. Second, you waste less time worrying about your aesthetics. I'll tell you that I have spent an embarrassing amount of time trying to worry about the right font, the right layout in a Canva presentation, the right way to make things interactive and genially, right, to make it aesthetically pleasing. In Wakelet, I got to worry about making a background that looks nice, picking a header, and then making sure that my links all show up. So it gets rid of the things that we might waste an excessive amount of time on in terms of designing things. Third, the more we get kids on Wakelet is a good thing, because if you are using Wakelet either through individual student accounts to build a portfolio, or you've got the school or the district plan, then it is an easy reminder for them to go, hey, I just finished creating this thing. Let me go throw the end product up on my portfolio. And then I'll be a bit biased that Wakelet is just awesome in terms of curating, sharing, and storing things. So what I want to kind of show very quickly is the process I go through to build a choice board. And this is the collection that you'll see shared out that has my contact information, my thoughts, the Spotify playlist, and the presentation here, some articles that I've looked at, a variety of different templates or rubrics that I've played with and remixed. And then, like I said, once I fix some of the links on my existing collections, that my sample place will become a lot more functional. So very quickly, I'm going to create a new collection. And then I will add this to the existing presentation collection. So So I've got this open. The other thing that I've got is my Toby open that has the links to things that I want to throw in because I don't have these in a Wakelet yet. Hold on, bud. I'm almost done. He's being so patient. So let's say that in my choice board, I know that I want to go the columns route because I want to dictate my number and the types of options that my students get this way. So we'll go choose one, or no. And you'll see that I can't spell on an ongoing basis. So we've got everybody complete. So let's say that I'm starting a unit where I've got a list of vocab that I want everybody to work from. So I've got my good old-fashioned EduProtocols Frayer template. I'm going to share the link. Right, so I would take whatever unit I'm working in. I will grab my vocab list and say, everybody pick a word, fill out the 4 elements of the Frayer template. That way, I've got a quick check for understanding if they are completing multiple elements of this choice board across a singular term or concept, right? So I can check for understanding on step number 1 in terms of the template. So let's go now. Pick one of these 2. We'll hop back over into my list of links. And let's say that I will give them either the option to do a sketch and tell or a 6-word story. That I love making kids do 6-word stories. I think it's a brilliant way to have them summarize something weird or something profound in 6 short words. So if they then take their term and draw a picture and then explain how that picture showcases the content, then I'll put that in there. And as sometimes my Adobe Express stuff doesn't go in, so I can easily go sketch. And then we'll pick a GIF. And the one thing that I'll note about these is you'll notice that with some of these things, I don't have like some instructions or stuff built into these templates. And part of that is either because I had to include the instructions in something separate through both Google Classroom and our school's LMS, or because they're in a document that has died. And I have to find where it's now saved in my personal Google Drive. But I would embed those things here. So I would call this 6-word story.
Dusty, while you're finishing that up, I just want to get closer to our cutoff time here. Is there what's your biggest tip or suggestion for people creating these choice boards? I know you mentioned earlier it's like that double-edged sword, but what's the creative impetus behind some of these?
So I think in the same way that we kind of talk about how we want students to be able to start small and be able to try or fail, it's the same thing with choice boards. So if you look at the templates here on mine, I linked in the very first choice board that I ever created. And I think what I did was here are things that I want kids to know about the Constitution. So it was me trying to cram like 5 or 6 different assignments onto a choice board, right? The absolute wrong way to do it. And I did this and went, oh, this is just having kids do the same stuff in a different way. It's not truly giving them some choice like that. So what I've kind of done over time in sharing these things is making sure that, so here's one that I've created in, that's going to take me to the Genially website. So here's one that I created, right, that, again, I'm embarrassed by how much time it took me to put the aesthetics into this, which is why I don't want to do it anymore. So I came up with 9 different options, and I think I'm comfortable with that number because this was for AP level seniors in my government class. And I gave them a variety of different modalities to kind of reach out to. So Quizify It was to make a quiz about the Constitution or a Google form. Modernize It was to write it into a tweet instead of, the 7-8 pages if we had massive Constitution level things. I have a lot of my debate seniors in the class, so they could stage a debate and film it through, we have to pour one out for our dead homies at Microsoft Flip, right? But they could film a debate in Flipgrid. So I think you want to look at the types of activities that you are going to do on a consistent basis, some things that are easy, repeatable things that your students will kind of reach into so you can teach them routines. So like if I'm thinking about the first choice board that I'm going to do with my middle schoolers, it's probably just going to be a 4-square grid where they're going to pick 1 or 2 different things. If I'm wanting kids to not necessarily stay in their same comfort zone the whole time, right? I want to shift my kids who are going to be I want to write a paper and not have to engage the creative side of my brain. There will be some assignments where I'm like, nope, you can't write. You've got to engage in some kind of conceptual content. For my artsy fartsy kids who always make fun of how aesthetically unpleasant most of the things I like to do are, right? Then I'll go, here's where you've got to do your hands-on charts and graphs, mathy things. So what I'm going to try and build back into this collection once I've fixed all of my Google links will kind of be that how to scale things. The other thing that I'll point out is this blog post at the top of the second column from Dr. Caitlin Tucker, where she compares either a playlist method of learning where you can give a sequence but give some options throughout versus a choice board. So I think she kind of makes an argument as to why both of them could be beneficial for data type purposes. But I would say start small. Once I start thinking about geography in July, I'll start building my, unit, our SEL kind of 4-square of we're going to do choice learning, not about content, but to do some team building during that fake Thursday and Friday before we get a full week of school to get them in that process so I can see what kinds of things kids are picking. If there's an unattractive option on there, have I successfully gotten them to eat their vegetables or take their medicine of what is not the fun or creative thing? And then how can I mix those options up throughout? So I've been playing with it a lot more. And I just like how once I've got everything in a Wakelet collection, I can just drop it in and it's done in less than 5 minutes, and I can spend more time tweaking it to individual kids or groups of kids instead of designing everything from square one.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you very much. That was a fantastic session. You couldn't even tell that you were sick, so you know what, your son's been very patient back there. I understand. I can hear my son upstairs as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dustin, for sharing. I would just want to remind everybody as we get ready, we're going to flip right into, after a quick little pause, we'll flip into the next session 6 of the 12-hour live stream and the final session with Tisha. Maybe in myself, I might even hang around for a little bit to stick in with Tisha. But we'll take a quick little break. We'll be right back with the next session. Thanks, everybody. Hello again. We are super excited to bring back here for the last session of our 12-hour live stream here for Wakelet Community Week. And I'm really happy to have the privilege to introduce the host for this session. So I know everybody's here to shine a light. There she is.
Hello, Ryan.
Oh, shiny lights, Tisha. Look at that.
Fancy meeting you here for the very last session. That previous session that you got to host was so good.
It was really good. We had a lot of good content, a lot of great presenters. I took lots of notes. It was just fantastic.
This has been an incredible day. I have been behind the scenes working, but I have been listening to every session and trying to pop into the chat. What I love so much is that everybody that has presented has such an expertise, and session 6 is going to be no different. Ryan, we have David, we have Tara, we have Joanne, we have Alex, and we have Lois, and you're going to be here with me for a little bit behind the scenes in the chat, helping kind of manage all of that. And then you're hopping off, and I'm going to sign us off officially for the end of the 12-hour live stream session, which is such an honor. And really, we don't have a ton of time, so we're going to let David come up. David, we're going to pop you on the screen and really just let you get started. There you are, David. Hello. How are you?
Hi. Thanks for having me. I'm okay. What about yourself?
Well, we're doing good here in Texas. The sun
Awesome.
is out, so that is what is really cool about right now. It's not raining. I have electricity, David. Everything is well.
Yeah.
So we're gonna let you get started. I'm just gonna let you go ahead. I have your screen ready, but Ryan and I are gonna hop backstage. You just take it away. Let us know if you need anything, okay?
Yeah, sure. I mean, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and to share with educators and students watching worldwide. You know, such a wonderful event. So thank you for organizing that and inviting me. So just a little bit about myself briefly. My name is David Pena. I'm originally from New Jersey, and I now work overseas in Mexico in a state called Tlaxcala, which is about like maybe 2.5 hours, 3 from Mexico City, if people are familiar with that area. So I am presenting from all the way over here. And today I'm going to be sharing with you guys, all our attendees, teachers, and students, how to showcase your certificates, your awards, achievements, you know, anything that you have that you want to present in a wonderful way. You can do that with Wakelet. Right, I'm going to show you how to create your own digital portfolio and be able to showcase that it basically instantly. Should you want to demonstrate your certificates, your collection of diplomas, stuff like that. We're going to use a combination of 2 tools, and obviously Wakelet is going to be the top one. Okay, so let's get started. Over here, you can see BioLink. All right, this one I made particularly with linkr.bio. I don't have any coupon or code for you guys, sorry, but just in case you were wondering. No, this is just one I use, but you're free to use whatever you want, honestly, Linktree, BioLink. I mean, there are a bunch out there. Feel free to use whatever you want. So this is just one of the BioLinks I have. It is in Spanish because most people here, obviously in Mexico, they speak Spanish. So the one I want to showcase right now is one called, My Certifications or Mis Certificaciones, Spanish. Okay. And once you click here, it's going to take you to this wonderful Wakelet page. Okay. And you are going to see a collection of different certificates, awards, PDF, PD certificates and such. So I have some from Magic School AI, from Canva, from some conferences I've given, Pear Deck, Microsoft, and etc. So we have some book creator there. So you can really just showcase all of your work and regarding these particular certificates and awards, like I said, in an instant, right? People don't have to like click on them one by one. You can just like showcase them all in one single place. And that's the wonderful tech of Wakelet. Okay, so got some Kahoots there as well. So in order for you guys as teachers or students, I'm going to show you how to do this real quick. All right. So all you're going to need to do is open your Wakelet profile. Okay, and you're going to head over to your collections. All right, so here you have all of the group of collections you have made throughout the time. Okay, you're going to go to the top right button that says Create Collection. Click on that. Okay, and there we go. We have a blank, blank canvas where to work. So, all right, you can just start. You can say, my, you can say maybe my collection of certificates. Okay, and professional development, right? Maybe something like that. Feel free to use whatever title you want right there. You can add a description. I mean, some people have this like through year, or maybe if you teach multiple subjects or whatnot, you might say, oh, this one is a particular collection for all my like EFL, ESL certificates, or my STEM achievements. I mean, feel free to do that. I'm just going to right now just say complete collection. Okay. Complete collection of my own certificates. There, nice subtitle. Okay, Oop, let me just fix that. Okay, after that, no, there we go. Okay, now we're going to go to the design part. Okay, Wakelet does have a great variety of things that you can choose from. I mean, you can even generate or design with Canva. So, how cool is that? I like Canva because I am a local leader and Canvassador for the state of Flexca. So I do use Canva a lot. But, I do know if I go right now there, I'm going to probably, takes my time. So I don't want to do that with you guys. And you also do have generate an image, which is a wonderful feature that has been recently added with the power of AI. All right, I'm just going to go to choose a GIF just for the sake of time. And yeah, you can select whatever you want there. I'm just going to type in certificate, and let's see what pops up. Let's say I'm going to choose. I'm going to go with this one over here. There. Okay, so we have this nice little GIF. Next, a background image. You want to make sure that when people look at this, all right, they feel engaged. They like the images that you're using and such. So you don't want to make it boring, honestly. Whether you're a teacher or a student, I mean, feel free to let your creativity fly. I'm going to choose this one because I like space. Okay, but you could choose one like I had, which was the like the graduation picture. I think that one goes well as well. Now for layout, once we have our cover image and our background image, of course, like I said, it's not obligational. Just feel free to put as much creativity as you want. I particularly chose a mood board because I can rearrange the images of my certificates and achievements in whichever way I want, honestly. I just think it's better, but you can organize it whichever way you want. I'm just going to use mood board because that's easier, at least for me. I found it more useful. So I'm going to click on mood board. And there. Okay. All right, next, as we know, we can definitely add PDFs, pictures, bookmarks. So in order for the pictures, or actually, I'm sorry, for the certificate in achievements to be seen simultaneously, you're going to have to either convert them from PDF or maybe a docx format, if that's what you have, to PNG or to JPEG, or any other. But typically PNG is a good one. JPEG also is another format. Okay, so okay, I'm just going to show you how it looks one way or the other. I'm going to go to here to my documents. Just going to randomly select something here. Just let's say that. All right, so I selected a file or a certificate I have in a PDF. And if you do that, it's going to look up like this, right? So it's going to have the title at the bottom, and it's also going to have this the image showcasing it's a PDF. Now, in order for it to be an image, right, we're going to have to select something, okay, that is in that format. Oops, sorry. you can either click this button, right? From if you have your certificates anywhere from here, you can also showcase them here. Okay, now one of the things that you can do, and I want to show that real quick, okay, is a nice little trick. Let's just imagine certificate templates we're going to put here. Should you have your certificates maybe open in an email or something of that sort, anything else, okay, there is a quick, fun way you can add them. Let's see. All right, let's take a look at this picture over here, and I'm just going to click on save. Just going to put save image as. Okay, industrial aesthetic header edit online. Okay. It's a WP image. Okay, so as you can see, that has been highlighted within my downloads area within my, I use Chrome, so it's up in the right corner. Okay. Now you can definitely add an image, or once you have converted your certificates, awards, achievements, whatever. Okay, you can upload an image through this route, which is clicking on the icon button over there. Go to your downloads in case you have, and maybe I'm going to use. I don't know. Let's say this is my certificate. So I'm just going to add that there, and voila, you have an image, right? Now, if you have just recently downloaded your certificate, your award, okay, and it's in an image format already, it's going to be even easier, right? Because you don't necessarily have to go to your downloads, like click on the icon, go to downloads, select the image. You can just do a quick drag and drop. Now, all you have to do is click on this download icon with the arrow, okay? Select the image that you have, okay? Your certificate, whatever, and just drag and drop it here where it says paste any link address and watch what happens. Again. Oops. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it could get a bit tricky, but it does work. All right. Now, that's quite odd. It's not showing up like it used to. Let's see, what if it's this one? All right, there we go. I'm sorry. I'll explain real quick. I was trying to drag and drop a WebP format image. All right, that's not going to work. I'm sorry about that, technical difficulties. But if you have a PNG, JPEG, or any other of that sort, typically those two are the most important or popular. It'll just populate right here. All right, and that's about it. Okay, you can add as many of these as you want. Okay, and once you have all the list of your certificates and achievements, awards, diplomas, whatever you have that you want to showcase, okay, once they're all here, and preferably I would just recommend for them to be in an image format. Once that's done and you have selected and curated everything you have to, okay, you're going to go to the top right corner, you're going to click on share. Okay, now if you want to give access to someone, you can. Particularly for this scenario, I guess maybe not, because you want to have full control over what you want to share and disclose, and maybe whatnot. So feel free to do whatever you need to, or select any permissions. But typically, I would just recommend you be the full owner and have full control of that. I don't think it necessary for you to share it with another person unless you think so. Okay. So anyone with the link or code, okay, well, I'm just going to say they can view, but they cannot add or edit, because I do want them to see my work, but I don't want them to edit anything over here. Okay, anyone you invite, we're not going to invite anyone. I previously stated why. Okay, very well. And we're going to go to publish. Okay. Now, as we know, when you publish a collection, it's going to be available for people to see. So make sure that before you do that, your collections are in order, They're arranged in the way you want to. There is no private or sensitive information that should not be there being displayed, etc. Okay. Once that's done, you can click publish. All right. And there you go. If you have a website and you want to embed this particular Wakelet collection, you can do so. Okay. And what you can also do is just click on the copy link. Okay, once you're done, click on copy and you have it in your clipboard. Okay, so where do I see this? Very well, you're going to go to the top left side of your screen and click on your profile picture, and you're going to select public profile. That's where this collection has just been published. So we're going to click on that. Okay, and this particular one is my personal Wakelet profile, available to public to see. And down below, I do have some sections. As you can see, some of them are English and Spanish. So mine must be published somewhere at the bottom over here. Okay, there we go. So let me just really quickly show you these. All right. The cool thing about Wakelet is once you have this profile, which can also serve as like a bio link, but maybe with more steroids because of all the things that you can do. All right. You can add multiple sections. I have the About Me section. I have my EdTech certifications. I am a GEG leader, right? A Google Educator Group leader for the state here. So I have different sections. I have a private YouTube channel, my portfolio, my design portfolio with Canva, conferences I've given, etc. So you can actually have different sections within your public profile so people can better see what categories of your work they want to look into. So once you have published, okay, your portfolio, it should come up here at the bottom where it says uncategorized. And voila, here it is. Okay, so let's say I want to move this all the way to, let's say, where is my other section here? I'm going to move it to the one that says, here we go, my EdTech certifications. So I'm just going to click, drag and drop. Okay, and let's see. Oh, here. Let's move it over to this blank space. Okay, so I have successfully moved my collection over here to this section. Okay, and we can click on that. And there we go. Okay, here is your collection. Okay, where you can constantly add your certificates, awards, and so forth. Okay, should you want to just maybe troubleshoot it, you can add, I'm sorry, not add, you can open an incognito window. Okay, and just paste the link that you copied from Wakelet. Okay, let's do that right now. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay. So this is how somebody who, they might or might not have Wakelet, it doesn't matter, but someone in the public can take a look, okay, at your Wakelet collection. As you can see, they won't be able to add or, edit anything. They can definitely give you a nice thumbs up, right, which we do appreciate. But you're safe. They're not going to be modifying any information or anything like that. And you can showcase once and for all the amazing work you and your students have done throughout, the months, years, time. I think it's a wonderful way you can share with the world what you have achieved.
Wow, David, thank you so much. I want to say that Alex is in the chat, loving that you were adding in, dragging more than one file. I was taking notes. I actually have a question for you before we switch over to Tara. My question for you is, how often do you personally update your certificates, your profiles, and your portfolios? Do you have a strategy for that?
I guess maybe on Saturdays, like maybe once a week.
Okay.
If I know I really haven't gotten any certificates or awards, then there's nothing for me to do. But if I've attended like webinars, if I've given conferences, yes, or if I've done this or that, or finished a Google course, something of that sort, and I do have it download, and I have a couple of minutes, then I just head over to Wakelet really fast and just drag and drop like I showed you guys with the download icon. That would be
amazing.
the easiest one, and it would save time. But if not, I mean, hey, we're busy teachers. Maybe just Saturday or Sunday. Take 15, 20 minutes at the most. Drag and drop your certificates, and voila.
That's amazing. And that's great advice. That is something that I think teachers, it gets very overwhelming, right? Like you were saying, you have certificates in your inbox, you have certificates on Google Drive. I had them everywhere. So to be able to upload multiple files. And look, Ryan is joining me again because Ryan's going to have to leave. But Ryan, what do you think?
I thought it was impressive. I love the idea of teachers being able to share all their micro credentials, their badges, their earnings. Definitely when someone earlier was sharing out about their like Danielson Domain 4 and all of those things during evaluation process, that becomes a very handy portfolio for them to point to and say, here's everything that I've acquired throughout the year.
Yeah, David, thank you so much. We're going to let you go, but where can people find you?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, thank you very much for having me again. And they can look me up if they want to maybe send me a message on Facebook. They can look as David A. Pena, or they can just type Ulango e-learning, and I'm pretty sure if you do that on Google, our contacts are going to show up. Our Twitter, or Facebook, or web page, our Wakelet page. So either one of those should point you to me. All right. And if anyone would need to maybe just want to shoot an email to me, send me a question, a comment, and say hello, you can do so at info.ulango@gmail.com. That's Ulango with 2 O's at the beginning.
Amazing. Thank you, David. It has been amazing having you. Thank you for joining Community Week and this 12-hour live stream session. And Ryan and I will see you again soon. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks. Wish you the best.
You
Thanks.
too. Bye-bye. Well, Ryan, look who we have next.
I know.
And before we intro our wonderful trainer, Tara, I just want to remind all of you, don't forget that you need to be hashtagging #Wakelet Community Week. Grab screenshots of us. Make sure we're smiling, all of us smiling at the same time.
Win those VR headsets, win those swag.
Yes. You want to win the swag. You also, if you haven't gone to go, I mean, it's too late now, but you're going to be looking at some really cool things from our after party contest where we had attendees actually create a new logo for Wakelet Community Week 2025. Those have been really cool to watch. And remember that everything is going to be on the Wakelet YouTube channel, so you can go watch all of the replays that you've missed, or if you want to go back in to look at some sessions and take more notes, it is available at youtube.com/Wakelet. As always, this is a fun moment for the three of us. We've never all shared the stage at one time. So Tara, welcome. She is a certified, a Wakelet certified trainer. And I want to say, listen, we nerd out over Tara's topics. If you don't know what Tara is talking about, she's going to be talking about empowering inquiry-based learning and student discord with Wakelet. And I could not be more excited about this. This is how you know I am a nerd. I am so excited about this one, Ryan.
I've got my pen and I got my paper ready to go.
Absolutely. Tara, we are going to pop your screen on. So if you'll go ahead and share your screen and share your entire window, we're going to pop it up and we're going to go backstage. But if you need us, let us know. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. And shout out to David. I already have so many ideas for what I'm going to be adding to my digital portfolio with all my certificates. So thank you. Thank you again. Hello, everybody. You've made it to the last live stream part of our 12-hour learn-a-thon. And we're here to talk about empowering inquiry-based learning and student discourse, all through the support of Wakelet collections. So let's get into it. First and foremost, if you don't have this link at the ready and you want to scan a QR code, I love following along to presenters that are talking about epic content within a Wakelet collection, because then I can scan it with my phone and follow along if I need an extra screen. And we have students do this as well, not with their phones, but scanning each other's QR codes to look at Wakelet collections when they're presenting. And we're going to circle back to that toward the end of this session. So how, oh, I guess just a little bit about me before we jump into it. My name is Tara Tessmer. I am an ed tech coach and ed tech specialist for Woodridge School District 68. I've been doing that for about 10 years. I'm a former 8th grade ELA teacher, and I've been in school district since 2009. I am also, as Tish said, a Wakelet trainer, Wakelet ambassador, and I'm a Google certified coach, trainer, and soon to be innovator. I live in Chicago, Illinois, and if you're wondering who approved the sign off on this presentation, it was my sweet Luna puppy here. She loves to make cameos. Oh, hold on one second. She loves to make cameos in all of my, AI generated images. If you haven't checked out an amazing AI generator in Wakelet yet, it's so fun to play with. This took a couple iterations to get it right, but I love featuring her in any of my designs. So we're here today to talk about inquiry, specifically how Wakelet can support student inquiry. And so before, I finish this collection, I wanted to give a little bit of an analogy also to another shout out of an AI tool that I love. So I went to Claude AI and I asked it to mash up our theme for Wakelet, exploring galaxies, exploring space, and future ready. And I said, give me an analogy for student inquiry. And here's what Claude AI said. Student inquiry is like embarking on a space mission to explore uncharted galaxies. Your mission control or your topic essential questions guides your journey, while your flight plan or supporting questions helps you navigate through the vast expanse of the universe. As you gather data and samples or your research findings that support your questions from various planets and star systems, aka sources, you piece together the cosmic puzzle to reach your final destination. Conclusions, analysis, reflections, and expand the boundaries of collective human knowledge, or also known as informing others and taking action. So we don't have all the time today to go into all of what inquiry-based learning is, but if you're somebody who's just getting started learning, I love anchoring conversations around this infographic from the book Inquiry Mindset by Trevor McKenzie. And in our district, we go through a wide range of inquiry-based learning types, whether it's structured inquiry, controlled inquiry, guided inquiry, and free inquiry. So I'm going to show you a lot of different examples and a ton of templates that you're going to be able to take and make copies of today to plug and play how you'd like to bring into your classroom Wakelet to support inquiry-based learning. So when I think of getting started with inquiry in the classroom and supporting the teachers, especially at the middle grade level, I think about curating resources and using Wakelet to do that in a variety of ways, depending on the type of inquiry that we're engaging with. So for example, that shallow end of the pool of that infographic is structured inquiry. And if I'm making a Wakelet collection, that would be a teacher creating a collection filled with resources on one single topic. When I get a little bit further into the pool, into the controlled inquiry space, it's still the teacher who's curating the collection, but maybe we're emphasizing specific high quality types of sources. And this gets into maybe sides of one topic, like pro, con, both sides. The deeper end of the pool, where we like to spend the later half of our school year in the middle grades, is guided inquiry and free inquiry. And with guided inquiry, a teacher can create what we call like a starter collection of resources on inquiry topics. So this is where we get a little bit more student choice in topics that they can inquire on. And they now have the option to the students can add to that collection that the teacher started with resources. In free inquiry, this is where we're completely swimming on our own, independent at the deep end of the pool, and students can create personal collections to curate and explore research, adding a variety of resources. And I have so many different ways that we can do that you're going to see in just a bit. So a few of these I'll open, a few of these I'll just reference, but I know you scan that QR code, you have the link, you can look at these and take a look as we go through here. But structured inquiry, remember, is just that teacher created collection that one topic is existing in. And I love how our teacher here, Ida Martinez, created what we would call an explore board to build background knowledge. And this is just really great to use with mood board and just plug and play all the different types of enriching and engaging sources, from videos and infographics, links and pictures, all in one collection. For controlled inquiry, I really like how our teacher, Allison Bach, for 7th grade ELA, created this collection, because controlled inquiry is still on one topic, like should kids play competitive sports? But now we're getting into sides of an argument. And so instead of having students research finding their own links, especially at the beginning of the year in 7th grade, this is a great way for students to engage with teacher high quality vetted material. When we look at going further into the pool, this is where we really start to change the game with how we can leverage Wakelet for inquiry. And I love how these teachers in 7th grade social studies, Carla Slattery and Matthew Doherty, they created a hub on a Wakelet collection in a mood board style that houses all the different Wakelet text sets. So it's Wakelet within a Wakelet mashup. So let me show you, for example, if we're students and we're picking an inquiry topic because it's guided and I'm choosing the topics that one of the topics the teachers have selected for me, I might open this text set and find that my teacher has placed, oh my gosh, columns for the win. Column layout is just so great to structure the different types of sources the kids can engage with. So maybe in the beginning of the inquiry phase, before we go too far into our presentations for preparing what we're going to share for our learning, maybe I'm going to spend time starting with videos. Maybe I'm going to jump around into some infographics. The students can really take control of where they want to begin and then add to this once the teachers have felt like the kids have gotten enough of background information on their inquiry topic. And the teacher can click on that blue share button and change the settings to students can add or students can edit if you want to give them full access. But I like can add so they can just add in copy pasting more links for everyone else to benefit from. We always say in our school district that one doing well helps others. And I really believe that anchoring any type of student sharing with resources can allow for that to happen. Below, as I scroll through here, you'll see that I've linked in that text set template that we use to create with those columns. And another Wakelet collection that we love having students engage with is the sourcing organizer. So it could be even at the start of the year, students, maybe they're not, or for sure in our middle grades, they're not doing free inquiry and finding their own resources. They are learning to demonstrate those effective research skills and selecting and evaluating credible sources. When I taught ELA, I mean, Google we were just getting Chromebooks, we were just getting students like engaging with inquiry, and they'd always go to those first 3 resources, right? And okay, luck of the draw if it's actually a good one, but we want them to go beyond those first 3 items that appear when they're searching or they're browsing the web. So what I like about this is that it could be used for teacher modeling. It could be used as a big we do together as a class. It can also be done with partners, with teams, or when you're ready for that free inquiry, students can engage with this on their own. There's directions on the left side for students to paste in their source, indicate what type of source it is, provide a quote, and explain the quote. And with all of the different tools you have in Wakelet, I would say, you know what, for number 4, I want you to press record. I want you to click on that video button and I want to hear your explanation. Of course, in any template, I always encourage the teachers to include success criteria so students can make sure that they are successfully hitting that learning target. Another template that we love using is this inquiry project template. I'm going to skip that because I have another one that's very similar, but it's here for anyone to open. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the Wakelet team. They created these really great research collection templates. One's in media layout and one is in columns. So as you're getting students to engage with inquiry-based learning using Wakelet to house resources, start thinking, do I want students to curate content to then keep to inform, what's that end product? Is it discourse? Is it an essay? Is it a larger class discussion? Is it a presentation? And I'm finding that our students and our teachers are electing to go in that media layout or mood board on Wakelet as they're curating collections if they know they're going to be using that same collection to present with. So let's keep going. And I'll come back to the presenting option. One of the most exciting moments in inquiry is when students just get first engaged to their topic or their question focus that really anchors the inquiry. And when they get started with that, their first step before they do any research or engage with any resources is to ask a ton of questions. So the question formulation technique is really great to do on a Wakelet template, whether it's for independent use in free inquiry or as a whole class as a Jamboard substitute. Let's take a peek at what these look like. So in this collection for QFT, for the question formulation technique, we've got a column on the side for directions for teachers that then can be deleted, but there's an area for all phases of question formulation technique. And so students can use one column to produce a ton of questions, one, like instead of like a digital sticky note, it's one text box per question. And then because it's in columns and we've got the 3 lines, notice when I hover over any section on columns with the lines here, I could then take all those questions and click and drag, categorizing them from closed and open. And so we really get a nice conversation here of sorting questions. And then of course, dragging even further, maybe we will say, hey, choose 3 to prioritize. Okay, we'll drag 3 over. And then in the end, we'll press record and explain our thinking of why did I choose those 3 questions? What do I hope to learn? Where are we going next? And it's all documented and housed in one place. So remember we were saying, like, think about when you're having students curate or they're building onto your collection or they're engaging somehow with Wakelet during this inquiry-based learning experience. Are they going to be presenting information? Are they going to be using information for discourse? So what we had our 7th grade social studies students do was use this template during their free inquiry. So along the way, they've chosen a topic, they've chosen their sources, and they can use this template to then introduce the topic, share what they've known before they got started. They can share their essential question, and you'll see these little emoji icons because I like putting those in. We want to give students choice for how they respond using Wakelet with video, maybe that Canva app smash integration or typing. But there's definitely going to be some areas, if I scroll really quickly toward the bottom, reflection, I just want them to press record. And again, because it's a template, the teachers can change that up for comfortability and time of the year when students are introduced to different digital learning skills. But I love having all of that in one place. Here's an example from a student named Peyton. She was researching Polish Chicago for her inquiry project. And as you can see, Peyton used a video tool throughout. She used Canva banners. You know, as we could spend a whole lot of time going through this whole thing, but the real big picture here was having students able to explain their learning in a very concise way. This was originally a trifold poster board. And once the students realized that they could create Wakelet collections to share this information, it was a game changer. The most beautiful thing was at the end of Peyton's collection, and many students like Peyton, they included a video to reflect and a video for action steps, because it's not enough to just reflect at the end and say what you're proud of, what you do differently, but now where are you going to take that learning next? In this class, for both inquiry-based learning units, the first one that was guided inquiry and the students had different topics they were choosing, the teacher created one class collection with columns for all of the topics, and students were able to share their collections with their classmates by just copy pasting the link to their collection, and they were able to quickly share with their classmates. In that last free inquiry presentation, mood board sufficed better than columns because there were no categories, because all students were choosing different topics. And this helped really nicely for our digital gallery walk that the students did. And it allowed them to use kind of like to anchor peer feedback. So not only did we engage with a live gallery where students are up around the room sharing and they're visiting their peers and learning about their inquiry topics, we wanted them to be able to go back and reference their materials so that they could provide their peers with feedback. And I love these peer feedback fun stems. This is from Ryan Goebel of Mind Blue. And we have them pick 2 or 3, and this kind of works to anchor in those glows and grows. So we're really pushing our thinking, we're anchoring in positive outcomes. And it was just really great to hear students say, like, have you ever considered adding a caption to that picture? No one knows what that's a picture of. And kids were able to even make fine-tuned changes really quickly with those feedback stems. This is just a quick visual of how we've used the same type of peer feedback with those stems in PD. So you can imagine students or all your staff having a column with their name on it to engage with that. As we get to like the final minute or two here, reflection and action. If you want to have students have their own separate space outside of their presentation collection or outside of their resource collection, this is a great template to use. And it includes a space for students to engage with those reflection stems where they'd pick 2 or 3, and then they could pick 2 or 3 action stems. The now what? Where are you taking the learning? We don't have time to have me press play here, but I encourage you to come back to this collection, hear from our 7th grade social studies teacher, Matt Doherty, explain how this changed his thinking and how he plans to use Wakelet for all phases of inquiry and research in his social studies classroom. And he's ready to start the year with that. And finally, when your inquiry culminates in class discussion, I just want to leave you guys on these visuals. So sometimes inquiry isn't a live presentation, it's a discussion. And so students, because they co-created their learning or their resources in those column layouts, and they all have access to those resources, they're able to refer to them and reference them during Socratic seminar. In Socratic seminar, we usually have an outside circle that is taking note, again, using reflection stems. And I love a media layout for that because we can just quickly stay active listeners, but then type key quick notes. When you have a smaller group that's doing inquiry and they're just having like a small fishbowl with a community of 4 people or 2 people, and they're talking about what they've learned, I love having those same column layouts as a back channel to really engage with the class as active listeners. We're just listening to 4 or 3 or 2 students talk about their learning, and we're giving them those glows and grows on the big screen. And finally, when you have those gallery stations and you're ending your inquiry with a showcase and presentation, encourage students to share those QR codes to their Wakelet collections, and then they can pick up and deep dive, especially when we've got collections that have interactive material, videos. Kids love putting Google Earth links to bring their collections alive, and it's just a really great way to build community. And in the end, teachers were happy, students were happy, they're so excited, and they can't wait to continue to share their learning with Wakelet. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh my gosh, I could just keep talking about that.
I know you could go on and on. I do just want to say this. I want to point this out because what I love, you just displayed and modeled what I think is difficult sometimes for people to understand, but you were using Wakelet's platform features to essentially support tech integration and pedagogy and incorporating all of the things you said. What I love that you said was you're using mood board during that explore board for background knowledge. Then you're having them in a more structured environment using that column layout. Then you're using media layout for active listening. And I love that you displayed that because I think sometimes we get lost in, you know, the different features, and we have to remember to pair those with the pedagogy, the instructional strategies. And like you said, I've heard this a lot this week. This has come up so many times in so many sessions, but allowing our students more time to think and to voice their thinking process, their learning process. Where am I? That was incredible, Tara. Thank you so much for sharing. I hate for you to go. I think this is a whole nother webinar. I knew this would happen with all of my, I have some, Christina's backstage. We're going to have so much for this last session. So I can already see a ton of webinar spawning from this. But that was Tara Tesmer, Wakelet certified trainer with Empowering Inquiry-Based Learning and Student Discourse with Wakelet. Make sure you go back and rewatch her section, connect with her. She has all kinds of great things on her social media. Tara, I'll see you again soon, okay?
Bye, everybody. Have a great time.
Okay, so as I said before, we got we've got Christina backstage. I'm about to bring her up. So be ready. She's going to do a live demo for you. And we still have so much happening, but specifically, Christina is about to talk to you about Canva, Book Creator, and the endless app smash opportunities. We love a good app smash. I know some of you have been here for 12 whole hours. I believe James, those of you in the chat, tell me how many sessions you've seen today, how long you've been with us. I see some really great people in the chat. Andrew Davies, thank you for being with us. Lisa Marie Bennett is so excited about all of her certificates. And I am now going to bring Christina up with me. Christina,
hey,
longtime Wakelet user and ambassador. I'm so excited that I get to host you today. And I'm even more excited to hear what you have to share with us. Shero says she's been here since 5 a.m. Since that's Mountain Standard Time, Christina. I know that's early.
She's dedicated.
That is dedicated. I can't even say that, Cheryl. Cheryl Winborn says she's been here all day too.
Wow.
Your dedication is incredible. Your support of all of our presenters. We're so thankful for all of you in the audience. Christina, I'm going to let you present your screen. And once we get that up, I'm going to let you take it away and I'll come back on here and we'll do some questions. How about that?
Awesome. So let me just share my screen. And let me do the whole screen because you're going to see I have so many tabs open. Literally, my brain has so many tabs open.
It's fine. We are used. They are used to that, right, Christina? I mean, we got a lot going on. We don't want to waste time trying to find our tabs, right?
Right. And that's why I like the Wakelet extension. Let me just plug that. The Wakelet extensions are really great for all those tabs.
Christina, the Wakelet extension is getting an upgrade and I've been seeing it. And I'm just telling you, when I say it is hot and sexy, like I don't use those words very often. If you hear me say something is hot, someone or something is hot and sexy, it's real.
Well, I'm happy with simple, and that Wakelet extension is just
you
amazing.
are going to be so happy with this. I cannot wait to see your reaction. Okay, I'm letting you go.
And I use my app too on my phone.
Yes,
literally,
you do.
I use everything. So everyone, you know what? I love a great Wakelet collection. Here are mine, and I've seen people brand different collections that they have in different spaces. You see, I have a whole bunch of spaces here. Yeah, I have a lot of things. So I like branding, and so you can see that some of them have similar looks to them. I know people that make full spaces with different different emojis or different images. I think the look of a collection is really important because you can teach your kids graphic design and layout skills in a safe environment. Because Wakelet is a safe environment, they can dabble with the look of things. They could dabble with, again, marketing, graphic designs, all those things by creating in other programs such as Canva and Book Creator, and then putting them in Wakelet and vice versa. So you can create in Canva, put in Wakelet, create in Wakelet, put in Book Creator. I'm like, you can just package things any way you want. I'm very interested in the fact that your colors are very important, making it accessible for your learners and your English language learners and your students with special needs. It's really good to package them with colors. So you could say, go to the collection with the pink or go to the collection with the green smiley face, because some kids need help with reading. So if you can color code things or put different images for any age level is really important. So let me show you how we're going to app smash. So you know how to create a collection. I'm in my professional development space right now, and I'm just going to click Create Collection. And, some people, when they start using Wakelet or Book Creator or Canva, they're overwhelmed. Why? Because they see a blank slate like this, and they don't know what to do. But that's the beauty of it. You can do anything you want to do. So again, you know how to do this. I'm going to give this a title, and I'm going to call it Wakelet, Canva, Book Creator, App Smash. All right, and there's my collection. All right, typical. Now, I just love designing them. So look, if you haven't seen it, I know some of you have been since 5 a.m., but there is a new generate an image, that AI. I'm like so excited about it. I was thrilled when we had the GIF. And I was super thrilled with Canva, but now I see that image, the generate an image. I am really, really excited. But we're going to right now design with Canva. So what happens? I go to design with Canva, and the little Canva icon comes up. And then the magic happens. Look up here. It says Wakelet header. It has already given you the dimensions that you need. So years ago, I would design in Canva and I would upload it to Wakelet and I would sit there and I would figure out the dimensions and see how it fit. No more guesswork. They're all there. This is the dimension that you need for the header for Wakelet. And it even has it right here. So even if you want to work backwards, if you were in Canva and you were searching for templates or sizes, you can type in Wakelet header and that will come up. Easy peasy. So what? You can go right down here and we already have a bunch of templates to use. So those of you who don't have time or you don't think you're creative or you just want your students to, make something that looks really professional, but just very quickly, they can go through these. And this is perfect. You see the November here. This is perfect for monthly newsletters because you can use a template and then change it per month and then just change the elements and you can create monthly newsletters in Canva by using in Wakelet by using Canva as your header. So I'm just going to go here and I'm going to pick any one that I want. I really like this notebook one. And look, it gives me the template style, it gives me the branding, all those things. I'm actually going to take away some of these things. I'm going to delete them. And again, I am in Canva through Wakelet. And when I press upload, all my images are uploaded, right? These are uploaded from my Canva. They're already there, but I can also go to upload image and I can put it in there. So this, you can see this image I created and it was more of like a presentation size. So it wouldn't really look great as a Wakelet header. But when I upload it, I can actually put it in right over here. And the rest of the background will be my Wakelet header. I'm just going to take a few of these things around. I could change some colors if I wanted to, but there I go. So there is my Wakelet header created through Canva. And I press publish. Now it's going to prepare my design. It's going to take me out of Canva and now put me in Wakelet. It puts me right in here. So it's done. I don't need to, if I showed you my desktop, you'd be like horrified. I download and upload so many things. I don't need to download from Canva and put it in Wakelet. I can just work seamlessly through the both of them. I can also here, I can make it a half. I can make it a full if I like to, and choose image. I can just go to Unsplash. I like using a very simple color in the background, and my favorite color is purple. I like typing in a color and then just getting a very simple background in that color to make it easy for kids and even make it easy on us adults. You really want to focus on the header and not make the outside too busy for kids, but you do want a little bit of color. If you wanted to, you can create something in Canva and you could upload that as an image in your background too. But again, I would really focus on just the headers. A really cool trick is if you create a GIF in Canva, you can download that and throw it into something called Easy GIF and just make it smaller because Canva GIFs are really high memory. Make it smaller and you can put GIFs in here. And when you email a Wakelet collection to someone, whatever image is here or whatever GIF is there comes up in the email. So it's really great for visual, getting people excited visually and instead of just seeing a link. So there you go. It's all done. Now, if I were going in here and I was going to put in some links, I could actually go here to image. And again, I could generate an image. I could design with Canva, choose a GIF, or choose from Unsplash. So again, I can create a whole bunch of things in Canva through Wakelet very seamlessly. But while I'm here, I'm going to try that generated image because I think that's so cool. And I love penguins. So I'm going to say penguins surfing because it is Wakelet. So I'm going to put penguins surfing and let's see what comes up. Again, Canva has a text to image, but now so does Wakelet. So you don't have to go back and forth so much. Let's see. It's going to take a little while to generate. And we're going to have penguins surfing. Oh, look at that. I like the cartoon one. So penguins surfing, and that's going to go right into here. All right. So that's how you do it. Now let's go into Book Creator. So here's my book. All right. I'm in Book Creator. In Book Creator, I can access Canva as well. Again, so I don't need to download and upload so much. And it's really easy for your kids. Even littles can do that. So all I have to do is go to images. Oh, actually, no, sorry. On this one, I have to go to more. And I go to Canva because it needs to connect. And again, now it's connecting just like you saw with Wakelet. It connects it. And now it shows me the dimensions of the book that I chose. So again, Canva automatically does that for you. So you don't need to sit there and look at the pixels or the inches or whatever. I can just go in here and I will click this one. And then again, you saw that I have my uploads. So I can actually go right in here and I can put this here and I can move things around. I'm going to move things around. And again, I'm in Canva and I think I'm going to again use that purple background. I'll go to elements. I'll type in purple and I will use this photo and I will have this in the background of Book Creator. All right, let me just make this a little, move this over a little bit more like that. Well, taking me some time. I'll get it done. All right. Let me click that. All right. And then I will take out these words. Now, this is covering that, so I will go to position and I will go to back. All right. So now I add this to my book. So again, now there's my Wakelet with my Book Creator and my Canva with my Book Creator. All right. So now how can we smash them even more? Well, if I go to the next page and I take this Wakelet collection, let me go to another one. I will go to, let's go here to some of my planner things that I'm doing. And this is, my birthday's in July. So I'm going to pick July. And here's my Wakelet collection for July. I have a whole bunch of resources. Again, I like putting it in the columns because here I have the topic on the top and then I have the columns. So what do? I press share and I publish it. All right. It is published already. So let me go to share again. And I'm going to, it says can view. All right. Can view. I'm going to copy that link. It's copied to the clipboard. There are things I can do. I can go back to Book Creator. I can go to plus. I can go to more. I can go to embed. And I could put this link in here and then press confirm, and it will embed the Wakelet collection now in Book Creator. So you can use Book Creator to create a whole unit and put your Wakelet collections in there. So when I press the play button, let's see what it looks like. I'm going to press play. All right. And it says July resources. I click it. And you can see my collection comes up. It's embedded there. So cool. So you can put the resources for projects in Book Creator. The kids can work in Book Creator. I like doing it that way because sometimes the kids want to be able to draw and do some other things. So I put them in Book Creator and then I'll give them like directions and resources in Wakelet. If you're not happy with the fact that it doesn't have a picture, you could take any picture that you want and then hyperlink it. So let's take this link. I'll copy the link again. I'll go into Book Creator and I will go here and I will go to images and I will look for an image of summer. I could upload a Canva image. I could upload whatever I like. And I'm going to click this little flamingo. All right, I will move this over here, move this over, and now I'm going to actually crop that. I'm going to crop that a little bit. All right, crop it, and then I'm going to hyperlink it. So I click this, I click the image, I press the I, and it says web address or page number. And I could put my Wakelet link right there. So now this time, when I press this, it comes up and it goes right to Wakelet. right? It will show me that Wakelet collection. So it really depends on the look that you want. Do you want it to have the link? Do you want it to have a picture? You could even put words. Again, there's so many options. Have the kids play around. See what works best for them. See how they want to express themselves. So, I mean, the possibilities are absolutely endless. So, your question?
Well, Christina, I was going to say we are running out of time, but I want to know your advice, because one of the things you said, I love what you said. You said, let's smash it even more. And I love that phrase. My
Smash it.
question, you are smashing it. I mean, in more ways than one. Okay. But like, I think what I want to know, because I just feel you're giving off pro smashing energy, if you will. So I want to know what your advice is for those who are watching who may feel a little bit nervous about over smashing.
Over smash. Okay.
Tell them your Elle's in the chat. I love it. Elle has made an appearance, you guys, for Christina's session. We love seeing Elle there. Yeah, what is your advice for those? Because I know, when I worked with teachers, a lot of times they would just want to use one tool only, and it was too much for them to think about bringing anything else in. But I think, yeah, Christy says there's no such thing as over smashing. But Christina, I want you to give your advice. How did you get to this level?
You know what? You really have to think, what is your purpose? What is your goal? What do you want the kids to be able to make out of it? And also, if you want to use Wakelet Book Creator and Canva for teaching, watch your kids, see how they interact, see how they learn best. If you want them to make something, do you want them to make a Wakelet collection and put things in it? Do you want it to have that look? Do you want your kids to have a book where they have different options, where they can just draw and they could put other images, those kinds of things? Or do you want to go Canva? Really think about what is the purpose. It's not just let's take the suitcase and dump it out on the floor and let's just grab everything. It's really being thoughtful about how everything works together. You might find that one project, 2 tools work together. One project, 3 tools. One project, you just want to stay with Wakelet. Or one project, you tell the kids, here are all your tools. Do it the way you want. Think about your kids' abilities and think about the goal. It's all about the goal.
I think that's the best advice. It goes back to what I was saying with Tara's session, right? You've really taken those instructional strategies, the pedagogy, and you're not just putting it together to put it together. Your travel suitcase analogy is really, really good. I am visual, and I want to go back to what you said at the very beginning. You said that you were using Wakelet and the images and the colors in Canva as visual cues to help students with reading. So you're dyslexic students, but I want to say I'm not dyslexic, Christina, and anytime somebody's color coding things for me, it's making it easier for my brain to kind of sort out. So in that way, it's like when you're packing your suitcase, you're using travel cubes, those little packing cubes.
Yep.
Right. Because I do stack packing cubes inside of other packing cubes, if it makes sense.
You're right. It's like the Russian dolls where you open them up and they just keep multiplying.
Absolutely.
And you're like, where am I going to put it all? You think about what's easiest for kids to access.
Yeah. No, I think it all comes down to that. There have been some incredible comments in the chat. So make sure you go over there. You have lots of fans. We're deeming you the app smashing queen because that was next level. And you are smashing it, Christina. Well, I'm so thankful that you shared and joined with us today. Where can everybody find you?
They can find me at Librarian, LIEBERRIAN, on most social media, but I'm usually on QX. I'm thinking Q. I'm usually on. I think still say Twitter.
We do. I do too.
Right. I'm on X and I'm on Facebook. I'm lots of Facebook because I feel like I have more space to talk and more ways to talk to people.
Sure. So look for Christina on Facebook. I know she's a really incredible group that is very engaging, and you can get on there and chat with her. Christina, I hate to let you go. I know you have so much to share. Again, I said this during Tara's session, but I see so many webinar spawn-offs based on what you guys are sharing in this session 6. Thank you again. It's an honor to host you, and I can't wait to see you again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, this has been really awesome, and it's going to continue to be awesome. We have 2 more sessions. So if you have any friends who want to know more about using Wakelet as a hyperdoc, you want to share this live session link immediately. Get all your friends over here. It's sort of like an after party. I see my guest Joanne. She's a Wakelet certified trainer. She's smiling in the chat. She knows I put my blingy jacket on. You know I'm about to have an after party if you see this come out. And then we have top tips and tricks for crafting the perfect collection from Alex and Lois, also Wakelet certified trainers. Without further ado, I'm bringing Joanne up to the stage, and I want to remind you all to use hashtag Wakelet Community Week in all of your tweets. I know Andrew Davies took a picture of us earlier and probably tweeted it out. I have not seen it. But if you do want to tweet out screenshots of me with Joanne or Joanne's presentation or your thoughts on what Joanne has to say, please do that using the hashtag, because every hashtag tweet is an entry into that contest. Joanne, welcome.
Hi, everybody.
We're
So excited
to have you.
to
Yes.
be a part of the live stream. I have done Community Week before, but never the live stream. So I'm very excited. I'm actually starting my clock so that I'm actually pretty good on time.
And I'm letting you go. I'm going to put your screen on the stage, and I'm going to go backstage, and I'm going to get Lisa Marie this Amazon link for the jacket, okay?
Perfect. Sounds awesome. All right, so I'm so excited to join everybody today. I'm just going to grab over to that collection there for you guys. So just a little bit about me. I am a Wakelet certified trainer, which I'm absolutely ecstatic about. I have been teaching ELA at the high school level for over 20 years. And I also now, in the last couple of years, have become a tech integration specialist. So I split my time between my high school classroom and my tech integration area. So what I want to do for you guys today, I want to try to really stay focused and not get too off the beaten path. So love Christina's session. So enjoying my East Coast people joining with me here in the evening. I'm not going to necessarily build for you. So I wanted to just kind of show you a couple of different collections that you might be interested in. These are on my public profile, so you are able to access them no problem. I know that I sent the links to Tisha, so she can also send those out to you. So the public profile, just for those of you who might be interested, is at Joanne Seeley 27. That's also the way that you can actually find me on Twitter or X or whatever we're going to call it these days. And so if you want to come back to find these collections, these are sort of available for you. So the first collection I'm going to pull up for you is the collection that is Hello to Hyperdocs, and we'll just let that load. So I created this collection for people who may not be as familiar with what a hyperdoc is. I also created it so you can lift the entire collection and take it into a PD session if you are a tech integration person or anything to that effect, so that you could, present this to the people that are in your district, in your departments, explaining what a hyperdoc is and walk them through sort of how to build it. So essentially, I just love that little image from Unsplash Images there. I just thought that was just too cute about these two little ones sort of sharing secrets. And here are some secrets about hyperdocs for you as well. So the first is why student choice is important, right? The idea we know now is more collaboration, more critical thinking, more communication, but sometimes we still have to convince people in our school districts why having student choices is significant. So here are just a few resources that if you need to be able to defend this teaching strategy to anybody, which sounds crazy to me, but just in case you do, especially those maybe tech resistant people, these are some really great resources available to you. So there's some articles and some podcasts and some videos about student choice. And I will just highlight, I absolutely love Dr. John Spencer's work. So certainly this podcast and this video is very powerful as to expressing the need for choice in our classrooms today. Then I wanted to just give you a little bit of a section about what is a hyperdoc. So a couple of quick articles, of course. The first is the actual and original site from the hyperdoc girls themselves, Lisa Heifel, Kelly Hilton, and Sarah Landis. A great article from Holly Clark's Fused Classroom. And I'm going to pause on this image here because this is a really great image as to how a tech set and a hyperdoc are different, right? Tech sets are great and they certainly have a place in our classrooms and in our environments, but hyperdocs are really about interactive environments. And I think that's what makes Wakelet so great for a hyperdoc, right? You can do a tech set on a hyperdoc, on a Wakelet collection, sure, but you can really just do it on a Google Doc. You can do it in a Google slide. You don't need all of that interactive multimedia components that Wakelet really allows us to build into. So again, you can kind of see a real clear description as to how these things are different. And it talks about sort of the multimedia aspects, the interactive aspects, the pre-teaching aspects, and sort of the packaging aspects. And that's a really great way to think about a hyperdoc, is that you are packaging either maybe a 40-minute lesson, or maybe a 3-day lesson, maybe you're packaging a 2-week unit, or whatever the case may be as far as your planning is concerned. So I like that analogy of sort of packaging your materials together, which is also why Wakelet is so great for a hyperdoc. This is another great image also about building support for all the different learners within a hyperdoc, and then how hyperdocs help. An article from, oops, sorry, I went too fast on my computer there. Come on, let it load. I'm just going to keep talking while it's loading because I know it's there, right? A great article from the Cult of Pedagogy about how it can transform your teaching. This is a way to make your classroom very student-centered, right? So you now become the content like creator, and then you get to be the coach in the room, right? But here's the thing, how do I do this? How do I go about building a hyperdoc? I like this idea. I love this idea of packaging. I want my classroom to be more student-centered. I want my students to have choice. I want it to be self-paced, right? Check, check, check, check, check. So how do you do that? Here are 2 really easy resources. One is a short video on how to create a hyperdoc in 5 steps, but this is what I think is the best. It is a very simple graphic organizer on a Google Doc that literally walks you through the 5 steps that you need to begin planning it. Once you've done that planning, then it is time to build to your heart's content, right? So go spread that word to your colleagues about how to change the focus of your classrooms by using hyperdocs, right? So if you thought I was done, not done yet. I'm watching my clock. I'm 6 minutes in. I got 6 minutes left. Why? Because I want to show you an actual hyperdoc that I would use with my students. So I'm just going to reset my timer real fast. You probably heard those little chimes going off there. So I'm just going to come back over here. I put them into my public profile just so that it would be super fast and easy to find for you guys. So just give it a second to load. Here we go. And here we are, right? So now this is a hyperdoc that I've created that I would actually push out to my students. And what's great is if you are with the Education Pro platform and program, you can just push this out directly through Google Classroom to your students. And now you have a hyperdoc where students are going to be able to work on this in their own space and time. What I love about this is if I'm in the classroom, I can go around, I can monitor my classes, I can see who maybe needs a little bit of assistance or might need a little bit of motivation in regards to the different activities. But what's even better is if I have to be out of my room. Because I'm split between teaching and tech integration, sometimes I have to be out for a day. Sometimes I get to go to amazing conferences like TCA and ISTE, although I'm not going to ISTE this time around. I'm a little disappointed, but it's my daughter's prom and graduation, so I have to miss ISTE, right? But if I was in school, I could push this unit out in my Wakelet collection, super engaging, super multimedia, really visually appealing to my students, way more than handing them some piece of paper worksheet that I know that my juniors are going to be like, yeah, I don't think I'm actually going to do that for her, right? And it's all self-explanatory. So this is a hyperdoc that I have created on my Salem Witch Trials and the Crucible unit. There's a couple of different models when it comes to hyperdocs. I really like the Explore, Engage, Apply model, and the column feature on Wakelet really makes this super easy for teachers to build and for students to sort of follow along a little bit with. So if we look at the Explore section, you will see here that I have the task. Now, normally I would put the task at the bottom, but in a Wakelet collection, I'm going to put it at the top because I want the students to really see what they're doing first within each of the columns. So you can see here that in the Explore section, it's about hooking those students into that content information. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'd love to put them all on a bus and take them to Salem, but that's not always the most viable option. So instead, I have found a website that allows them to do an online tour of Salem. So they're going to go into this website, they're going to find 5 additional locations, And then they're going to fill out a Google form with 3 different facts. So again, just a little bit of an explanation to my students. And here is the link, right? So I'll just click onto it real fast so that you can kind of see what it looks like. And again, look at this engaging activity with students. They can go in and take a look. The map is going to pop up hopefully in just a second, of all the different locations that they've been reading about in the play. And even though I'm sending them all to the same site, the student choice is coming into which parts do they want to explore and which facts do they then want to share back over on that Google form that I've also directly embedded right in here as well. So they can spend a class period or 2 class periods, however much time I really want, on them doing the exploration. Some of my students are going to do this really fast, and others of my students might dig down the deep rabbit hole and spend some more time there, right? When they're ready, they're going to move over to the engage section. Again, I have my task here. The engage section is really kind of giving my students an opportunity to enhance their reading skills, their reading comprehension skills, but I'm also making sure to incorporate some student choice here. So I'm sending all students to the same article. In this case, it's the Salem and Other Witch Hunts article. Now, you might see here, I've included the PDF so that students, teachers who want a copy of this collection have access to the articles. My district, we are affiliated with Common Lit. So if you have Common Lit, you could just build into the link to Common Lit and the kids would go directly to that. That would be the way I would do it with my students, but I included the PDF so that you had access to the resources. And then once they've done that activity, they're going to still stay in that engaged area, really building their background knowledge about Salem and the time period. And if they really like that 1692 area, then they can choose the Puritan Laws and Character article. Or if they want to investigate the relationship that Miller was really expanding upon, which is that connection to McCarthyism. I have a lot of history buffs, right? They can do that as well. So here's our student choice of which article do I want to pursue in my engage column. I do have students who sometimes will say to me, hey, can I read all 3? Is it okay if I do that? And of course, I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't I allow you to do that? And then finally over here, the apply section. This is where we've now taken our hook and gotten them interested. We've given them our supplemental information, and now we say create, create, create. Show me how you know the information that I wanted you to express without maybe using AI, although I do like all of my AI tools, not going to lie about that, right? So I'm going to give them 2 additional resources, a chronology of events and possible causes to take a look at. And so you can see I've linked those here for you as well, right? So they can spend as much or as little time as they want. I will tell you the 5 possible causes of the Salem witch trials is one of the most interesting things because they actually talk about the fact that the girls might have been acting like that in the forest because they were eating some wild mushrooms. So that's always a great conversation when you're talking to 16 and 17-year-old kids, right? But more importantly, here's my last activity, right? They have to go into this Google slide and they have to put in an order explanation and a rationale as to who do they think is to blame for the Salem witch trials. Might be really easy to go blame Abigail Williams. She's kind of at the top of my list. But you might also just talk about the Puritan characters or the Puritan laws to be part of the blame. You might talk about society as a whole, right? So it's really interesting to see the critical thinking that students are going to incorporate into this. Of course, I can make it collaborative if I'm going to allow students to work on the same slide as far as that's concerned, but they're going to take all of the information that they know about the play that we've been studying. Now they're going to take all the information that we know from the hyperdoc, and they are going to apply that into that task, right? Better than any old test or quiz on a Scantron that I could possibly give to them. So I'm just going to X out of that here, and then I'm going to come back to the studio. And I'm trying to figure out.
Hello, Joanne. I'm here. I left for a second. I'm
That's
so glad.
okay.
I'm
No,
so
I just
glad.
wanted to make sure that I knew where I was going as far as.
No, you're doing great. I accidentally hit back on my browser and kind of freaked out. You all were still here when I came back, thankfully. I want to say this. You only got to hear from Joanne for like 20 minutes. Joanne, like she said, has 20 years of experience in ELA, and she has some incredible ideas. I loved what you said about defending your teaching strategies. I think Wakelet does a brilliant job at this for any teachers who feel like they have to do that, right? It is crazy to say that. I also loved, Joanne, your idea of packaging depending on your planning, right? It goes back to the purpose. We've been talking about that this entire time. Explore, engage, and apply is what you said, correct?
Yep. It's the easiest model. I mean, there are a couple different models when you apply HyperDocs. And listen, you can even go into the Explore section of Wakelet, and there are tons of collections about HyperDocs, right?
Right.
People have been talking about them, but I still feel like sometimes people get intimidated by them because it's like, oh my gosh, this seems like so much work. I don't know how I'm going to do all of this. You're already doing it, right? Like you're already doing those things. Now you're just putting it into a format so that you're not the one who's engaging them in the front of the room and then exploring them in front of the room and applying in front of the room. You're packaging it in a way that you can then push out to your students and be able to really guide them in what they need. I didn't necessarily do it in this particular collection. I might actually go back, I'm not going to lie, because I would probably build another column that says extension. So that for my students who finish a little bit faster, right? My students who are looking for a little bit more, maybe they weren't that interested in some of the history stuff. And I would probably do something that was an extension of like reading a real letter from John Proctor and like creating a response or something to that. So that my students who maybe have some accommodations and get that additional time aren't going to have to worry about that column. But my kids who really need to stay on task, and I'm a big bell to bell person. That's why, you know, you said 12 minutes. I was 12.
I know you were. You did great.
But I do want to always make sure that my students know, like, there's always ways to continue to enhance the conversation and continue with the conversation, but not feel the pressure that they have to do that if they don't get to it.
Absolutely. The last thing I want to hit on, and then we're going to transition over to our very last session, is you said, show me. And you said it, show me, show me. And I started thinking about the movie Jerry Maguire, where he says, show me the money. And I started imagining you saying to your students, as you're doing this, show me the learning, show me the activity, show me the thinking, right? So I love that. You are a wealth of information, Joanne. And again, a Wakelet certified trainer. If you need to reach out to Joanne, she has her handle there. She is willing to share anything that you might need. There's so much love in the chat for you, Joanne, just with all the info that you shared. So Joanne's resources, I've already put them in the main collection. I will be sharing those before the next 25 minutes is over, along with that certificate that you guys are looking for. Joanne, it is always a pleasure. I could listen to you all day, every day, pretty much. Thank you for joining. I'm going to hop up. Please stay backstage if you want. Lois and Alex are coming up next. If not, it's okay. We'll see you in the chat. We'll see you on Twitter. And thank you again for sharing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye, you too. So we are 1 minute past when I wanted to start this last session, but I just want to give you another reminder. I'm going to give you the resources before the session is over. I'm going to give you your certificate. Don't worry. It's going to be all in the chat. If you want the jacket link to Amazon, I'll also share that with you. And next up, we have a duo. It is Wakelet certified trainers. We have Alex and we have Lois joining us from New Jersey. You guys, it's like, do you think the Wakelet team like thought this out when they put us as the last people on the 12-hour live stream?
I'm not so sure. I've been known to be very long-winded, so I know we have a 6 o'clock hard out, and I don't even.
You do.
I'm having nightmares with the auto thing going off, and we're going to make it. We guarantee you, we'll hit our mark.
People up or putting them to sleep.
Exactly.
You guys are awesome. So those of you in the chat, I see you're already getting a lot of love. Christy is over here cheering you on. Mohammed is here. We love when Mohammed shows up. Yes, they are legends and amazing trainers. Mohammed, you're absolutely right. So if you didn't know, I actually told all of my people, if I could get to them, that they, especially Lois and Alex, they have a hard stop because we are stopping at the 12-hour time frame. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a 12-hour stream. It will be a 12-hour and 1 minute, 1 second stream, right? We can't do that. So I'm going to let you guys take it away. I'm going to go backstage. I kind of shorten it. Alex, I'm going to interrupt you because we have a couple of things we have to take care of before we sign off officially, but they are coming at you with their best Wakelet tips. And I can't wait for this. Okay, guys, take it away.
How about we just wrap it right here? We could wrap it right now, Tisha. No, I'm completely joking. Tisha, thank you for that.
Good.
I know I can speak for Lois very quickly that this past year being a Wakelet certified trainer, it's just really been different. This community, this group of individuals, including, Ryan, yourself, James, everybody, just has been so kind to me, you know, Lois
To
as
both of
well,
us.
from the days where I was just begging for a job at every moment, even in the ambassador meetings. So I've grown myself, and I bet a lot of people are out there wondering what this collection that I have up is all about. But before we get into this, we're going to really be talking about best strategies and tips and tricks for Wakelet today. We would love for all of our friends, maybe some of our trainer friends who might not have gotten an opportunity yet to get us their best tip or trick or hack with Wakelet. We would love for you to drop in the chat what your best tip is for this amazing platform. What do you love using it for? Is there some type of shortcut that you really like doing? Because Lois and I are going to share a Canva presentation with you that we're going to keep evolving, keep adding to, and we hope that the Wakelet team and all of our trainers will help support that and promote it as much as possible to get more people riding the Wakelet wave to the fullest. So really quickly, and again, we'd love to get your best tip or trick. Shout out to all of our fellow trainers in the chat. We couldn't be more excited, and we compliment everybody who were able to sit in on their session. And if I missed you, we're going to take the time over the weekend to make sure we rewatch and give you the props you deserve. So I'm in on my Wakelet community leader application. And people go, well, why? He's a trainer, you know, ambassador talk, all this other stuff. Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to scroll down a little bit and I'm going to share this. And I'm going to just kind of zoom in a little bit to the, you know, the little caption that I have underneath where it says, peep the self-made Wakelet PNG I created for the upcoming school year. Then I did the O face. This will be linked with pertinent collections for my students to access, #WakeletWave. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are like, what a lovely logo right there. At this point in my journey through becoming more of an ed tech coach, somebody who represents so many different platforms, Lois as well, I'm now mortified on the ways that I broke branding in so many different ways on this wonderful platform. So this is my mea culpa to the Wakelet team, and me presenting along with Lois tonight. What we're going to share with you is our best effort to make amends for this logo that remains out on the internet and in my profile for posterity. I'm not getting rid of it at this point, just as a reminder of what I really was thinking was appropriate branding, even though I never read actually Wakelet's website. So what we're going to do is we're going to provide you multiple resources today to hit the ground running and be on brand as much as possible. So
And
this
to
is
your
our
defense, you are a newbie. And
I
you're
was.
creative, and you're always creative, and it's beautiful. But we realize that we have to be on brand.
Now Lois is talking down to me in front of the world. You see how it is, everyone, on Lolex EdTechs. But we're very excited to be here today. Thank you so much. This is our Wakelet Community Week collection. We went on brand with the theme of the future. We've got our little Wakelet planet in the top left corner, and we couldn't be more excited to present to you today. So as a brief intro for ourselves.
My name is Lois Alston, and I am a tech coach for the Long Branch School District. This is actually my 7th year that I'm finishing up as a tech coach and my 21st year in education. And I've been in Long Branch this whole time.
So I've got to give props to Tisha Poncio and Ryan McGinnis. They're the two that started this kind of landing page for our Wakelet, you know, profile and information. The top right corner QR code will bring you to each of our individual profiles on Wakelet. And we also love connecting with people on Twitter and otherwise. So please do reach out to us. Got to compliment Lois's profile picture. I think she did an amazing job, and I was happy to collaborate. And now, you know, people calling me legendary. I feel legendary because of how old I look these days. I looked a lot younger there, pointing at everybody. But I'm Alex Isaacs. I'm an educational technology coach, also at Long Branch Public Schools. I've reached my dream job working with my partner for life, Lois, where we collaborated throughout the year. Making Wakelet our I'm having a tough time, exclusive resource hub for our teachers every single month. And we couldn't be more proud of how those came out. We're going to show you some samples of that. And I'm just absolutely thrilled to be a part of my 3rd Wakelet Community Week.
Absolutely. And then because we do work together, we have created the Lolex EdTechs. And so we do have our space and our hub that we do share out to all our teachers and all the educators throughout the world. And I think that's probably the one I'm most proud of all the collections that we have created. And then really all the stuff that we're showing today is what we've used this year throughout our hubs.
Sure. And just really quick, you know, trying to stay on brand once again. I think the Wakelet team might be tired of me asking, what font is this? What is this one looking like? So I'm at the point where I'm kind of removing backgrounds, bringing in different types of text to really stay on brand and make it look appropriate for different events, or just simply trying to make it look as Wakelet-centric as possible. So these are our top tips along with some of our other amazing trainers. And we even have some from the Wakelet team contributing. especially those individuals that ran that fab after party the other day. So we're going to get their top tips along with some of the trainers. And I assure you, if we skip over any trainers, don't give them their just due, we will be promoting this to the fullest and building this as we go along, because one of our favorite integrations, one of our top tips is to bring those Wakelet those Canva links into Wakelet so that you can have embed presentations ready to go.
All right, so I'll start off. One of my favorite tips is adding sections to your profile. So as you can see here, and as we move forward to all the different slides, we had created a GIF or a GIF for each of the different trainer tips. So here you will see in my GIF is that adding a section in your Wakelet profile pages not only makes it easier for anyone going to your profile to have easy access to all the different sections, but I also like to add emojis at the very end in order to kind of make it stand out. So that way it makes it a little bit more noticeable. So here is our joint space that we have right here. And as you can see on the left side, we have all our different titles, and then we have our emojis. So if Alex, if you want to click on, let's say, creativity, this will bring you right to the creativity section. And that's what we love about this. Again, it's just easy for anyone that's going to look at your profile and they want to zoom in on a specific part. They can so very easily.
And what I also want to share is I see Christy Starr in the chat. You know, she was one of the biggest proponents of really getting the Canva integration back up and running to the fullest. And I'm proud to say that Wakelet has now made it where you can bring in embeds from Canva, but you can also make them just a standard hyperlink if you want to do that as well. So we really love adding those sections so that you can quickly jump around, let others quickly navigate your profiles. And we feel like that's kind of a lesser utilized tip that we feel would really organize your materials and make it easier for others to access as well. So in addition to that, we also have, I believe, my tip up next. And for me, you know, I think that one of the biggest things that I see in others' collections that sometimes I'm like, that's such an easy thing that we can kind of overlook when we're kind of bringing materials into a collection. You know, sometimes we bring in a hyperlink and we get that long title with just the link. And sometimes we might have a cover image missing. And for me, the biggest aspect of Wakelet that appeals to me is the fact that it's very visual. So the more that we can make things accessible to our neurodivergent learners, our multilingual learners, by adding in that text, adding in those titles and captions, I can already feel Katie Fielding being very happy with this portion of the presentation, because it's really all about elevating this for our students. So for me, anything that I'm bringing in, I am editing those captions to make it more specific, adding more context, and my hope, some amazing features being introduced by Wakelet this week. I hope eventually the ability to add hyperlinks within these descriptions to really add that next level of having dynamic media cards within our collection. So this is one thing that I find very easy. Again, you have GIFs on every single one of these different tips. You know, Lois and I had a great time making those up, also collaborating with the Wakelet team. And we hope that you just kind of use this, kind of take a look at it and consider maybe going back into some of your collections and utilizing these tips to kind of elevate them to a new level.
And then also, Alex, with adding all that text underneath, allows a student or anyone to use the immersive reader if needed.
Sure.
Which helps out. So the next one that we have Deborah Zeman here with her tip. So she likes to export collections as PDFs. So if you are offline and you want to be able to have the content from your collection, all you have to do, as you see in the GIF right here, is go to the three dots, click export to PDF, and now you're able to basically download this so that way you can use this if you're not on Wakelet as it is.
And it might look a little bit different if you're going into someone else's collection, but all you have to do is hit that export as PDF. And, you know, I know about this, but again, when Deb brought this to my attention in the Slack DM, I said, you know what, that's a great tip, because then you're offering almost that like hard copy of your Wakelet collection. And Rick, we really appreciate you, brother, staying up, watching us at this point after this 12-hour live stream. We appreciate it. We also have, and Tisha, I'm going to probably try for around a 5:45 out so that you have plenty of time. Okay, we'll bring you back up. So
that sounds amazing.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Wow. Like the voice of God, Tisha, out of nowhere. We love it.
And you can come back to yours when we bring your tip up.
I will. I'll come back. We'll do the live ending all together to keep
Perfect.
Alex on track.
Perfect. So we have Jackie here as well, Jackie Kavanaugh, who, again, I was able to sit in on her session, did an amazing job with everything, and really shared about sub-collections. Here's the sad part. Used to rip on Lois for having sub-collections within her collections. I always say it was like Inception. It's a collection within a collection within a collection. I was saying, how many layers of collections are you going to have? Lo and behold, at this point in my day, you could see we gave you an example of many sub collections. I'm using sub collections within my own digital portfolio. So it's just really become a tip that Jackie's right on point with this one. You can provide less overwhelm to the people you're sharing your collections with, especially in the column layout. I've seen so many amazing column layouts, and it's personally my favorite, but there still has to be some level of, you don't want to overwhelm people with a wall of information out of nowhere. So we're really trying to keep in mind to use that media when we can and provide those collections underneath, as Jackie recommended in her session, I believe yesterday.
Yes. So special shout out to Jackie for also liking collections within collections.
Yes.
All right. Next one. We have Neelan Taylor. She loves to do Wakelet apps in the website. So she basically uses the Wakelet mobile app. And then from there, she can take whatever she needs to add in her Wakelet collection on her device, and then it's going to go right into your website simultaneously. So this is a great way for on the go. If you are not by your laptop or desktop and you want to add anything into your collection, it works great. Even if you want to take a picture, if you're out and about and you want to add that right in, it works seamlessly, very nicely.
And Lisa, great strategy as well as far as adding spaces and kind of setting the theme for those as well. Fun fact about Neelan's tip, it provided me the most stress when creating the GIF because I had to do the separate recording on the phone, but it was still a pleasure because this was a really cool way of kind of editing on the fly and not having to do that extra step of uploading from your phone onto your device and then onto Wakelet. So uploading it onto the Wakelet mobile app and then editing on your actual larger PC or laptop.
And then real quick, this is something that we also talk to teachers about with students with their own student portfolios. If they are playing a sport and they want to add a picture, or if they're in band or dance or drama, and again, they want to showcase what they're doing and they're already at that event, we always recommend, hey, let's have them take the picture and put that right into their phone on the app. And that way, when they get back to their desktop or laptop, they can then rearrange and do what they need to.
All right, so Tisha, we're going to save yours to kind of close out this piece. There's Rick just looking so gleeful in that shot. I absolutely love it. So for Rick, it was really just taking the Canva integration that's built directly into the platform, either for your cover images or for your media card cover images. You have your 800 by 600 template made available directly in Wakelet. And for me, I can honestly say this is the integration, probably along with maybe Moat, that I use the most within. This has elevated our ability to present from Wakelet because now we can have Canva slides deck within this in just a few clicks and transitions and everything else. So Rick was really just talking about using the Canva integration. It's a wonderful tip. If you're not already using it, please do. And a little fun fact, if you have the same account and you're logged in on both platforms, you can cut and paste in from that Canva website into the Canva on Wakelet if you're missing some of those animations or some of those different fonts that you might lose in that. I know image upscaler is only on Canva, so you can always upscale your image and then cut and paste it in on Wakelet. I've spent a lot of time kind of doing that.
All right, and now we have Ryan here. So he likes to upload and record videos. So Wakelet is a great way to either upload or record whatever is needed at that moment. And I do like that feature where you can just click on that camera icon and choose if you want to do a recording right there, and then it's going to go right into your collection. Or if you had already created a video through Loom or Canva or any other app, you can just easily add that right into by clicking on the upload section right there. So this is great for teachers, for tutorials that they want to share with their students. Again, or also for students that want to showcase what they're doing and using a video. This is a great way for them to add that into their collection.
And Tisha, if you want to come back out to kind of present yours really quickly, and then we'll close out after that. You know, I'm sure I speak for many people out there. We were shocked. We were saddened to see that Microsoft Flip is kind of taking its camera and going into Microsoft Teams. So all the more reason to really give that Wakelet video recording tool a real chance. And, you know, obviously for all of our Flip fam out there, we're thinking of you. I'm sure people in the chat out there are still devastated. So just a great opportunity to use that Wakelet camera, get accustomed to it, and start uploading those videos directly into your collections.
Well, thank you for saving my tip for last, you guys. This is one that I never actually thought that I would ever tell you as a tip because I never used this option until recently. And many of you know I was recently diagnosed with ADHD. And let me just tell you, that made me have a lot of tabs open with a lot of collections from a lot of different creators at the same time. And I realized, you know what? There's a way to do this in Wakelet. I can save these items to all items. So if you are we'll call you legendary Wakelet users, legacy Wakelet users. You remember that as bookmarks, bookmarking content, but it is now called all items. So I am using that more and more these days, especially during sessions like this or conference sessions. And I'm saving that content so I can come back to it later because of course, you all know I am Team Chaos. Alex actually is too. We have decided, Alex, in the chat, that you were just disguising yourself as Team Control. But this is going to help you and your students. I really think it's really important for us. You know, it's underrated. It's an underrated option. Many of the presenters during session 6, I find are high-level Wakelet users. This would be the best tip for those of you just coming in. All items for the win. You're absolutely right, Joanne. You can't go wrong with that. And if you aren't sure where things are, like me, I go to all items. I really love checking that out. Team Chaos for the win. Sorry, Alex.
You shows you where I'm at. I thought that said hashtag Team Tacos for the win. So that's where I'm at this point in time. Tisha, would you be good? Would you be good with us about 3 more minutes, kind of sharing what's left in the collection?
You go right ahead. I've got a timer going. You can actually have 4 minutes, Alex.
Wow!
All right,
look at how nice. Okay, so in addition to those Wakelet top tips, and once again, we do plan on updating that as soon as possible. We also kind of provided you all the different stuff that we've been using throughout years of creating different types of materials for our teachers, for our students. So the first thing is we've got pretty much any different type of platform that you can name. We've got the 800 by 600 version of those cover image ready to go for you to kind of download, edit, fit your needs and fit your collections and make those more either aesthetically pleasing or on brand or however you want to look at it. And then next, we also have this. Now, this is kind of getting into, this is a very Wakelet-centric type of template that we have for you.
So the next thing is we use gradients throughout our presentations. And so through our collections, each month that we have in our hubs or even our collections that we have for the different platforms that we're showcasing, we like to have a consistency. So having that gradient and being on brand that we use with the colors that we have from Wakelet, it allows us, again, to just make it more uniform, our collections, and also to change it up from collection to collection. So that way it's a little bit different, but at the same time, it looks pretty when you're looking at this.
So basically what we did is we took the Wakelet brand colors, which I have saved over here, and we made gradients out of each of them, combining them. So DM Sans is their font of choice. So basically, if you are creating a Wakelet collection you're presenting on Wakelet, this would be an excellent opportunity to simply duplicate the banners that you want and then edit the text to fit your needs. And we got to compliment Amy Zambrano from earlier. We kind of worked with her a little bit. She kind of took these templates, made them her own, and we're so proud of her with that. But we just really wanted to represent Wakelet to the fullest in all ways. Now, this is one that's very near and dear to my heart because this is since I've been doing virtual classrooms on Google Slides. This is all of my different platforms that I've kind of curated and created. That the first 6 are our Wakelet icon brands that are the official colors of the platform. Again, walking away from the white W with the black Akelet and the very fancy waves and everything. Joanne, it's been a little bit tricky recently, but yes, we hang in. So these are all available for you to download as a transparent PNG. They're all high quality. So this would really allow you, if you're using any of these platforms, to create some very dynamic materials for you and your students or your teachers if you're an ed tech coach.
And as you noticed, everything was done through Canva that we had created in order to just, again, make it easier to bring it right into Wakelet.
So we just have an example of kind of how we're using those different logos and how we're using those banners in our most recent ed tech hub. It was our last of the year. So we invite you to kind of look at that. But really, as our call to action for today, we would love for you to take this summer scrapbook template and really use it to the fullest as you kind of map out what you have planned for the summer. So what we have available to you our goal setting templates by Adobe Express and Canva in the leftmost column. We have, let's say that you want to get down with some professional learning. We've kind of curated the best professional learning that we feel as far as the platforms we use in our district and use personally. And we're starting off with our Wakelet professional learning, which is basically step-by-step getting you to reach the top level, which is, Lois and I hopefully welcoming some new trainers sooner than later to the next cohort.
And this is what we had shared with our teachers in our district, and we wanted to share this with all of you. And we added some more for today, so that way you guys have more access for the summertime if you want to continue your professional learning.
So space for a summertime playlist, either on Spotify or taking your favorite YouTube videos at this time. And then finally, we had to throw in the new AI generated feature that was added to the platform. We are encouraging you to create a vision board that kind of represents what you hope to achieve this summer using Wakelet's brand new feature and tool. So we hope that you enjoy kind of perusing these collections. And we really hope more than anything that these help you elevate your own as far as branding, keeping things consistent, and making it very clear as far as what type of materials you're presenting to others. So again, we were just so happy to present together for the first time at Wakelet Community Week. And I know you mentioned this earlier about a previous session, Tisha. First time each of the three of us in a webinar together. And again, so appreciative of everybody in the chat, including our trainer friends, our Wakelet team friends, and our new friends. We can't thank you enough for hanging on this long. And Tisha, we promised it. We hit our mark.
You did it. Did you hear my timer go off?
4 minutes?
You did it in 4 minutes. And you know what? We have enough time.
Not messing around anymore, Tisha.
I know you aren't messing around. I'm going to remove your screen. Don't close your screen share because I want to come back to it. But I love that I get to be here with all of you. And we have so much happening in the chat. I am so glad that all of you are still here with us. Claudette is so thankful for all the amazing resources. James really loved this session and the 12-hour live stream experience. We're not done yet. I still have some things. I have some questions that I'm going to ask Alex and Lois. Rick is still in the chat. He hasn't left us yet. He's sending you so much love. The truth is you guys are loved by so many, and you have so many things to share. Great ideas. They don't sleep. Joanne, that is Wakelet train. You should know this, Joanne, when you become a Wakelet trainer, right? I make you sign away that you're never going to sleep again like the rest of the team.
Vampirism becomes part of it. Yes.
24/7. Okay, so I do want to say this before we end. Tomorrow we are going to start day 4, and day 4 is going to be so full of jam-packed sessions. Day 5 on Friday is going to be so amazing. Christy Guest is saying this is her first Wakelet Community Week. Listen, Christy, advice: you go make a Wakelet collection. And you put all those amazing resources into one and use column layout, right? And you think, okay, what can I implement immediately? What do I want to take a look at this year? And then maybe what do I want to come back to later, right? So that you can kind of organize that. There is so much on our YouTube channel. So make sure that you are subscribed to youtube.com/Wakelet, because you can go back and watch all of the sessions from today during the 12-hour live stream. You can go back and watch all of the sessions from Monday and Tuesday, and you can go share all of the sessions coming up. And I'm telling you, they are worth it. You want to go look at that schedule. So in the chat, I'm going to ask Alex and Lois this question, but I want all of you who are still here with us, ending this 12-hour live stream, I want you to answer this question for me. So Alex and Lois, total time that you think that you were on the 12-hour session today, because I saw you in a lot of sessions. If you were just ballparking it.
I would probably say that I watched a good 5 to 6 hours worth of amazing content today. The only real breaks were for a walk, but I was still watching, and a drive. So
I had it on. I had the YouTube on when we were walking, and then my drive to back home, and then taking my son to basketball. I had it on coming back.
Yes.
We didn't turn it off.
No, I had mine on my computer. I was doing work. I had it on in the car as I was driving to get coffee. I also had it on my Apple TV. So everybody that was presenting today, we listened in, we tuned in. It was an incredible day. So now I want to know, was there a particular speaker or presentation or quote that really stood out to the two of you today? Also, those of you watching in the chat, what stood out to you? What is really still at the top of your head that you want to really explore?
I would say for me, it was seeing, I mean, all of them were really great and we learned so much from everybody. And the big thing was like, because a lot of times we're either walking or driving, especially when we're driving, I couldn't put in a message in the chat, had to be safe. But it was really great seeing Amy Zambrano today because we do work so closely with her in our school district. Every week we work with her. And so to see her grow from using it a couple of years ago to where she is now, and then being on Wakelet Community Week last year, doing her mindfulness and yoga to presenting all the awesome things that she's been doing. To me, that was like a really heartfelt part of seeing today, just because we know her so well and we've been working with her.
And I would agree. It's Amy for me. I mean, she presented last year with you, Tisha, on a yoga type of leading meditation. For her to present purely on tech and all that she shared and all the app smashing and the amount that we've collaborated, just couldn't be more proud to kind of see the influence and her ability to really grow. And she was using Wakelet for years with Lois before I came on, and she's just grown and gotten better and better. So, compliments to everybody. We're going to be watching more of what we missed, but that's one that stands out because that's our partner in our district, and she's just done nothing. And also, I would say Mrs. Basili's group that we did for Wakelet, that intro to Wakelet Live, the fact that you guys kind of spotlighted that on X, we were ecstatic for that. Those kids did a great job, and as did Mrs. Basili. So those things that are close to home with us in our district, those are the things that stand out.
And she came to us wanting to do the video. And that was great seeing her at the very end of the video when we had the Wakelet Live. And she made those signs for the kids to hold up.
Yes.
And she was so excited to have that. So we were really happy to see her.
We have a lot of love in the chat for Tanya, for all the messages today, for all of you. I want to know just briefly, so you have to give me a really quick fire answer to this because we are running out of time here. What session? See, I'm kind of putting you on the spot. I know how you guys are. You're like me. You want to love all the people. And I feel the same way about all of you in the chat, the trainers, the community. When I work with you, just the growth that you guys have all made. But what are you looking most forward to? Which you only get to pick one session. So I'm putting you on the spot. One session for the next 2 days. What are you looking most forward to?
I would say it has to be Muhammad's session that he's in because the guy's always so great. I don't get called a legend by many people. No. He's a wonderful guy. We had the pleasure of meeting him last year at ISTE 23. I can't wait to see him with Stormy and I believe Dr. Michael Harvey. So that's really the one that kind of stands out for us. We're going to be watching and active and attractive in the chat.
Well, that's amazing. You guys put what session you're looking forward to. I have the honor of hosting a session with Vriti and Mike over AI and Web3. And you guys know that I love that topic. So I'm excited about that one. Of course, you're going to see me on a lot of sessions. We have a lot of student sessions coming up. You're going to hear directly from students with me on Friday, the very last session of the entire week. You don't want to miss that. That one's probably going to be my favorite because I always love giving students the mic and letting them share their voice. Alex and Lois, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for what you shared. Your tips were incredible. So much love in the chat. Thank you, everybody who is there. Alex and Lois, I'm going to put you backstage. I'm sure we'll chat again soon. And I'm going to do a quick sign off for the official 12-hour session. It says we still have 9 minutes, which I'm trying to think of another question. Lisa says Matt Miller's AI session she's looking forward to. That one's going to be brilliant. I think you can't go wrong. Please share the Wakelet YouTube channel so everybody can attend. And Alex, you haven't asked me the most important question of the entire day.
I know exactly what that is. Can we expect a recording and some different materials as far as getting a certificate to be sent to us?
Yes, you can. I'm so excited you asked because you can replay all of these sessions. They're all recorded. You can go back over and over and over, Alex, to watch yourself if you so wish. And I know you're looking for that certificate. So there is the form to get your certificate for attendance. I have put the resources in the chat, but I will put them in the chat one more time for session 6. If you don't see something from one of our presenters, no worries. They just haven't sent it over yet. So we will be updating that collection throughout the week. Alex and Lois, because we still have like 7 minutes. Do you have a question for me?
More questions.
Do we have the ability to throw another quick after party where we share some of the different generated images? I'm not sure. When
Well,
will
I
we
don't
know
know.
about that contest, Tisha? When are we
Oh, well, that's great. I wonder if Rick is still in the chat listening. That's a great question. So if you attended our after party, Ryan, Rick, and I had an after party challenge to go in. Yes, another after party. We had a challenge for you to go use the AI generator to create a new Wakelet logo for Community Week 2025. Rick and Ryan are on that. They are looking through those entries. I've been seeing them and liking them as I can. We should have a prize winner by Friday. I would really love to announce that with the students, but we're going to go in and take a look. Remember, they have to be time-stamped. Do you remember, Alex? They had to be time-stamped yesterday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Central Time. So we will be going to check that. Yes, Tanya, it's a fiesta time. Do you have any other questions, Alex, that I might be able to answer for you?
So there's one winner for that?
Well, we started off with one winner. You know, I'm like Oprah. I want to give everybody the car.
You get
So-
a car, you get a car.
That's what I want. We'll see what we can do with that. We may have more than one winner if it's up to me, but you know, I'm not the only one in charge of this. Rick and Ryan are team control. They may tell me we can't have that many. So that's a great question.
I will share really quick, just to go back to that Wakelet collection. If the gifts don't work for anybody, please reach out to any of those trainers on that list or any of the Wakelet team, and we're going to help you get where you need to be. So we're excited, looking forward to the summer to add more tips and tricks, more hacks for the platform, get people up and running as good as possible.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining. I am going to say farewell to you, and I'm going to sign off officially with everybody. But so much love to you from Texas to New Jersey.